have spoken to the witness, he will take the oath.
Witness A, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning, Mr.
Good morning to you too. Will you affirm or take the oath?
I will take the oath, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, there should be two bundles that you have with you. The first is a smaller bundle from page 1 to 57. Do you have that bundle with you?
Yes, Commissioner, I have it.
Just a minute. Is it not possible to up the volume a bit, please?
Yes, we are trying to arrange for that, Chair.
Witness A, can you just speak again? Can you confirm that you have the bundle with you?
Yes, Commissioner, I do have the bundle with me.
Thank you. Chairperson, I want to suggest that that bundle be bundle WA for witness A. And then the second bundle that you have with you should be 455 pages long. Do you have that?
That's correct. I also have that one as well.
Thank you. Chairperson, if that bundle can be an exhibit, submitted as an exhibit, which is the Katiso Molefe bail exhibit, and it is exhibit CJC4. Thank you. Witness A, can we go back to the first bundle, which is WA? Can you confirm on page 41 that that is your signature that appears there?
Correct, Commissioner. It is my signature that is appearing on page 41.
Do you confirm that this is a statement that you prepared for purposes of your evidence that you will be giving before the Commission today?
That is correct, Commissioner. I do confirm.
Witness A, can you then go to page 1 of the WA bundle, which is page 1 of your statement? Can I ask you to confirm that paragraphs 1 and 3 are correct insofar as it identifies you and your career within the South African Police Service?
Yes, Commissioner, they are correct.
Now, you say in paragraph 2 of your statement that the statement is prepared for purposes of dealing with your evidence relating to events that transpired during 2024 and this year, which are relevant to the media briefing made by Lieutenant General Mkonazi on the 6th of July 2025. Can you, for the benefit of the Commission, tell us what it is that your role was insofar as the South African Police Services is? What do you do within the police service?
Thank you, Commissioner. I will start by saying that I am an investigator within the SAPS, and I am currently based at organized crime, which is the unit that is mandated to investigate crimes that are understood to be of a certain nature, in a sense that they are sophisticated and they need a certain approach in a way that they are being committed by syndicate, the organized groups. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. You also say in paragraph 5 of your statement, where you deal with what you refer to as the Swart murder investigation, that you are one of the investigators in that case. Can you briefly tell the Commission what the Swart murder is?
Ms. Siegel, perhaps we should place paragraph 3 on record. Just remember, I know what you're doing. The statement will be handed in, but we do have a transcript. And I think we should try as best as possible to put as much information in the transcript as is safe to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I did ask the witness to confirm the accuracy of paragraph 3 for now, insofar as it relates to his career. Did you just want me to briefly say that it does deal with his career within the police service?
In that case, I have a question that relates to paragraph 3. The witness says that he was attached to a station and thereafter the 3O task team in Soweto. What exactly does the 3O refer to?
Witness A, did you hear the question from the chair?
Yes, I got the question from the chair, Commissioner.
Can you answer the question?
The TO task team is the team that is formed to work on the cases, specific cases that are classified as hijackings, house robberies around the area.
Okay. All right. Perhaps witness A, just read the whole of paragraph 3 into the record.
Yes, Commissioner. I started my career in the SAPS in July 2008 at a basic training college. Before that, I was a reservist. After college, I was attached to a station, and thereafter, I joined the Toyota's team in Soweto, which is a specialized unit focused on combating hijacking residential and business robberies. I remained in the Trio team until 2021, and in late 2021, I joined Gauteng Organized Crime, which is the unit that I'm currently in, Commissioners.
And then in the next paragraph, paragraph 4, you say your subs 96 will be made available to the Commission if necessary. What's the subs 96?
The subs 96 is a document, Commissioner, that mentions what I've just said above. It mentions all the steps that I've gone through since I started in the police and the courses that I've attended and everything.
So it's an internal subs document that approximates what one could call a resume or a CV, or not?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, we are now at paragraph 5 of your statement where you deal with the Swart murder investigation, and you say that you were one of the investigating officers. I had asked you to just briefly tell us what the Swart murder was before we deal with your role as an investigator.
Thank you, Commissioners. The Swart murder is referred, it is the murder that occurred in Vereeniging area on the 17th of April 2024. In brief, this is the case that occurred in the morning of the day that I've just mentioned, the 17th, where an individual was shot and killed at Vereeniging, and then the case was then given to us as a unit to investigate.
Okay. You then mentioned that...
Sorry, the individual being, the individual's name?
The individual's name is Mr. Earmarked Swart.
Thank you, Chair. You then deal in that paragraph, still on paragraph 5, but on the next page, you refer to many crime scenes related to this murder. Before we deal with the details of the scenes, could you just list the scenes and explain to us why there are 4 scenes that you reference in there?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. This Vereeniging murder was registered as Vereeniging Case 275 of 4/2021, and it is referred to as a main case, and it has got another 3 cases that I would say are consolidated to it or joined under it. And then I will go on and say, as this murder occurred, it was also learned that there were other cases that were connected to it in such a way that the people that murdered Mr. Swart and Vereeniging were arrested at a different area, which is now Bribe in Johannesburg. And then there was a docket that was registered there, and it was referenced as a Bribe Case 149 of 4/2024.
And then the clyptopher in 7.2, you mentioned clyptopher as well. Can you explain the relevance of that?
Yes, Commissioner, and there was also another case that was that would later be joined to Vereeniging as well as referenced as clyptopher Case 77/4/224. Here is a person that was arrested.
Sorry, so not 224, 2024.
2024. Sorry, Commissioner. Thank you for correction, Commissioner.
You may proceed.
On this case, there is a person that was arrested in clyptopher, and he was later connected to murder. And then this docket was opened because he was found with a firearm and ammunition at that area. Then it was registered under clyptopher area and given that number.
Under paragraph 7.1, which you have dealt with already, you refer to a street in Bramley and a house in Kew. Is there a reason for saying a house without giving the street address?
Yes, Commissioner, there is a reason to that because that house belongs to the suspect that was arrested in Bramley. And then the reason for not giving the address is because that there is his family that is staying there that can be compromised if maybe this address can be given in public.
Thank you, Witness A. And then if you can tell us about 7.3, the Vereeniging Office Park.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Vereeniging Office Park is also referred to this case as a murder scene or a crime scene of Vereeniging. That is where the murder of Mr. Amar Swart occurred.
Okay, thank you. Witness A, at paragraph 8, you say you'll deal with each scene, and we'll get to that. At paragraph 9, you speak about your role in the investigation and that there is another witness, witness B, who is best placed to deal with other events. Can you tell us why that is?
That is correct, Commissioner. Witness B is going to come after me and deal with this case in details, because at some time I was committed to other cases when we started with this investigation. So I will be doing this case and also attending other cases on the side. And then she was fully committed on this one from the word go to this day.
Thank you. If we can then go to page 3 of your statement, where you then start with the Swart murder again at paragraph 10, and you don't need to repeat that because you've already dealt with the description of the murder. But if you can just tell us how you got involved in the investigation of the murder.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the 17th of April, 2024, I was on duty when I received a call from one of my colleagues that told us that he has gotten an instruction from our commander, Brigadier Khopane, that we must attend to a crime scene that was active in Brandley. And at that time, we didn't know what this crime scene was all about. And then I did ask him on the phone to give me more details about the crime scene that we were instructed to attend. And then his response was that he does not have full details. He's just given instruction that we must go to that crime scene at the address that was given to us at a time, and we will be briefed as we get to the crime scene.
Can I ask you, witness A, approximately what time would this have been?
This was in the morning of the 17th of April 2024 at around 10.
So approximately 3 hours after the murder had been committed.
That's correct, Commissioner.
If we can then go to page 4 of your statement at paragraph 13, can you tell us what then you did next? You say that you arrived at the office. What transpired thereafter?
Yes, I arrived at the office because at that moment I was driving with witness B in the same vehicle. And then we arrived at the office, then we got to this colleague of ours that was giving us the instruction from the brigadier. Then we requested him to brief us a little further about what we needed to do. And then he said all he has is the address where we need to go and attend, and then the number of the person that needs to give us full details when we get to the crime scene. And what happened, that colleague of ours jumped into the vehicle that I was driving, and then the three of us drove to the crime scene at Brandley.
Was there anyone else that accompanied you?
Yes, Commissioner, we were joined by two other colleagues of ours a little later at the crime scene. They were instructed to be with us at the crime scene. We were initially told by the brigadier through the colleague that has just given us the instruction from the brigadier that it appeared as if the crime scene was huge and it will need more than 3 members to attend to, which is why we had to be joined by 2 extra detectives, which was Warrant Officer Mapalane and Sergeant Gosi.
And you then, in paragraph 14, deal with what you observed when you arrived. on the scene. Can you tell us, give us more detail on that? And this is now the Q Bramley scene.
Yes, Commissioner. When we arrived at the crime scene, we saw a lot of police vehicles marked and unmarked. And then we asked as to who was going to brief us, and then we arrived there. We found the TRT team, which is Tactical Response Team, and then the Provincial Tracking Team that were already at the crime scene. And then we requested to be briefed before the scene could be handed over to us.
And what did they tell you as part of the brief?
They told us that there were 3 people that had already been arrested in the Viano that was parked in the center of the crime scene at the street. And then they told us the information that they had at a particular time.
Sorry, Witness A.
Sorry, Witness A. Mercedes-Benz Viano. I just want to give the full description as it appears from the statement. Apologies for interrupting you mid-sentence. Can you please repeat the last thing you were saying?
Yes, Commissioner. I was saying when we arrived there, we were briefed that there were 3 people that had already been arrested. And then furthermore, the members that were briefing us, they told us that those 3 people were arrested in a Mercedes-Benz Viano, that is a V-Class bus Viano that was parked in the middle of the street.
And what else did they tell you about the Viano?
And then they told us that this Viano belonged to one of the people that were arrested at the crime scene. They also told us that there is exhibits, or there are exhibits that were recovered from the Viano.
Okay.
And furthermore, they told us that these 3 suspects that were arrested there are suspected to be connected to the murder that had just occurred 2 hours or a few hours earlier in Vereeniging. The murder that I mentioned when I started on my statement of earmarked sword.
Now,
and they told us that they were going to hand over the scene to us, but promised that they will keep giving us information as we progress with the crime scene.
Okay, in paragraph 15 of your statement, you deal with interviews with the suspects. Can you just elaborate on that?
That is correct, Commissioner. We started interviewing the suspect individually, and then we found that one of them was a police officer that was stationed at Johannesburg Central under Detective Branch. And then he introduced himself to us as Michael Puletau. And then I personally asked him if he was not supposed to be at work, as it was a working day. And he told me that he actually is on duty.
Continue.
And the second suspect that was arrested with him introduced himself as Musaki Kane of Q, the house that I didn't give address to. He told us that he was a friend of Tau, and he was together with Tau when he was arrested in a Viano. And the third person that I will not name because he was not charged, he was released because we could not link him to the murder or any other crime that happened on that day. But he was arrested on that day because he was found with them. We had to ask him questions and see if he was connected to the crimes. But he did give his names to us.
And what did he say, what reason did he give for why he was with Tau and Kekana?
He told us that he knows Musa Kekana. Then he told us that Musa Kekana had just called him as he was coming to him, and then he said he needs a rim, the rim of a Mercedes-Benz. He said he told him that one of his friends was stuck in Vereeniging side in the Val, Kliprivier, with the Mercedes-Benz that had a damaged rim. Therefore, they wanted the rim from him to go back to the Val to assist him.
And then insofar as the Viano is concerned, you said earlier you were briefed by the team that was on site that Tau, one of the suspects, was the owner of the Viano. Did one of the suspects take ownership of the Viano?
Yes, Tau did agree that the Viano is his.
Okay.
But he then told us that he was not driving it at the time when they were arrested. Musa was the driver.
Okay. In paragraph 16, you continue with what was observed on the scene, but you mention specifically items that were found at the scene. Can you deal with that?
That is correct, Commissioners. When we got there, we found that there were recoveries that were found in the Viano. Among the recoveries that were there were 4 cell phones, with one cell phone being a small phone that we refer to as a burner phone.
Can you...
In the sense that...
Oh, please continue. I wanted to ask what a burner phone is.
We refer to it, Commissioner, as a burner phone in a sense that it does not have internet capabilities. It does not have, it's those small phones that you do not have internet capabilities on. Usually in the line of work that I'm in, we find suspects that they will have their smartphone, which is their personal phone, and they will use this so-called burner phone, which does not have the internet capabilities, with a belief that when they use it, it's not easy for them to be traced.
I thought...
So it is usually referred to as a burner phone.
I thought this related to the phone not having been registered properly. The verb used colloquially being that it has not been recorded. So a burner phone has nothing to do with it.
I won't be technical about it, Commissioner. I'm just saying it the way we understand it in the line of work that I do.
Thank you, Witness A. Insofar as the burner phone is concerned, did anyone claim ownership of the burner phone?
No, Commissioners. No one of them wanted to claim ownership of the phone.
And insofar as the other 3 phones that you found on the scene, what were you told about that?
The 3 other phones, one of those phones was Michael Puller's phone. He said it was his. The other one was Musa's phone. He agreed that it is his. Then the other one, they said it belonged to the person that was arrested in Kliprivier.
And this would be the 3rd suspect, which we'll get to later.
This will now be the 3rd suspect that we'll get to later, correct, Commissioners?
Okay. And then in paragraph 17, you speak about additional material that was found on the scene in addition to the cell phones. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, Commissioners. There was also a rim of a Mercedes-Benz that was also found in the Viano. And then when the suspects were asked about it, they said it belonged to the person that we didn't arrest. And then the explanation was that it was going to be used to assist the person that was stuck in Klibrifir in the Val.
Okay, what else did you find?
And then we also recovered 15 used cartridges of a rifle that were in a plastic bag, a transparent plastic bag, also in the vehicle.
Now, in your statement, you referred to these 15 cartridges as the infamous 15 cartridges. Why do you call it that?
Yes, Commissioners, these 15 cartridges were then later going to assist us to link this suspect to the murder scene in Vereeniging or to the firearms that would later be found in the house in the crime scene that is also in Brandley, at a house that I didn't give address of.
Okay, and in addition to the cartridges, did you find any firearms?
Before you step off the cartridges, is it normal to find a collection of empty cartridges like this?
No, Commissioner, it is very abnormal, to the extent that we did ask the owner of the vehicle as to why these cartridges were carried around like the way they were. And his explanation was that they belong to his brother, who is a professional hunter, a sports, he gave a term, he said he's a professional, he belonged to a club that do sport hunting. Then we asked him, why do you carry them around? Then he said he was using the vehicle a previous day, and he forgot them in a car.
But did they explain, or did he explain why the brother would have collected these and placed them in a plastic bag?
No, Commissioner, he failed to explain that part of the question because we did ask him. He failed. He totally failed.
Is it so that empty cartridges are found after a firearm has been fired? They fall off. As you fire, an empty cartridge falls off. Is that not so?
That is correct. That's what I understand with the firearms. If you fire, then the cartridge will fall off the ground.
So for cartridges to be found, collected and placed in a plastic bag, it would mean that someone must have picked up those empty cartridges and placed them in the plastic bag.
That is correct, Your Worship. That is what we concluded. We thought that it means someone collected these cartridges from the crime scene, maybe for the purposes to dispose of them, so that they cannot be linked to the firearm.
And
not
yes.
knowing that they will be arrested before they get rid of the cartridges.
Or I think right at the beginning of your last sentence, you talk about linking. So does it mean that from an empty cartridge, you are able to tell what firearm was used to fire or to shoot? There is...
I would say yes, Commissioners. It is like that. You get the firearm, and then you get the cartridge, and then you can compare to say this cartridge was fired from this firearm.
So you must have both. You must have a firearm and you must have the empty cartridge.
That will be a technical question to answer.
All right, all right.
But for us, it is very good if you have them both.
Yes.
Sometimes you can only find the firearm, you take it to ballistics. If you're lucky, they will tell you that the other crime scene has got the empty cartridge that is connected to your firearm. Then they do a linkage. And then you can do, maybe you get a cartridge without a firearm, then they connect it vice versa. So with us, it was good because we got the cartridge and the firearm. So I think it was easy for someone who was going to do the linkages in that sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness A, you say in your statement that the cartridges likely would not have been found had the team not apprehended the suspects that day. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
That's correct, Commissioners. That's what we thought as a team to say. These cartridges were going to be disposed of before we arrest the people.
Okay. I had asked you find the empty cartridges, but did you find any firearms on the suspects?
Yes, Commissioner. There was one firearm that was found inside the Viano in a sling bag, and then it belonged to Michael Puletau. He told us that was his firearm, a licensed firearm, a private licensed firearm.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a pistol.
Just pause there for a moment. Was Witness A, it's Commissioner Kumalo here. The firearm that was found in the Viano that you say you were told belongs to Dow, was it a service pistol or his private pistol? And the second question, was it licensed? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This was his private personal firearm and it was licensed to him.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Maybe just to continue on that question, Commissioner, we did ask him about his service pistol as a police officer who was on duty was supposed to be having it. Then he told us that he had long surrendered it back to the employer. He didn't carry it around.
Thank you. You then also speak about a license plate that was found. Can you elaborate?
Yes, Commissioner. Among the things that were recovered or found in the Viano was a set of license plate, the registration number, that was later linked to the vehicle or the Mercedes-Benz that was found where the third suspect was arrested in the Val at Clipperfield. That will mean the Mercedes-Benz was driving with a wrong plate number wherever it was at that given time.
Now, I just want to place paragraph 18 of your statement on record, given that this is still an ongoing matter. You say, any further information regarding the scene is not relevant to the Commission's work and may compromise the case if disclosed publicly at this stage. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, Commissioners, because more of information is the details that I think might compromise the case as the case is at a critical stage at courts.
Thank you, Witness A. You then move on to the second scene, which is still part of the Bramley case number, which is the house in Kew that you referred to earlier. Can you tell us what transpired there?
This is what we refer to as scene 2 at Bramley. where now the second suspect, which is Musa Kekana, resided. In this crime scene, I didn't attend it myself because I had to go and attend the crime scenes that were at the Val. So I left other members to attend to it. And then they attended to it. Then we were communicating with them constantly with the recoveries that were recovered at the crime scene and what was going on at the crime scene.
And you refer... continue?
Yes, Commissioners.
Continue, Witness A.
Yes, Commissioners. In this crime scene, we were told that the police that were attending there recovered a motor vehicle, which is a Hyundai i20, which inside had a bag that was loaded with 3 firearms, of which one was a rifle and 2 were pistol and a lot of ammunition.
Now, you say in your statement that the I-20 was spotted at the murder scene at the time of the murder on CCTV cameras. When were you informed of that?
That is correct, Commissioners. As I said, that we were briefed continuously as we were at the scene. The information that kept coming in was that in the morning at around 7 of the same day, which is the 17th of April, at the crime scene, 2 vehicles were seen in the CCTV cameras. And then one of those vehicles was a Hyundai, the same Hyundai that now is being recovered at Musa's house. And then we were told that this vehicle was driving around the crime scene, making turns with the Mercedes-Benz that was later recovered with suspect number 3 at Kliprivier. Now, this information is from the members that attended the crime scene at Vereeniging that watched the footage at the crime scene and told us that they seeing these vehicles, and then now gave information for us and other units to see if these cars that we're talking about match the description that they're giving us.
Witness A, where you say these 2 vehicles were seen in the morning at the crime scene, which crime scene are we talking about?
I'm now talking the crime scene where Mr. Amar Swart was made at the Commissioners in Vereeniging at Duncanville.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baroy. We have displayed the visual of the Hyundai and the Witness A. I'm not sure if you can see the screen, but you do have hard copies of these documents, and I think you are able to look at it from your side on your computer. Do you see what we see, or do you have it on your laptop?
I cannot see it from the display, but I have it here with me from the documents that I have, Commissioners.
Okay, can you describe for us?
Can't we screen share for the witness to see, for us to be sure that the witness is looking at what we are looking at?
We can attempt to do so, Chair.
Witness A?
Just
Yes, Commissioners.
While they are busy sorting out the visuals, when you talk about a Mercedes-Benz, just be clear because evidence is being transcribed. there's a Mercedes-Benz Viano and a Mercedes-Benz C200. So when you refer to a Mercedes-Benz, please just clarify which one you are referring to.
Thank you, Commissioner. In this instance, I refer to a Mercedes-Benz C200, which is a sedan.
Just a minute. I saw on my screen a whole lot of documents, and I'm not sure how safe that is.
We have redacted the necessary information, Chair.
So when I see all of those documents, I should not be worried.
No, Chair, not at all. It is just a description of what is shown in the photo, and the relevant personal information has been redacted.
All right. Thank you then. Are we still trying?
Yes, Chair. We're just trying to figure out how to share screen. Okay. Witness A, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, Commissioners, I can see this screen clearly.
Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
At the screen, I'm seeing two vehicles. I will talk to the one that is in front of the buggy, which is a white vehicle. Then it looks like it is actually a Hyundai i20 that was so.
We can hear you.
The vicinity of the crime scene. Just 7 o'clock. It's actually 7:01.
Yes, that's the second one. We'll go there now. That's the second image. Can you hear us, Witness A?
And in the second image, it is the same. Sorry, Commissioners.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioners. And this image, it is the same vehicle, the Hyundai i20, and then on this one, it is seen with the vehicle that was driven by Mr. Swart, the deceased.
If you can go to the next one.
Yes, Commissioners, the next one is now the vehicle of the deceased standing right in front of the gate of where he was working, and then we're seeing the Hyundai i20 standing next to it.
And this is the Hyundai i20 that was found at the house in Q.
This is the Hyundai i20 that was found at the house in Q, the house that belongs to Musa Kekana, who was arrested with Michael Bullet down.
Just a moment, Advocate Seagulls. Witness A, the other vehicle that you've described and you say was being driven by the deceased, can we please identify it? Make and model? You don't have to give us the year. I assume you won't know. Just the color, make and model.
Correct, Commissioner. I wouldn't know the year model, but it is a Ford double cab buggy.
So it's a silver Ford Ranger.
It's a silver Ford Ranger double cab. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Witness XA, rather, if you just go back to the very first shot, Ms. Seagulls. Yes. You've got two vehicles there. There's the white one, which I think you've identified as the Hyundai i20, is your evidence that the silver vehicle that we see there is the vehicle driven by Mr. Swart?
Correct, Commissioner. It is.
Okay, let's go to the second shot. And you say that yellow circle there, it's that Hyundai now in the middle of the road. And perhaps for the record, we should describe where it is. In the first shot, the vehicle is on the side of the road. Is that correct? In the very first shot?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Now, in the second shot, there's a white vehicle circled in the middle of the road. You're saying it's the same vehicle, the i20 Hyundai.
This is the same vehicle.
And the one in front, you say that's Mr. Swart.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Let's go to the third shot. Now, in fact, in the shot just above, Ms. Siegel, there are two shots in the picture. The first one now shows the white vehicle almost abreast with the silver vehicle, both facing in the same direction. Is that the same vehicle that was in the middle of the road in the previous shot? Is that your evidence?
That is correct, Commissioner.
All right. Now, and that is still the Hyundai. Now, in the second shot of what we are looking at, there are in fact two vehicles, white vehicles, and none of them is facing the same direction as the silver vehicle. Can you just explain that for the record? What are we seeing on the record? Which one is the Hyundai i20? Where is it facing now? Because you have two vehicles now, and there's only one car that's facing towards us in this picture, and it's the silver vehicle. Just explain the shot we are looking at.
That is correct, Commissioner. The Hyundai vehicle will be the one that is facing to the vehicle of the deceased, Mr. Swart. And then that other one, I think it is the vehicle that is just in motion on the street, is driving past.
So the one closest to the silver vehicle, you're saying that's the Hyundai i20?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Galt.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Before we leave the photos, I see that above the top photo, there is commentary. I'm not sure if this witness is going to be giving evidence on that commentary or if it's for somebody else.
No, it's not for this witness.
Thank you.
Can we go to page 6 of your statement, witness A? At paragraph 20, you then deal with the Viano belonging to Mr. Tau, which you also say was parked at the house in Q.
That's correct, Commissioner. This Viano that belongs to Tau was parked at Q during the commission of crime. Q, which is the house of Musa Kekana.
In your statement, you are not as categorical as you are now. You say it appears that the Viano belonging to Tau was initially parked at Kekana's house. Do you want to explain the difference in how you phrase this?
Yes, Commissioner. I think that is just a wording. The fact is that it was parked there because when this Hyundai i20 drove back from Vereeniging, it was actually surveyed and followed by the people that were working with the police, and it was seen entering the house that belongs to Musa. And then the Viano drove out of the house. So that puts the Viano right where this the I-20 was recovered later on.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then we do have the tracker information for the Viano, which we have displayed. Can you see it, Witness A?
Yes, I can see the commissioners.
Can you tell us what we're looking at and what does it confirm?
It confirms that this Viano was actually a house that belongs to Michael Puletau at that given time, which is 3:12 minutes in the morning when the ignition started. Then at around 3:31, then it was parked and the ignition was switched off at Musa's house. So it is confirmed that it was parked there in a duration when the crime was committed in Vereeniging.
You are referring to the last entry there. I don't know if you can see it clearly where it says 17 April 2024 at 0403, Viano arrives at Musa Kekana's house, ignition off.
Yes, commissioners.
Thank you. In paragraph 21, you had already spoken about the firearms that were found and the ammunition, but you mentioned that you did not accompany the team. So how did you become aware of that information?
We had constant communication with the team that was left back at Brimley as we moved to the van with witness PE. So they kept us informed as about what was happening, what was recovered in that crime scene, which is at Brimley in the house of Musa.
And then insofar as you refer to a large amount of ammunition that was found in a bag in the I-20, was this used ammunition or unused?
No, these were bullets, like the unused live ammunition, as they would be called, commissioners.
Thank you. Can we then move on to the third scene, which you refer to with reference to a case number, clip profile? We are now at paragraph 22 of your statement.
Yes, Commissioner, the third scene will be the scene that was at R59 North at Engine Garage, where the person that was arrested there is Tiago Floyd Mabusela, and he was driving that Mercedes-Benz, the C200 grey in color. So he was stuck there with his rim damaged. And then this is also a vehicle that I mentioned earlier on, that it was seen in the CCTV video footage at the crime scene before the shooting of Ahmad Swart.
If you can just pause there, Witness A, so that we can project that, so that you can explain it.
Yes, Commissioners.
Can you see the screen?
I can see the screen, yes.
Okay, please proceed.
As I was saying, Commissioners, this was seen in the morning driving around the crime scene together with the I-20 that I spoke about in the previous paragraphs. And it was now found at the garage in R59 in Klibrifir area with the person that was arrested there, who was later known to us as Tiago Floyd Mabusela.
If I can just ask you to be more detailed about that insofar as the timeline is concerned and what it is that we are seeing on our screens. If you can start with the first one, which says 17 April 2024, and it says at 5:45. What are we looking at?
We are looking at CCTV cameras showing the same Mercedes-Benz, the C200, driving around at the area of Vereeniging.
Okay, it says that it's passing QTech.
Yes, Commissioners, QTech is in Vereeniging, and in QTech is our crime scene. So it is picked up.
Sorry, witness A, I apologize for interrupting you. Perhaps what the witness should do, Ms. Siegels, is read the captions there into the record.
Thank you for the direction, Commissioner Baloyi. Did you hear that, Witness A? Could you read it into the record for us, the description?
Yes.
You can start with the first entry at 5:45. Apologies.
Yes, 17 April 2024, 5:45. CCTV camera shows a silver Mercedes C-Class driving past QTech towards Woodkop Road. It turns right onto Woodkop, then it's giving us DVR time.
You can just read it to explain the difference between the time that the actual footage is and displays and the time of the caption, because there's a time difference. So just read that into the record as well.
It says the DVR time is 6 minutes long than the actual time that is depicted on the clock.
Okay, and the next one, the next caption.
Sorry, perhaps before you do the next caption, there is a vehicle on the road there. What vehicle is that?
This is C200 Mercedes-Benz that we are talking about, Commissioner.
Yes, and you say it passes QTech. Driving past. In relation to that vehicle in this picture, which side is QTech here when we're looking at this picture?
As far as I understand the picture and understand the crime scene as I know it, the company or the QTech will be at the back of the vehicle on the left side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, you can continue with the second caption.
Then the second caption is given the same date. The time will be 5:53. It shows a silver Mercedes-Benz class driving towards QTech from left of Woodkop Road. DVR time is 6 minutes long. Meaning now it is driving to the opposite direction in comparison to the first footage that we were given above, which will technically mean it is coming back towards the QTech.
Okay, before you deal with the next one, what is it that you call this? What activity is this?
We call this, in a terminology that is called scouting or surveillance. Looking for the crime scene, looking for the dangers, maybe spotting the suspect, or even maybe looking for anything that could disturb you when you're committing the crime.
Thank you. Then we'll go on to the next one. Can you read the next one for us?
Thank you, Commissioner. The next one will be the same date at 6:49. It shows a silver Mercedes-Benz C-Class driving towards QTech from the right of Woodcope Road. DVR time is 6 minutes slow.
Sorry, the next one?
The next one will show the same date at 6:45. QTech CCTV shows a silver Mercedes-Benz C-Class driving past the gate from direction of Woodcope Road.
Can we, witness A, in these two shots, they both have 6:49 as a time stamp, and that's what you say on record, and it can be confusing because they look different. These shots, can you give us the exact time stamp of the first one? Ms. Sigalsi, if we could just project fully the first picture.
Perhaps I could be of assistance, Commissioner Baloy. The first one, which says 6:49 in the caption, is obtained from CCTV footage other than QTech, so from another entity, and its DVR time is 6 minutes slower. So the 6:49 in that one is referring to 6:43 actually on the DVR system. The second one, it's also 6:49, but the vehicle is coming in the same direction, but it's being caught at two different cameras. So the time on the 6:43 is not an accurate time. You would have to look at 6:49 as the top one and 6:49:54 seconds, the second one. So it's within less than a minute of each other.
Yes, I think what I wanted to clear on the record is these are two different shots. They are not same shots, different angles or anything.
Correct. They're coming from two different camera
timestamps. The first one, and perhaps to distinguish them, we should be referring to those, because in the first shot, in the body of the shot itself, you have 06:43:48, and in the second shot, you have 06:49:54. Is that not a distinguishing?
Correct, yes, you can. We can use the imaging. It's just that the time on the image is 6 minutes slower. So it's not an accurate reflection of the time that the vehicle was actually coming past there. The vehicle came past at 6:49, according to the record. So it is within seconds of each other, but from two different sources and in the same street. Witness
All right,
A.
perhaps what we should do then is let's properly record. Let the witness explain it. Let's record the evidence, the witness's
Thank you.
explanation of these two shots and any differences in them.
Witness A, did you hear? Can you just explain the two shots and the difference between the two shots?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the advocate explained it better. The shots are from two different sources, and then the timestamps won't be the same. So for the purposes of record, I will read the first one as 6:43:84 seconds from a different source, from a different camera. Then the bottom one will be read as 6:49:54 seconds from QTech CCTV camera as a source.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. And then if we can go to the last two images, insofar as the C200 is concerned. Can you see it, Witness A?
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you. On this one, I think it is the same scenario. We've got two shots from different sources. The first one is from QTech cameras, and then it shows it is The timestamp will be 6:52:28. Then we're seeing a same silver Mercedes-Benz C200 driving past the gate towards the direction of Workup Road. And the bottom one will be from a different source that is not disclosed to us, which will be depicting the same vehicle, which is a C200 Mercedes-Benz, and the timestamp will read as 6:46:51. Then it reads as it shows a silver Mac driving past Q-Tech towards Woodcock. It turns right into Woodcock. Then they're giving us the time delay, which is 6 minutes.
Witness A, in these two photos, it looks like the Mercedes-Benz has turned around now because it's facing left. In the previous two photos, it was facing right, more or less 3 minutes earlier.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So is that consistent with your evidence that it was doing what you call scouting?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. So, witness A, if we can then return to your statement and deal with what else was found at the scene where Mr. Mabusela was arrested.
Mr. Mabusela was found at the crime scene with a firearm, which is a pistol and ammunition, and one cell phone, which is also referred to as a burner phone.
Now, before you continue, can I just ask you to explain, because you said you found the vehicle had a damaged rim, and then you also referred to a license plate. Can you tell us about the license plate?
Yes, the Mercedes-Benz had a damaged rim, which now meant that the rim that was found in the Mercedes-Benz Viano in Bramley was indeed meant to come and assist this one. And then when the police checked the license plate on the disc, they found that the registration numbers that was recovered in the Mercedes-Benz Viano at Q-Tech actually was the correct registration number for Mercedes-Benz C200 that was found in Clipperfield.
If I can just understand what you're saying that the license plate for the C200 that's registered to the owner of the C200 was found in the Viano.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then what license plate was found on the C200 in Vereniging?
Oh, the license plate that was found there, it is a license plate that did not belong to the Mercedes-Benz. It was a wrong plate. It was fitted with a wrong plate number.
So the plate was actually on the vehicle. It wasn't in the vehicle. It was actually on the vehicle.
It was on the vehicle, like the front and back one, as it normally would be.
In your experience as an investigator, what would the reason for that be? Why would there be a fake plate on the C200 when that vehicle does have legitimate plates?
This would mean that because maybe if I can just, for the purposes of record, this vehicle belonged to the daughter of Mabusela. So using the wrong plate number would assist him not to be linked to the crime scene because it was picked up at the CCTV cameras with this registration number that was wrong. So I think the aim of putting the wrong plate number was for him not to be linked to the crime of murder in Vereeniging.
Thank you. You may continue with what was found. You mentioned the burner cell phone.
Before you do that, Witness A, you have given us the exact detail of scene 1 and scene 2, where exactly they were geographically. This third scene where Mr. Mabusela was found and arrested, where was it?
It was an engine garage in Tribrifir, northbound.
This is in Vereeniging.
This is in Tribrifir on the way from Vereeniging.
Thank you.
It was just outside Vereeniging.
Thank you, Ms. Sigels. Thank you.
Witness A, let's get it right. The engine garage in R59 is between Alberton and Vanderbilt Park, I think. So it's halfway between Alberton and Vanderbilt Park. But when you travel to Vereeniging using the R59, you would go past that engine garage. Is that correct, more or less?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you for the clarity, Commissioner Khumalo. You may continue, Witness A, with your regarding the burner cell phone.
Yes. So what was recovered on this suspect, who is now Floyd Diego Mabusela, was this burner cell phone and the firearm of which he was arrested for initially. And then these two were booked into the dating as exhibits. And then this cell phone was later going to assist the investigation to link this suspect, who is Floyd Mabusela, with the other burner phone that was recovered in the first scene at Bribe through communication. So this is the investigation that was carried on in a week that followed.
When you say in communication, that the two burner phones were in communication with each other, at what point? When was this?
These two phones were found to have been communicating during the commission of crime and after the crime has been committed in Vereeniging. So the conclusion from the investigating team was that these two burner phones were utilized, or they were bought for the main purpose of communication between these two vehicles at the crime scene and maybe coordinating their movement from the crime scene.
If I recall correctly, you said that Mr. Mabusela's smartphone was found with the other two suspects at the Q Bramley scene. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay. Chair, I see that it's 10:58 and I'm moving on to the next scene. Should we adjourn for tea and then I can continue?
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:15.
Can you just elaborate on what was found at the QTech offices when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, Commissioners. This scene is, I will refer to it as a murder scene where Mr. Swartz was murdered.
Thank you, Commissioners. Witness A, are you there?
Yes, Commissioners, I'm here.
Witness A, we were moving on to scene 4, which is on page 7 of your statement at paragraph 24, and it's reference QTech's officers. Can you just elaborate on what was found at the QTech offices when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, Commissioners. This scene is, I will refer to it as a murder scene where Mr. Swartz was murdered. And then when we arrived at the scene, we didn't find anything because the police who were attending to a scene had finished working. It was just for us to confirm the address of the scene and to see where the scene is so that we can be able to make our references on the investigation that has already started.
Okay, so you weren't part of the team that processed the scene earlier in the day. You went there after you left the Bramley scene. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was not part of the team that processed that scene at Vereeniging QTech offices.
Okay. So what was the purpose of going to the scene if there was nothing to be found there?
It was mainly for us to know where our scene is situated, to familiarize ourselves as how it is looking. But at the same time, we didn't know that the scene was already finished processing. We wanted there to make sure that no one was still at the scene. But then when we arrived there, then there was no one.
Okay, and then at paragraph 25, you deal with a Sunnyside docket, which has a 2024 date. Can you explain what its relevance is to the case?
Yes, the Commissioners, thank you. The Sunnyside case will then be connected to a vehicle, the Hyundai i20 that was used in the commission of crime. When we did our investigation, we found that this vehicle was actually connected to the case, which is a hijacking of a motor vehicle that was hijacked earlier in the year, in January 2024 to be precise, in Sunnyside. Hence the docket of Sunnyside. It is the docket of hijacking.
Before you proceed to explain that, Witness A, can I just place on record that your statement refers to the hijacking occurring in January 2025. It should be January 2024.
That is correct. It should reflect January 2024.
Thank you. You may proceed.
And then the aim of us taking the docket, it was to see if we will be able to maybe connect these arrested persons, which is Musa, Tau, and Floyd, to the crime of hijacking. But unfortunately, we could not, because the victim of hijacking, who is the complainant in this case, said the crime took place during the load shedding, so he could not be able to identify the people that hijacked her. And then, as such, they were not connected to a hijacking, but to a possession of a hijacked motor vehicle.
Okay, and then you say that you mentioned something about the license plate that the I-20 was fitted with. Can you just tell us about that?
Yes, the license plate that was fitted in the Hyundai motor vehicle belonged to the motor vehicle that is similar to this Hyundai I-20, but that belonged to an old lady somewhere in Pretoria. And then the investigation was done, and then the statement was obtained from that witness. Then she confirmed that during the time when this commission was, when this crime was committed, the vehicle was parked at her yard, and she's an elderly lady.
Okay.
She was not anywhere close to the crime scene with her vehicle. So that would mean that this motor vehicle was fitted with the registration number that didn't belong to it.
Okay,
If
you
I may.
refer to it as a duplicate license plate. Can you just explain what that means and how it would work?
I refer to it as a duplicate number plate because when we arrived at this old lady that I've just spoken about, we found that her car was fitted with the same number plate that was fitted on the car, on the vehicle that was driven by the suspect at the murder scene. So it means that there were two number plates fitted in two different vehicles at the same time.
And I take it the old lady's vehicle was not a white I-20.
It actually was a white I-20.
Okay, so how did you know that it was a duplication?
We knew that it was a duplication because when you checked the I-20 that was found at the crime scene, it had a different number plate in terms of the registration in the inerters. So the duplication in this sense, it just means that you printed two number plates with one details.
Okay, thank you, Witness A. So
Thank you, Commissioner.
If I may.
there's a question?
Yes, Witness A, you've told us about the Viano, its ownership, and you've just spoken about the I-20 as a hijacked motor vehicle. The Mercedes C-Class, is there any relevant information of who it belonged to?
Yes, Commissioner, it was found to belong to a lady who is a daughter to accused number 3, the suspect number 3 that was arrested in Klipprefier, Musatio Mabusela.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Witness A, can we now move on to what you refer to as the accused person's first appearance, which was on the 19th of April 2024. Can you tell us what transpired at this first appearance that you felt was relevant to include in your evidence?
Yes, Commissioners. On this day, it was the day that we referred to as the first appearance, because it is the day when the suspect has been arrested, they will get charged, processed, and they will appear for the first time at the magistrate court. So this is the day when they appeared at Vereeniging Magistrate Court for their first appearance.
And who was present with you?
And in this appearance, all 5 members of the team, detectives that were present at the initial, very first crime scene in Bribe, were all present. So that will mean it was myself, witness B, and the 3 other members that we were with in the Bribe. That will be Sergeant Kosi, Sergeant Mabalane, and the member that called us and gave us instruction from the brigadier to attend the crime scene on the 17th.
You say in your statement that you were surprised by the show of support for the accused persons. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, commissioners. When we arrived at the Vereeniging Magistrate Court, we found that the court was packed. It was packed and full to capacity. And then we learned as we were there that the people that were there to support the suspect, more especially Michael Puletau, as he was a police officer. So there were a lot of people that were there in support of him.
When you say people, are you referring to police officers?
Yes, we were informed that some of them were police officers, but we couldn't verify that because they were dressed in plain clothes like ourselves. You just get information from people that were briefing us that some of the people that were there were police officers, mostly from Johannesburg Central Police Station, who were then the colleagues of Michael Puletau at the time.
And can you describe the mood for us and the behavior of those people that were in attendance in support of the accused persons?
The mood was quite tense, and their behavior was not a normal behavior, in a sense that they exhibited a behavior that will cause fear to us, like threat and all that, commissioners.
Can you be more specific what you mean by threats?
It is that the very same group, one of the very same group of people during the court adjournment, which is the recess, was seen trying to take pictures of us, and then we reported that to the members, our colleagues that were with, and then they attended to that situation.
Did you consider it to be unusual that they would try to take photos of you?
Yes, it is not usual. It is something that is not acceptable.
Okay, what else transpired? You say that you left court?
Sorry, commissioners.
Please proceed, Witness A. I think I interrupted you. You were still explaining the conduct of the supporters.
Yes, then what transpired from there when we now left the court, because we came driving in 3 different state vehicles, unmarked state vehicles. And then when we left the court, we could see that there were a lot of people that were parked at the street in front of the court where our vehicles were parked. And then we went into our cars differently. I was driving alone, and then witness B was driving with the member that has given us a call from the brigadier. And the 2, which is Warrant Officer Mabalane and Sergeant Kosi, were driving in front, which then means that I was driving at the back as we left the court, driving back to our office. And as we were driving, just before we could leave Vereeniging town, I could see that there were people that were joining us And then I could identify that some of the traffic that we're driving with were the cars that were parked in front of the court. And then I understood it understood that as the cars that would belong to the people that came to support the suspects. And as we drove along, I noticed that these cars were trying to drive us off the road. And then I called the members that were driving in front of me, which is now my colleagues, the investigating officers. Then I alerted them of what was happening. And then at that time, they told me that they were not aware. But then we decided that we needed to stop somewhere along the road and then discuss as to how we're going to go about this, because it was not a usual thing to happen. So we stopped like on the side of the road. Then we decided that we're not going to take the R59, which was a normal way that we would use when you're coming from Vereeniging coming to Johannesburg side. Then we decided to use an old Vereeniging route. And then we agreed to do that. And then that is what we did. But as we were driving on this old Vereeniging road, these vehicles kept driving with us. They will pass us, they will stop, then they will be at the back and all that. But we kept driving. At this particular time, they were now not driving us off the road. They were just driving with us as we moved.
Now, you say in your statement in paragraph 29 that you find that it's unusual or extremely unusual for civilian vehicles to follow police officers. Can you just elaborate on that and whether you thought that they were civilians at the time?
Yes, maybe before that I will just have to explain this to the commission that when we came to the court, I was driving alone in the state vehicle. Then witness B, who is the investigating officer of this case, was driving alone in her vehicle. But seeing what was happening and her being female, we took a decision that she needed to have someone to drive with her, which is why now there were two in her vehicle. And I was still alone in my vehicle, just to give her support. And then coming back to the question that the commission has asked, can I ask it to be repeated? I've just forgotten.
Yes. So in paragraph 29 of your statement, you mention or you state that it is extremely unusual for civilian vehicles to follow police officers. I just want you to elaborate on that and then whether or not at the time you thought that they were civilians that were following you.
Yes, it is not a usual thing to see civilian following or intimidating, if I may put it that way, the police officers that are on duty. And then at that given moment, we thought that these people were civilian, even though if maybe they were police officers, but at that particular time, they were not on duty because I don't think that they worked that side. They would have been doing that not in the capacity of them being police officers. So we regarded to them as just civilian people doing what was abnormal to do to a police officer who is doing his job.
Okay,
which is why we took a decision to report it to our commanders as we got to the office.
And who did you report it to?
We reported it to our Brigadier Hopan, who is the head of Organized Crime Gauteng.
Sorry, Ms. Siegels. Witness A, perhaps let me take you back a bit just to make sure that I didn't mishear you. in paragraph 28, right at the end, the last sentence, where you speak about devising a plan to get rid of these vehicles that were following you, I understood you to say, and I'm just checking that, did I hear you properly, to say you decided to use the old Vereeniging Road, and these vehicles were still following you, but they were driving with you, but did not try to drive you off the road. Did I hear you properly?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So where the statement says they still followed us and tried to drive us off the road, that is not correct?
No, Commissioner, I think that one will be at when we left the court.
I see. Not on the new road, the alternative road that you took?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, you were dealing with the report to Brigadier Khopane about this incident, and in your report, in your statement, you say that it was not seriously pursued. What do you mean by that?
In my statement, I mean that it was not seriously pursued in a way that we were just told to be careful, which I mean it was just starters to say, be careful where you are driving. But we were giving more members to transport now the suspects from different courts. They were not using, because normally they will use the van from respective stations to courts, but it was not like that. It was they were giving a dedicated team to transport them, seeing that there are what is the word, high-profile suspects. And then initially we were told just to take care of our movements as we did our investigation or as we moved to court.
Now, in your statement, you also say that the fact that it wasn't taken seriously or pursued seriously is not a criticism of Brigadier Khopane. And then you say that it's merely to indicate that it was one of those incidents that disturbed us, but not enough for us to escalate the matter beyond a verbal report to our commander. And you say this is because in any event, at the time that I suspected that it was just disgruntled colleagues of Tau who were upset that we had arrested one of their own. So I just want to find out from you, at that stage, was it just the Johannesburg Central police officers that were in attendance that day that had given you that sense that you, the unnerving sense, or was it spread throughout the SAPS at that stage?
Yes, Commissioners. At this stage, we understood it to be only concentrated to his colleagues at the stations, as we believed it, and then we treated it as such until much later that we saw that it is wider than that. So we were only concerned about it at that level.
Okay, and
You can complete if you're still dealing with this paragraph.
I wanted you to just then, I think Commissioner Baloyi and I had the same idea, for you to complete paragraph 30, and perhaps you can do it read it yourself, where it says, in my mind. Do you have it?
Yes.
Can you read it?
Then I was just saying, in my mind, I would not imagine a civilian doing something like what was done that day to a police officer that was doing their official duties.
Witness A,
And
only...
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, you can complete your answer.
And then this was the beginning, as we understood it then, of the ongoing attempts that were done to the investigating team.
All right. Let me ask my question then. On this first appearance, were charges put to Mr. Dow? Sorry, I forget his title.
Warrant officer.
To Warrant Officer Dow, was it put to him what it is that he was being charged with?
Yes, all three of them, Commissioner.
So, if you're correct that the people that were attempting to drive you off the road and following you, at that point they would have heard what the charge was that Warrant Officer Dow was accused of.
That would be the case because they were present at the court.
Yes, and so they would still have unnerved you and tried to drive you off the road, members of the SAPS knowing and having heard what he is accused of.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Siggles.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Then, Witness A, if we can go to page 9 of your statement, you start a new topic there, and it is titled Initial Links to Katiso Molefe in the Swart Murder. Now, can you just elaborate on what was the basis for these links? How did it start out?
These links started out as the investigations continued in this matter. Initially, we had these 3 people that were arrested for the murder of Ahmad Swart. And then when we did our initial investigation in what will be termed as cell phone communication investigation, we could see that there was actually a person behind the murder who was high up and who was actually ordering the hit of Ahmad Swart. And then that person was initially identified as Katiso Molefe, who was then later arrested in this case.
Okay, can I just ask you, insofar as the cell phone records are concerned, what data did you have available to you to make these links, and from which cell phones are we talking about?
We had call data record and then tower locations of all 3 cell phones, actually all 5 cell phones that were recovered during the arrest. That will be the ones that were recovered in Bramley and the one that was recovered in Clipperfield. But the phone that came with a lot of information in as so far as linking Katiso Molefe was the phone of Michael Pulletown, because it was seen on the records of his phone that it was him that was communicating a lot with Katiso Molefe.
Now, can I just ask you, insofar as the data is concerned, you mentioned in paragraph 33 of your statement that there was data analysis. You also refer to section 205 subpoenas. Can you just explain the difference between the two? Because there's a reference to downloaded information and section 205 obtained information.
Yes, Commissioners. In our cell phone investigation, if I can just give a brief of what we do, we would, if we are lucky to have the number of the person that we are investigating, we will ask for the call record of the period that will suit the investigation to see who he was communicating with, maybe, and the tower locations, which will be the movement of the phone in relation to the suspect as well. and then the other part will be downloading the data from the actual phone, which will then mean that you take the phone to the expert to download the data for you, and then they give you the raw data from which you will have to analyze and take it from there in as far as doing your linkages.
Okay, and before we go to some of those linkages, you do say that you don't want to go into too much detail. This is at paragraph 33 of your statement, so as not to compromise the integrity of the ongoing investigation. I assume this is on the same basis as earlier on, that the matter is still in court. Am I correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And if we can also give context to the information that we're about to look at, this is just insofar as the information that was available to the team in early May 2024. So you're not speaking about information at this point, but as what you had at that time in May 2024.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, can we then start with what is set out in paragraph 33.1 of your statement, where you deal with the links that you could see on the 12th of April, from information on the 12th of April 2024, which would have been 5 days before the murder. And we are, in this regard, Commissioners, referring to the information at WA1 of the statement, which starts at page 42, and we will also project the redacted version, but yours is not redacted. And witness A, if I could, we're going to screen share, if I could ask you to only deal with the version that is on the screen, because that's the redacted version. And the first is that you say on the 12th of April 2024, 5 days before the murder, 1, Tau receives a call from Mr. Katiso Molefe at 11:36. There's a duration of 119 seconds. And 2, he makes a call, this is Tau, makes a call to Molefe at 11:43 of a duration of 14 seconds, and arrives at Molefe, this is Tau, arrives at Molefe's home shortly thereafter at 12:36. Now, before you go to what's on the screen, can I just ask you, how did you know that that is Molefe's number if you didn't have his cell phone at the time?
Yes, Commissioner. Before we could start and doing our applications and maybe phone downloads and everything in terms of doing a cell phone communication investigation, we will do our background check, and then which is where we get the information that we will call the intelligence information. So at the background, we already had Katiso Molefe's cell phone number.
So you were able to establish that when we're talking about the data on 12 April 2024, that it was sent and received from a Mr. Katiso Molefe based on the number, not just on the name that is saved as Katiso Molefe on the phone. You actually verified that the number is his number.
Yes, the number suits the number that we had for our intelligence purposes.
Okay, thank you. Can we now proceed?
Can we, I'm very sorry, can we take a 5-minute adjournment for something urgent we want to attend to? Let's adjourn.
11:40, arriving at the house of
Thank you, Commissioners. Witness A, are you there?
Yes, Commissioners, I am here.
Witness A, we were dealing with paragraph 33.1 of your statement. If you can just tell us what it is that you want to tell the Commissioners about the link on the 12th of April 2024 between Mr. Tau and Mr. Molefe.
Yes, Commissioners, this will be a call record that was that shows that on the 12th of April 2024, that is 5 days before the murder, Michael Puletau received a call from Mr. Katiso on 11:38, and then the duration of the call was 119 seconds. And then Michael Puletau makes a call to Molefe at 11:43, which was a duration of 14 seconds. And then Michael Puletau arrives at Molefe's house in 12:16 minutes.
We're just flighting the second one, which is at 12:16 minutes, as you say. And what is it that we see there, where you say it's at 12:16 minutes?
We're seeing the vehicle, which is the Mercedes-Benz Viano, that was later linked to Tau during arrest, arriving at the house of Katiso Molefe on the 12th of April 2024, 12:16 minutes.
And then if we go to the next one, it's 33.2. You speak about the 13th of April 2024.
Yes, on this one, the 13th of April 2024, Tau then received a message from Molefe with the name and cell phone number of the person who was identified as an employee for the company called QTech in Vereeniging.
When you say...
sorry, Witness A. When you say that, or when you say with the name and cell phone number of someone, what do you mean? Do you mean this message mentioned this cell phone number and person?
I mean, this message was giving the name and the cell phone number of this person who is identified as an employee at QTech. But now, the details of such are not going to be disclosed to the Commission.
Commissioners will see that on page 44 of your bundle, which will have the details under text, would have the actual text, but it's redacted for the public. It's redacted for the public, but on page 44 where it says text, 12:59 in the WhatsApp chats, it will have a column that says text, and that will be the text that was actually in the WhatsApp. And what the witness is saying is that the name and cell phone number that's reflected in the block next to text was the text that was actually received from Mr. Tau. From Mr. Molefe to Mr. Tau.
Can you have the witness confirm that?
Yes. That is what the
That
witness
is
had
correct.
said. I'm just confirming that you can actually see it on your screen, whereas the public cannot. Then if we can then go to the next one, it's at 33.3.2, 2.2 on page 10.
Yes, Commissioner.
You
Then
can,
on this one, it is seen that Tau tried to get more information about this person that was given to him by Katiso from a person called Lerato.
do you know who Lerato is?
Yes, Lerato was identified and was interviewed, and the statement was obtained from her to confirm what I've just said at paragraph 33.2.2, that she was indeed requested by Tao to identify the person who works for QTech.
Okay, and then at 33.2.3,
in that one, Tao sends a message to Molefe asking, would you please send me that company's name again? So I will assume that at this particular time he just needed confirmation from Katiso Molefe to send him the information of the company or the name of the company again, which is QTech.
and then at 33.2.4, you deal with the response to that email. Can you deal with that?
The response was that Molefe then did indeed send the name of the company, which is QTech.
And can you just on the screen for the record read the date and time of that message?
It is 13 April 2024, 14:39.
Thank you. And then at 33.2.5,
At 33.5, Tao makes a call to Molefe and also received a call from Molefe at 16:34.
we're on
While Tao
30.
is highly spotted.
Sorry, witness A, we're at 33.2.5, not 33.5. We're still on the 13th of
I'm too
April.
far.
Yes. 33.2.5, yes.
My apology, Commissioners. 33.2.5. Tao is seen forwarding these photos from the internet of two QTech employees to Molefe with the message, "These must be them."
Okay. And then if we go to the 14th of April at 33.3,
All right, maybe before we do that, if you go back to 33.2.1, witness A, in the second last line, which starts, Molefe appears to have believed, you see that?
Yes, I'm on that, Commissioner.
Okay, so that first sentence that reads, Molefe appears to have believed that this person is a whistleblower in respect of the alleged fraud and corruption related to a Transnet contract. When you say this, where does this appear from? remember we're discussing the WhatsApp message, and then you say Molefe appears to have believed that the person was a whistleblower. Where does this appear from? In the WhatsApp message or other material?
I think this talks to the information that we had as we moved on with the investigation. The appear means that he was of the belief that the person that he was sending to Tau was a whistleblower.
Yes.
Because now we had knowledge as we moved with investigation that actually this person was not a whistleblower.
Yes. And then the second part of that paragraph, you say the contractor alleged to be committing the fraud is a company, and you give the name of the company there, you say SK Group. This is the first time it is mentioned, and I'm not sure whether you discuss further in your statement. You're going to talk more about this group, but it's not in the WhatsApp message unless I've missed it. So I'm trying to understand where this comes from, this information.
You are correct, Commissioner. It is not. This is now from our investigation, and I do agree that we actually needed to have given a little background of this SA group.
Yes.
But as it has been declared before, that more of the information will be a touch and go, because it talks to the investigation that is ongoing on this case and maybe on the other parallel investigation on this case. And maybe for purposes of this exercise of this commission, I will just mention to the commission that this SK group was a middleman, if I may just use that name, that was buying from QTech on behalf of Transnet. And then it was learned that this SK group was inflating prices way higher than what it was receiving the product from QTech for, which then would mean this perceived whistleblower would report the SA group to Transnet and other bodies to say there is irregularities happening here. Just to give a brief description of what happened, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. This evidence will be led by witness B.
All right. And then maybe lastly from me, and this is more for you, Ms. Sigals, not necessarily to be done now, that where you've referred to the annexures, can we just make sure that the page numbers are also referred to so that they reflect on the record? Because I think we referred to these WhatsApp exchanges without page numbering them.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now at 33.3, witness A. Can you just read that paragraph for us regarding the 14th of April?
33.3.
Yes.
On 33.3, on the 14th of April at 3:27, Tao sends a message to Molefe, which reads, "We are here." And then at the same time, Tao's phone, GPRS, connects to a tower 2 kilometers from QTech's offices in Vereeniging.
And that is...
At 15:29.
And that is on page 48 and 49 of the annexure bundle. And then if you can go to 33.4.
At 33.4, Tao receives a forwarded ownership check, which is a forwarded message on his phone from Molefe, which is an ownership check of vehicle registration numbers.
And for that, it's page 50, 51, page 50 and 51 of the annexure bundle. So if I can understand what you're saying is that Mr. Tau is receiving from Mr. Molefe forwarded ownership checks for 3 registration numbers. Were you able to confirm what those vehicle registration numbers relate to? Are they in any way related to anyone at QTech?
No, they were not connected to anyone at QTech.
Okay. Continue at 33.5.
33.5, that is now on the 16th of April, which will be the day before the murder. And then, can I just jump to 33.51?
Yes, you may, and it with the reference to page 52 of the annexure bundle.
Yes, Tau makes a call to Molefe, and he also received a call from Molefe at 16:34, while Tau's vehicle is spotted on CCTV footage at QTech offices at 16:39.
If I can just understand what you're saying is that at the time that Mr. Tau makes a call to Mr. Molefe at 16:31 and receives a call from Mr. Molefe at 16:34, his vehicle is, his cell phone is spotted to be 2 kilometers within the towers that's close to QTech, within 2 kilometers of a tower that's close to QTech.
Yes, but for the purposes of this paragraph, it is actually his physical motor vehicle on the CCTV footage that was retrieved from QTech.
So it's the footage at 16:39 on the 16th of April.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Continue. And we are now on page 11 at 33.5.2.
At 33.5.2 at 21:22, Tau's vehicle arrives at Molefe's house at around 21:36.
And that is on page 53 of the annexures. And you say that the Viano arrives at Mr. Molefe's house at 21:22 on the evening before the murder.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it left there at 21:36.
Okay. And then if we can go to 33.6 and on the 17th, this is now the day of the murder, and it's the reference for the annexures is 54, page 54.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioners, can I carry on?
Yes, you may.
So 33.6 on the 17th of April at 8. The white Hyundai that belongs to that was found at the Musa's house during arrest.
You may read it, Witness A.
The whole paragraph.
Yes.
Oh, it says on 17 April 2024 at 8:04, the white I-20 arrives at Kekana's house in Q at 8:12. Cell phone activity resumes at 8:17. And then at around that time, Tau sends a message to Molefe saying, "Morning Aputi, Rishab," which was then translated to say, "Morning brother, we are okay." This inference I draw the inference that from the timing of the message and the fact that there was no message that preceded it, it was him telling him that they went good in Vereeniging and they are not arrested and they are back. So he was just giving Molefe information that wherever they are okay, for him not to worry.
And if we can just place the timing in context, the murder of Mr. Amanswart occurred at just after 7 in Vereeniging. And this is now at 8:17, an hour and some minutes later, but they are back in Johannesburg. This is happening in Johannesburg, this conversation, or the WhatsApp is being sent when Mr. Tau is in Johannesburg.
That is correct. Also, what we understood about this was that when they arrived at Musa's house in the morning, they switched their personal phones off and they left, which could then mean that their phones were left at Q. And then they went to Vereeniging and committed the crime and then came back. And that was only when their phone came back on again. And then maybe they were doing this so that they cannot be connected to a crime scene by their personal phones, which is why they were using the 2 burner phones that I spoke about earlier on. Because with them, there is information that we have that puts both of the phones in the vicinity of Vereeniging during the commission of crime, and there's also information that tells us they were communicating between themselves, these 2 burner phones.
And what about the Viano? You've spoken about the I-20, and we know from your earlier evidence that the Viano was at Mr. Kekana's house, was parked at Mr. Kekana's house.
Yes, Commissioners. Can I address paragraph 34 in that regard?
You may.
Before you do that, in 34.4, and what I'm going to ask applies to the other messages. In 34.4, you say on 33.4, I beg your pardon, 33.4. You say on 15 April 2024, Dow received a forwarded ownership check for vehicle's registration number, and that document is at page
50 and 51.
Page
50 and 51.
Yes, it's at page 50 and 51. Now, in the body of those documents, where do we see that this was from Mr. Molefe or from Mr. Puliano at the top? You say receives a forwarded ownership check at 51 for that vehicle from Katiso Molefe, but what is it in the body that tells us that, or that indeed confirms you that all these exchanges were in the way that you describe it? It was from Molefe to Dau and so on. And I think it's a question that I think should be clarified also. Ms. Seagulls, you may want to do it when we come back from lunch, but I think your WhatsApp messages needs to show us that indeed what is in the caption at the top is confirmed by the body of the WhatsApp.
Commissioner Baloyi, do you want the witness to
He can for now deal with the specific question that I've asked, and then the rest I'll leave to you to decide when you're going to address it. So witness A, 33.4, you're referring, I've been directed to 50 and 51, and you say this is ownership check received from Molefe. How do we see that in the body of these documents? Where do we see that this is from Mr. Molefe being sent to Mr. Dawi, and it may well be a reference to their telephone numbers. I don't know how you identify them.
Witness A, you are muted, so I'm not sure if you're speaking and we can't hear you.
Yes, Commissioner. I was just trying to look at my pages here so that they do not make noise to the microphone.
Did you hear the question? The question is, when you look at page 50, for example, and there's a reference that there was a forwarded message from Mr. Molefe to Mr. Tau, how do we see that that is indeed the case from the message, the information on the message itself?
Oh, yes. We get it from the downloads of the phone of Tau, and then when you read it, it will tell you if the message was, it will tell you of the nature of the message. It will show you that the message is from this source, but it came to him as a forwarded message in WhatsApp.
And can you just direct the commissioners to where on that page 50 we would see that? I can see it, but we want you to identify it for us.
Yes, if you look at the same page, at the top it is written text, and you go down there, it tells you the status of the message. Then it shows that forwarded, which will then mean that the nature of the message, it came from the source, but it was forwarded to them. So it is written there as forwarded.
Okay.
And
should I go ahead?
yes.
All right. There's witness A, looking at that same shot, there's a number,
Yes.
WhatsApp ID number. There's the first WhatsApp ID number. It's an 083 number. And then there's a second one, WhatsApp ID number. It's an 072 number. Are those numbers helpful to explain this forwarding or sending, who sends who?
Yes, the 083 will be the number of Mr. Molefe,
Okay.
and the 072 will be the number of Tau.
All right. Yes, and
I'm saying this, Commissioner, as I am also reading, which is why sometimes I just cut.
Sorry, say that again, witness A?
I'm saying that I was just making an excuse that I am saying this as I am reading on
Yes.
what is being displayed on the screen. That is why sometimes I cut when I talk.
All right. All right, no, thank you. Then the same numbers appear in page 51, that 083 number and 072 number in both shots in page 51, and you say that is Mr. Molefe and Mr. Dawi's numbers respectively. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we had dealt with 33.6, and then you say, can you just tell us about paragraph 34, where you deal with additional surveillance information and cell phone records, which is not before the Commission, but just so to complete the picture at paragraph 34.
Yes, paragraph 34.
Yes.
And then in addition, the surveillance information before and on the day of the murder revealed that Taus Viano was at and near the office park where Swart was murdered, and it appears that whoever was driving the vehicle was scouting the place. And then the cell phone, the cell phone records and the vehicle tracking information and the CCTV camera footage agree to this and are attached as for witness B to talk more about.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify paragraph 34, and you must just confirm this for the commissioners, is that the sentence should in fact read that the surveillance information before and after the day of the murder revealed that the Viano was at or near the office park, not on the day of the murder.
Yes, that is correct. That will confirm that this vehicle was used to survey either the crime scene or maybe to survey the victim, who is Mr. Swart, as well.
Thank you, Witness A. And then if you could...
Before you move on, you say the surveillance information before and after the day, and then you refer us to WA1. Can we look at that WA1 and see where does it convey what you say in that paragraph 34?
Yes, Commissioner, I just indicated now that information about the Viano itself is not before the Commission. The WA1 refers to everything that has been dealt with under 33 and 34. But the Viano information, unfortunately, is not before us. To demonstrate that the Viano was there before, was at the scene before the murder. That information is not before the Commission.
Okay, so WA1 correctly speaks to the 12th of April.
It speaks to the 12th, the 13th, all of the dates, but in relation to the I-20 and the Mercedes-Benz C200, not the Viano.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe this is for the witness and not you then, Ms. Siggles. What do we make of the shots on page 52 of our bundle?
Yes.
With specific reference to the date of 16 April 2024.
Let me just see.
Witness A, are you on page 52?
Yes. Can I just...
I'm on page 52, Commissioners.
Yeah. Can I just clarify, Commissioner Kumalo, the correct statement should be that the cell phone records and the vehicle tracking information relates to the tracking information relates to the I-20 and the Mercedes-Benz C200. CCTV footage would include the I-20, the Viano, and the C200. Thank you. But the statement still remains that the Viano is not on the day of the murder.
Are you referring to the last sentence of 34?
Correct, Chair. It's that...
Just restate what you said just now about that sentence.
So there's information that relates to the day of the murder, and that would be in relation to the I-20 and the C200, not the Viano. There is information predating the murder, and that would relate to the I-20 and to the Viano and the Mercedes-Benz. The Viano and the Mercedes-Benz.
Let me rather ask the witness the question. Witness A, is the CCTV footage of the Viano in Vereeniging on the 17th of April 2024? which is the
No.
date of the murder?
No.
Is there CCTV footage of the Hyundai i20 at Vereeniging on the date of the murder, that being 17 April 2024?
Yes, Commissioners.
All right.
Thank
In the first sentence of 34, we must delete the words "and on." Let me just, in addition, the surveillance information before the day of the murder. So we delete the "and on."
Correct.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Yes, Commissioners. Thank you for the correction.
And then witness A, if we can then deal with that footage insofar as the Viano is concerned before the murder. If you go to page 52 of the bundle.
Yes, Commissioners. This will now be on the 16th of April, 1639, which is the day before Mr. Amar Swart was killed. This Viano that belongs to Tau is picked up driving in front of the QTech company by the CCTV cameras at that time that I've just given, which is 1639.
Now, what was the Viano doing in the area on the 16th, the day before the murder?
My understanding, it will be that they were finalizing their surveillance as the murder was going to be committed the following morning.
And in your experience as an investigator, what is the reason, why would the Viano not be there on the day of the murder? Why would it not be used to transport the hitmen to the murder scene on the day?
I think it will be for the suspect not to be easily linked to the crime scene, because this motor vehicle is linked to Tau. It belongs to Tau, and then it was seen surveilling the crime scene before the murder. So using it again on the crime scene, it was going to make it easy for whoever was going to do investigation to connect this motor vehicle with the crime, and which was also going to make it easy for the investigators to connect the crime to the person who owns the motor vehicle, who is Tau. So I think this was all pre-planned.
In that page 52, witness A, and going back to the paragraph in your statement, you is at 33.5.1, you say at 1631, Tau makes a call to Molefe and receives a call from Molefe at 1634, while Tau's vehicle is spotted on CCTV footage at QTech offices at 1639. And then you go to page 32. At the bottom of that picture that you've just spoken to, 52. Yes, at 52, you've got those headings, makes a call to 083, and then in brackets you say Molefe, and then receives a call. Where in these two documents, 1631 and 1634, do we see that the call is, in the first one, is from Tau to Molefe? Can you just talk us through that grid? But also, if you're able to, where he is in fact at the time of the call, of the two calls.
Oh, yes, Commissioners. We see this first by his vehicle. It is physically put there by the cameras. And then when we look at the column down there, we can see, I don't know how I'm going to...
I think, Witness A, if you can use your hard copy, because what you're seeing on the screen is the redacted version, which won't have the information that Commissioner Baloyi is asking you to confirm. So if you can use your hard copy for this exercise on page 52.
That is correct. I'm carrying it in my hand as I speak. But I wanted to say, it is seen that when these calls were made, this number, which is 072, which belongs to Tau, is put by a tower location at Duncanville, which is in Vereeniging, where the crime scene is. It will be at the bottom, at the last, at the very last column of the page on the right, where it is written LTE Duncanville.
Thank you.
Then on the far left, where that column starts, it will depict the number of the suspect. You might pull it down.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And then at paragraph 35, without reading out the name of Witness B, can you just read paragraph 35 into the record?
Yes, it reads that Witness B will testify in detail to the links that were discovered after Molefe's arrest, which is now on the 6th of December 2024. The reason I deal with these links is to complete the timeline and deal with the type of information that was available to the team, although not all can be revealed in public. I will deal later with the links related to the murder of Opa, John Sifuka, and two other persons that he was with, which will then be known as Walter Mkwena and Sandile Miyezi.
Thank you, Witness A. If we can then go to page 12 of your statement, and here you now deal with uncomfortable incidents and the first signs of possible interference. And we are now at paragraph 36. If you can just tell the Commission about that incident.
Yes, in this paragraph, I'm going to deal with the first signs of discomfort that we're now confirming what we saw when we went for the first appearance in Vereeniging. Then we could see that it was spread not only based in the police station where Tau was working, but it was spread right across the province, if I may say that, up until the senior officers of SAPS. I'm saying this because in mid-May, I was told by Witness B that she had received a call from our commander, Colonel Mkwena, in our office, who had Major General Shibiri, who is the head of organized crime nationally, actually wanted to see us to brief him about the case of Mr. Swart.
Sorry, Witness A, before you go ahead, can you just tell us who is Colonel Mokwena and what is his or her position? You say direct commander, but what is the position?
He is Colonel, he is a Colonel, and then he is our immediate commander in terms of the structure at work. It will be Brigadier Khopane, it will be him, and then so it goes down. So we reported to him directly.
And who does he report to?
He reports to Brigadier Khopane,
Okay.
who then reports to the general.
Continue.
Yes. So this information, I'm getting it as second-hand from witness B, who is now telling me to say, hey, yesterday I got a call from Colonel Mkwena, who told me or us that we need to go see General Shibir at his office in head office in Pretoria. And then further than that, witness B says, actually, it seems like when Colonel Mkwena was calling her, he was together with General Shibir at one place. Because as Colonel Mkwena was talking to witness B, he then gave the phone over to General Shibir to talk or to speak to witness B and relay that message that he had already passed through Colonel Mkwena.
And then in paragraph 37, you deal with witness B's response to General Shibiri. Can you tell us about that?
Witness B tells me now to say, in that brief call, General Shibiri asked her a certain information in relation of the Mr. Swart murder case, and then witness B tells me that she told General Shibiri that the case that we're dealing with is of a sensitive nature. So she did not feel comfortable to discuss it over the phone, which is why now the decision to come like physically to his office was emphasized.
When you say decision, was she saying to General Shibiri that she will come to him, or was he inviting the team to come and meet him at his offices?
He was inviting, he had already done it through Colonel Mkwena. But now I think he also wanted just to get some information before we could come, which then witness B said no, but General, I don't feel comfortable talking about this case over the phone, given the sensitivity it has. And then we had to go see him the following day.
Okay, and in paragraph 38, you then deal with the meeting. Can you take us through it?
Can I just for completeness, sorry, witness A, just for completeness, your statement says that she told him, General Shibiri, that she had concerns about providing such a report to him, and it ends there. So on a reading of the statement, it suggests she refused to give him. But from what you're saying, it in fact should have said such a report to him over the phone. That's a complete statement from what you're saying.
That is correct, Commissioner. Maybe it is the way that I gave the statement. She didn't actually refuse, but she suggested that it can be given to him verbally, not over the phone.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. At paragraph 38, you deal with the meeting?
Yes, at paragraph 38, it was the day that we were supposed to go and meet with the general at his office. But given the lot of work that we had on this docket, we could not just drive in the morning and go see the general. We had to do the task that was at the hand, the investigation on this case. Then much later on the day, then we drove to Pretoria in the company of the member that had gave us the instruction to go attend to the crime scene from Brigadier Khopane on the 17th. So it was 3 of us going to see General Shibiri in his office at Pretoria.
Okay, continue.
Yes, and then when we arrived at the office of the general, we were welcomed in, and then the meeting started. It actually was not even a formal meeting. He just asked a very few questions about the case, and then during that conversation, he told us that this case that we were working on was actually a very sensitive case, because the people that are arrested are connected to people that are very dangerous. And then he told us that these people who are the now suspect are connected to a person who had already passed away by then, who was called Mswazi. And then they are very dangerous. And then there is a lot of resistance and interference that we're going to get from the police while we're doing our investigation. And then he also wants us to take care or to look after ourselves. And during the conversation, he also gave us the person that works with the group, but he belongs to a DPCI, which is a Hawk's office, Tom's office, by the name of Zoom. We didn't know that person before we came to this office, but we were told about him to say he works with this group. We might encounter interference from him and other people that maybe we're not told about there.
Witness A, can I just take you back to your statement? You've skipped some information. At paragraph
Yes.
39,
Yes.
after the general tells you, you say after he told you about the very dangerous person called Mswazi, can you just continue from there?
Oh yes, then he told us that as a suspect we are applying for bail. He told us that he asked that what was the status and everything, and then we told him obviously that we were opposing bail. And then he said there were envelopes that were on offer. He termed it as there were 3 envelopes flying around that were on offer for the suspects to get bail. He said 1 envelope will be for the investigating officers, the other one will be for the magistrate, the last one will be for the prosecutor. And then by envelopes, we understood him to mean money, even though he didn't say money, but he said there is 3 envelopes flying around to make sure that these people get paid.
Now, witness A, when the you say General Shibiri, when General Mkhwanazi testified, he spoke to a senior person who informed the investigators that there were 3 envelopes. Was he referring to, do you know if he was referring to General Shibiri?
Yes, my understanding is that he was referring to General Shibiri, because in this investigation, when you take the mentioning of 3 envelopes, it only appeared in the meeting that we had with General Shibiri. And by the way, we reported it to our commanders as well.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question, Witness A? The mention of 3 envelopes, A, was it made in your presence? And B, what was your reaction to it when it was made? the mention of the 3 envelopes?
It was made in my presence. My first reaction, it was just shock. And then it wasn't that I was expecting to be told now, because I was here sitting with the senior officer who was now needed to give me guidance to say what to do with those 3 envelopes, because obviously they were coming our way. I expected the general to say, if this envelope come, do this about them. Or this is the action that has already been taken to avert that thing happening, so that the envelopes don't even get to you. But all that did not happen. To what witness B asked a direct question to the general to say, if it happens that the general knows about these envelopes and he knows that they are flying around and one of them is coming to his members, and then he also knows that there are people who are doing wrongdoing in terms of Zulu now, because he's already been disciplined. Now, witness B asked the general directly to say, what is being done by that? And then the general said there should be inquiry opened with the aim to register a project for investigation such wrongdoings. But he didn't say that had already taken place. He was telling us what was supposed to have been done, which would mean if witness B didn't ask, I don't think that was going to be mentioned even.
Thank you, Witness A.
May I, sir? Do you in paragraph 40, and you've already mentioned in your evidence the reference to Zungu, do you know if General Shibiri has done anything or taken steps relating to this Zungu police officer?
No, Commissioners, we did actually not do a follow-up on that. We don't know if anything was done to Zungu. Neither did we ever identify who this Zungu person is.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, just to go back to the reference to 3 envelopes by General Shibiri, was it your understanding that he was saying that he knew that there were 3 envelopes available if you were willing to accept it, or was he saying that he had the envelopes for you?
No, what I understood is that he was saying he knew that there is envelopes that were ready, which one of them was meant for the investigating officers. But I don't know if he had them with him, and I didn't understand it to say he was having them or he was having one envelope with him. I didn't understand it that way.
Okay. In paragraph 40, you dealt with Zungu, but your statement starts with another person. Can you read that and then just explain whether General Shibiri expanded on that issue?
He did not expand it. He just told us that he knows a lawyer that was standing for Mr. Tau. Then he mentioned by name that is a Mr. Victor Marshall, who has since been struck off the roll.
No.
And then he didn't give any references to why he is mentioning him or what was the reason he mentions him. But he just told us that he knows the lawyer that was standing for Tau, which was true because we had already been in court a few times with Tau, and then we knew whose lawyer was.
Okay, and then in paragraph 41, you've already dealt with what witness B's attitude was towards General Shabiri, mentioning wrongdoings by officers where there seem to have been no consequences. But you deal with another issue that she had raised. Can you deal with that in paragraph 40, the second part of that paragraph?
That will be now the issue of Zoom or paragraph 41, Commissioner, if I may ask.
Paragraph 41, where witness B had made a request to General Shabiri after she had asked about what steps had been taken against officers that have been accused of wrongdoing.
Oh, yes. It means when we spoke, then after having asked, witness B having asked General Shabiri what he will do about what he has just told us, we went on with talking with General Shabiri, and then he advised us that we get protection in terms of assistance, actually, in terms of seeing if the cars that we're using were not followed or fitted with unauthorized trackers, and also to have them checked for that I've just said. And then witness B asked General Shabiri if it would be possible to request that the ballistics section speed up the ballistics analysis of the firearms, to which General Shabiri agreed. And then he took the phone and then he made a call to a person that he referred to as Brigadier Mlawuzi at ballistics Pretoria and requested that the ballistics be fast-tracked.
Can I just follow up on that? Was there an issue with the ballistics at that stage? Why would there be a request for it to be expedited?
At this time, there was no delay, but we just knew that usually your ballistics will be what delays the investigation in our experience. You will do all your investigation, then you complete it, then it will be the ballistics that is holding back the investigation. So we just was requesting for an assistance from that front.
And you have dealt with it, but if I could just ask you to then read paragraph 43 and 44 into the record.
Before you do that, let me take you back to paragraph 40. Did your investigations ever reveal that Zungu was working with the suspects?
No, it did not reveal it because we actually did not conduct that investigation, because it would need a complete parallel investigation. And at that given time, we had a lot on our hands. We actually were focused with dealing with the case of murder and linking the other suspect who had, that we had already identified as the hit organizer, which is Katiso Molefe. So we didn't really undertake to do that investigation, Commissioners.
And did General Shabiri ever mention this subject to you again?
Of Officer Zungu in particular?
Of Zungu.
No, he didn't.
Witness A, let me also take you back at paragraph 39, where you mentioned that General Shabiri said that people linked to the arrested suspects have money and are connected to a very dangerous person called Mswazi. And you say in brackets that you are aware that Mswazi died in January 2024. Perhaps tell us more about Mswazi so that we don't make assumptions. We don't accept on the face of it that he was a very dangerous person. Who is Mswazi and how does he fit in or would even come up in this conversation between you and General Shibiri?
At this time, Mswazi was a person that was widely known as a taxi owner, and he was a ruthless someone in terms of killings. We know him to that extent. And then we would later learn that the people that we're dealing with were directly connected to him or to the group that was going to be later referred as the cartel or the Big Five. So I'm thinking now that the general was just giving us the heads up to say you are dealing with something very massive, even though we didn't understand at that time. We just thought, oh, this is Mswazi that is known for doing this, so we must take care. Only to learn later that these people were directly connected to Mswati through Katiso Molefe. Then now it made sense what the general was saying to us at that time.
You understood him to include Warrant Officer Tau as people connected to this Mswazi that you describe?
Yes, but Warrant Officer Tau will be connected through Katiso, not directly to Mswati.
Thank you. Thank you.
As I understood it, Commissioners.
I see that it's 1 o'clock. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Yes, Commissioners, I'm back.
Thank you. We were dealing with the meeting that you had with General Shibiri and other members of your team. I just want to take you back to paragraph 42 of your statement, where you dealt with General Shibiri's recommendation that a threat and risk assessment be conducted for your personal safety. Can you just tell us what would be the purpose of such an assessment?
Yes, Commissioners. This assessment was suggested as needed by General Shibiri after he had already told us about the severity of the investigation that we were investigating and the people that we were dealing with. And then he suggested that there will be the need for a threat risk assessment done. Starting from then going forward.
Yes, what my question is, what is the purpose of a threat and risk assessment? Why is it done?
The purpose will be to assess the scale of threat that the members are faced with, and then maybe from there will be the recommendations that will be made by the personnel that will be conducting such a threat assessment. Then actions will be taken from there, and then it will be usually it will be the recommendation that will say the members should be or must be provided with a certain level of security or protection.
And we're now in mid-May of 2024. Do you know whether a threat and risk assessment was done in respect of you and the other investigating team?
Yes, I remember that it was done through our office, and then we did sign a document and then we waited for the results of the response thereof.
And did you ever receive the results of the TRA?
No, on this one we did not receive the feedback of the outcome of the TRA. We kept waiting without receiving any feedback.
And at that stage, who was responsible for preparing the TRA?
The TRA was prepared by our office. Colonel Mkwena was assisting with the TRA at the time.
Colonel Mukwena,
That's correct.
which is your direct commander.
Yes, that is the direct commander which will be termed as an immediate commander.
And did you inquire from Colonel Mukwena whether there had been an outcome, or did you just leave it at they will tell us when they need to report to us about it?
Yes, we were inquiring from time to time, and then I think he was waiting as we were waiting for a response to come back, and we moved on with our investigations.
Okay, so if I can then just go back to the meeting on page 14 of your statement at paragraph 43. I know that you had dealt to some extent with how you felt in the meeting and after you left the meeting, but could I just ask you to read paragraph 43 into the record, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 4.3 will read as follows.
It's 43 on page 14. Yeah, 43, sorry.
Yes, it is page 14, 4.3.
It's
We
40.
left that meeting feeling very concerned, not only because General Shibiri confirmed our fears that very powerful people were involved in the murder, but also because he had implied that he knew as a fact that there was a bribe ready for us if we were willing. Essentially, our most senior official had just informed us about a bribe in exchange for compromising the investigation in order to secure the accused person's release. It did not constitute direct enticement, but rather an either or kind of situation. In other words, there may be something for you, but it is up to you whether to take or not. That is the sense I got, which maybe will be translated that the sense that I made personally about the whole meeting with the general and what was discussed about the case, us being told about the dangerous people that we are dealing with, and then the envelope that was on offer, which I translated as being the money. And then I just got the sense that I didn't know what to make of it.
Thank you, Witness A. And then paragraph 44 as well, you did deal with some of it, but if you could also read that into the record.
Paragraph 44 will read as follows. I would not expect our senior to even have this conversation with us, but if he was going to, it would be to advise us not to take any bribes that we may be offered in exchange of compromising the investigation. He did not do so. In my view, even though he did not expressly say so, I left that meeting feeling that General Shibiri was firstly trying to find out what evidence we had that linked the suspects to the murder and how strong our case was at the time. And secondly, to bait us to see if we could be influenced, hence the reference to the envelopes being available. It seems to me that if we were not agreeable to take the envelopes, which was indeed the case, then technically he did not offer us a bribe, but he was merely informing us that there was a bribe up for grabs.
Thank you. And then paragraph 45 as well, please, witness A.
Paragraph 45 will read as follows, but this left me with many questions. I was not sure if General Shibiri was associated with the dangerous people linked to the accused, as he put it. How did he know that those people are dangerous and have money, and that there are envelopes available? I had all these questions racing through my head, through my mind, but still wanted to give General Shibiri the benefit of a doubt. And I think actually that is what I did at that stage.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 46, you have now dealt with the TRA. And can I just find out from you, what was your sense of the safety, your personal safety at that stage?
The sense of the personal safety at this stage now, I could understand that we were faced with a risky situation in terms of the dangers that were imposed on us because of this investigation. And then I had a sense of understanding that we are really faced with a situation.
Thank you. Can we now go on to another topic, the next topic, which you say is the White House on the Hill? And can you just tell us how it came about that you ended up at the White House on the Hill?
Maybe before that,
White House.
Sorry.
Witness A, maybe before you tell us how you end up there, tell us what is White House on the Hill.
The White House on the Hill is a place that we invited to after this meeting that we had with the General Shibiri. It is a place that we invited to.
Okay. Maybe if you can just tell us about how the invitation came about.
Yes, Commissioners. On the 24th of May 2024, I think it was just a week after having met General Shibiri, a colleague of mine, that is the one that informed us that we were being tasked to go attend the scene on the 17th, told me that he got a call from the owner of that White House that I'm talking about to say, do we mind to join them as they will be having a party at the weekend. Then this is the person that we knew already early around the early months of 2022.
And just to complete that, what type of party was it that you were invited to?
He just said we need to. Do we mind to come to this place just to chill?
Okay, and
who
who
have
is
some free time together?
And who is it that invited you?
Invited through the member that I was working with when we started in this investigation.
Okay, But who did he say the invitation was coming from?
That will be now the name of a
Yes.
name of a person.
Yes.
That is Vusindlala.
Sorry, just repeat the name.
Vusi is the name, the surname will be
Okay.
Ndlala.
And how do you know Vusindlala?
Vusindlala, we have known him around 2022. In our office, he came to our office with some assistance in investigation. That is when he was introduced to us. Then it was a person that we knew going forward.
Okay, so
That's just to make sure
Okay,
that
so
the
we-
name is not confused with Vusi. Please spell it for the record. If you
Yes.
spell it for the
yes,
record.
Chair, for the record, it is Ndlala, Ndlala.
Thank you.
And so you say that it is somebody that you knew since 2022,
That's correct, Commissioner. That's correct.
but not on a
Commissioner.
personal level.
It was not on a personal level. He came through to us, some assistance with some investigation at the office. Then we got to know him from there.
Can I just understand that when you say before he came to the office with the complainant, you didn't know him, but then you got to know him because he came there to assist you with a complaint, and then he invites you to your party. So you are now relating to him on a personal level, not professional level. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Yes.
Okay, and when was this party supposed to happen?
This party was supposed to happen on the 25th of May 2024.
Okay, can you then proceed to tell us about the party and in reference to paragraph 48 of your statement?
Yes, and then on that weekend, then we proceeded to the place as it was given to us by him, to the party. And then when we arrived at the place, then he invited us in, or he welcomed us in. And then, to our surprise, as we entered that place, General Shipiri was also in attendance.
Can I just pause there, Witness A? You say you arrived at the place, and what were you expecting to find at this place? Was it a house, a venue? What were you expecting?
We were expecting to find a house, but when we arrived there, it was not a house. It was something that could be referred to as a boutique hotel.
Okay, we're going to flight a picture of the venue, and for the benefit of the commissioners, that is on page 55, WA2 of the bundle. I just want you to confirm that this is the place where you went.
Correct, Commissioners, this is the place.
So it is 12 on Hilo, HILLEL, Villa and Spa.
As I see the address now, Commissioner.
And you said this is in Northcliffe.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay, so you were telling us about when you arrived. To your surprise, you can continue from there.
Yes, as we arrived there, we were welcomed by Vusindlala, and then he directed us to the lounge space. And then as we entered there, then we found that amongst the people that were seated there was General Shibiri, which we didn't even expect or didn't know that he would be in attendance.
And how was his demeanor?
He was relaxed, and then he welcomed us in, and then he told us to feel at home, just to break ice. But before then, he seemed very surprised because he even said to Vusindlala in Zulu, "Why ungasho ukuthi uzovula police station la kwakho?" Which it can be translated like, "Why didn't you tell me that you are opening a police station here at your place?" And then we all laughed about it.
Okay, in your statement you refer to, if you can just, in paragraph 49, you mentioned that you went to the party, and then the second sentence, which starts on page 16, if you can just, because you haven't dealt with that aspect, if you can deal with the sentence that starts, "What was even more surprising is that General Shibiri was also at the party," and then just from there onwards, can you read that into the record, please?
Can I read starting from where it say, "At first we did not know that
Yes.
we were police officers until Ndala told us that these people are police officers, but he didn't mention their names." And then I went on to say, "I was not aware that Vusindlala knew so many police officers that he can invite to his place." What was even more surprising is that General Shibiri was also at the party, sitting on the couch, and he appeared to be very comfortable. In fact, the music that was playing was being played from his phone that was connected to a speaker. At first, I did not know what to do, but then General Shibiri broke the ice and started talking. He said to Ndlala, "Why ungashongo ukuthi uvula police station la kwakho?" Which can roughly be translated as, "Why didn't you not say that you are opening a police station here at your house?" And then we all laughed about it.
Thank you, Witness A. And then at paragraph 50, can you explain to us what transpired after that?
Yes, at paragraph 50, we then, I was personally now looking at the situation, like trying to understand what was going on, reading the people that were inside, and then I could see that I was not comfortable at first with the fact that I was attending a party with a general, for the fact that I didn't even know that he was going to be there. So it felt tense at first.
Okay.
I then went out and took a phone and wrote a message to Witness B, not actually reporting, just telling Witness B to say, actually it was a question I asked it, guess who else is in attendance at the party? To which she said, I don't know. Then I said, we are with General Shibiri.
May I take you to the first sentence of this paragraph, paragraph 50. And before that, perhaps I must take a step or two back. When you summarized your assessment of the meeting with General Shibiri, you sort of alluded to feelings of dismay, surprise as to what had transpired there, including what General Shibiri had said. But at that stage, you did not use a word as strong as inappropriate. Now, in the first sentence of paragraph 50, you say, I was uncomfortable being at a party with General Shibiri because he was the national head of my division, but also because of the inappropriate meeting we had just over a week prior. Why do you call the meeting inappropriate?
That will now refer to the first meeting or this meeting, Commissioner, if I may ask for clarity.
The Chair is referring to the meeting on the 16th of May with General Shibiri. Why are you referring in paragraph 50 to that meeting being an inappropriate meeting?
I'm referring it to be inappropriate now because when we reported it to our commanders, we were told that it was not supposed to have taken place without our immediate commanders knowing, which is now General Hopane, to the extent that we were even advised not to ever go there again unless we tell her and she gives a go-ahead. Now, that is why now I'm referring to it as being inappropriate.
Thank you, Chair. You may continue, Witness A, with paragraph 50. So you told Witness B, you sent her a message and it said to her that you're with General Shibiri. And what was her reaction to that?
I think she didn't make anything out of it because she was said, oh, okay, is that the case? Then I said, yes. Then that was it. At that given moment.
Can I then ask you, still at paragraph 50, what is it that you had expected from General Shibiri at that party? Because we are talking about a social setting now. But in your statement, you mentioned that you had a certain expectation.
Yes, this was a social setup. But then when I got there, not knowing that he would be there, I was then making my own conclusions at the back of my head to say, I think this is a continuation of the meeting that we had prior in the month or in the weeks. And then now I was expecting to take over where we left off, which didn't happen. I strongly waited to him to engage us on the case, and then it did not happen at all.
Okay, so you're saying that even though it was in a social setting, you still expected him to give you some report back on the case or to discuss the case with you?
I expected as such.
Okay, and then if we can go to paragraph 51 of your statement.
Before you do that, let me ask, was this the first time, Witness A, that you were in a out-of-work social engagement with General Shibiri?
Yes, Commissioner, that was the first time.
And was this the first time you attended a party invited by Mr. Ndlala?
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct.
So you had never socialized with him before, outside of work?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Insofar as that, you say that at some point you had a discussion with Witness B in paragraph 51. Can you tell us about what it is that you were discussing?
That will be now the discussion as we were at the party.
No, in paragraph 51 on page 16 of your statement, you say that
Yes.
you had a discussion with Witness B.
Yes.
Do you want to elaborate on that, or maybe it would help you to read that paragraph 51?
Yes, I think that the discussion that I had with witness B was that I wondered if this social party had anything to do with the events of April and May, which means now the case that happened in April and the meeting of the general in May, or it was just a party that it was a coincidence that we're meeting with the general there.
Okay, continue.
And then maybe I can just read this
Yes.
to the record, that the only conclusion that I could come to is that General Shibili asked Ndlala to invite us. I now think that it might have been part of the plan to test whether this colleague of mine that I was with or I were perhaps open to the undue influence, especially since witness one,
Witness B.
posed the questions to the general when we were at his office to ask what is he doing about the wrongdoings of the police, which could have then been to say it is not easy to bring her in. Those were the thoughts that were ringing in my head at the time.
Thank you. And then in paragraph 52, you speak about yet another invitation. Can you elaborate on that?
Paragraph 52 was a week that followed the one that we were invited in a party. The same happened now. The invite came through the same colleague of mine from the same Mr. Ndlala to attend the party again. And then unfortunately I was not around Gauteng, I could not attend. And then my colleague agreed to attend to a party. And then I asked him to tell me what is happening at the party, what is he saying, and all that. And then indeed he did attend to a party, which I think it was on the 30th of May, 2024.
In your statement, you say it was the 31st of May, 2024. The invite was on the 30th of May, which would have been the Thursday.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And continue with what you say in that paragraph about your discussion with the colleague.
Now the colleague called me at around 21:30 that evening and told me that and asked me to guess who else is in attendance. Then I said, I don't know because I'm not there. And then he counted to me the people that were in attendance. And then to my surprise, General Shibiri has been now joined by two senior officers at the very same party, which was Gauteng Provisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Ntombeni, and Brigadier Nkwashu, who is the a Deputy Commissioner at Setibeni District section in the Val.
Okay, and at paragraph 53, if you could, for the record, just read that paragraph into the record.
Yes. Then it will go as follows. I suspected that the second invitation was yet another attempt to see if this colleague of mine and I could be influenced. If I had been in Joburg, I likely would have gone to the party with this colleague of mine. At this stage, as a typical investigator, I wanted to know if my gut feeling was right, that we were being quoted to be part of the pool of those people who could be controlled and influenced for the benefit of the criminals. In fact, when the TRA was performed or was conducted in respect of our personal safety, I mentioned the invite of the 25 to the house party, and this information formed part of the factors taken into account to assess the possible threats and risk. I am not all at liberty to discuss the findings of the TRA in this forum for safety reasons.
Witness A, from paragraphs 52, 53, regarding the second party, and even the paragraphs in relation to the first party, the subject of the envelopes was never broached. Is your suspicion then not at variance with this reality, that is the reality that this subject was never broached?
Yes, Commissioner, if I understand the question correctly. In the first meeting where I was present, the issue of the envelope was not spoken about. Even the case, it was not touched at all. And then on the second one, I also believe it was not spoken about, even though I will not be 100% sure of that because I was not in attendance. But I did ask my colleague as to whether was there any discussion about the case or anything to do with the investigation. Then he told me no, there was none whatsoever.
Witness A,
The point, Witness A, is, isn't there a disconnect then between your belief and suspicion and the fact that the subject of the envelopes was never broached, at least for a fact at the meeting, or rather the party that you attended, and also based on what your colleagues told you with regard to the second party? Do you understand the question now?
Yes, I do understand the question now, Commissioner. And I don't think there will be a disconnect between what happened and what I was believing too. Because when you see the laying of the ground, you could see that there was maybe a need to see if maybe we could be approached. As to why it was not done, I wouldn't know, because it appeared later in the investigation that actually one of the senior officers that was there did really make other means to get through to the investigating team.
I don't get that. Please repeat the last bit. I don't follow you.
I'm saying the belief, and then the fact that the case was not discussed, and then the belief that I believe that we're being brought to these two parties so that we can be maybe brought into the team of the people that will work with suspects. I'm still saying that. Then I'm saying this because one of the senior officers that was at the party that I didn't attend did eventually make means to get through to the team at the later stage. And then that will be dealt with by witness B.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, witness A. Just following up from the chairperson's question, I understand that you did not attend the second party, but the first one you did attend.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, did any of the people that you suspected to be involved in the Swart murder also attend that party?
They did not, Commissioner.
Yes. And did anyone at that party, let's forget about General Shibiri for the moment, did any of the people present at that party discuss with you anything related to your work, specifically the investigation into the Swart murder?
No, no one discussed anything that had to do with my work and the investigation into the murder of Mr. Swart, Commissioner.
Yes. So this gut feeling that you're referring to in paragraph 53 of your statement, where did it come from?
The gut feeling comes from the fact that one of the senior officers that attended the party, as I mentioned prior, did actually eventually make the means to get it through to the investigating team.
So then that gut feeling could not have been formed on the day of the party. It must have been formed sometime later.
For the fact of the matter, it actually was. It was formed today, and I always had a gut feeling to say, this cannot be a coincidence. This could not be happening. It's just that now no one took it a step further to say, hey, come, let's discuss the case. But the gut feeling always have been there.
Commissioner Khumalo, thank you for that exchange. There are aspects of the witness's evidence that he cannot disclose that adds to why he had that gut feeling for matters that relate to safety issues, and that is why he's a bit hesitant to say go beyond it just being a gut feeling. Witness A, can we then deal at paragraph 17? You have a new topic.
Before you go to paragraph 54, you mean new topic? Okay. Before you do that, witness A, you in paragraph 47, where you speak about how you met Mr. Ndlala, and you say it was in 2022. And the next time, at least according to this paragraph, you engage with him is in May 2024. In the period 2022 to 2024, what interaction, if any, did you have with Mr. Ndlala? And I ask the question because we are here, among other things, or primarily because of allegations about members of the SAPS associating and having relationships with people who are not SAPS. I consider my question in that context. You have a member of the public, I assume Mr. Ndlala is, or Ndlala rather, and he comes with a complainant in 2022, and in 2024 you're attending his party. What is the nature of the relationship? When did it evolve to a point where you accept invitations to a party from him?
Actually, what happened between the period 2022 and now, there was communication just on the phone. We will talk from time to time with him, but we have never been to the party together or socialized together at his place. So it was a person that we will talk from time to time, the person that I now know.
And when you talk from time to time, is it about work or is it social relationships?
It will be a bit of both. because maybe some of the information, as the evidence leader said, that it will be a little bit sensitive. He introduced ourselves as an informer to one of the generals.
Okay.
So we will be talking about police work here and then social life there.
All right. And then in 49, you say you were surprised to see other police officers from other police units or stations in attendance. Why were you surprised? You are at a party in what you describe as a boutique hotel. Why were you surprised?
I was surprised because I will take it that if that was the case, he was supposed to tell me that, or tell us that I will also have other people in attendance.
Yes.
Then we would make our minds as to attend or not. Just for the matter of fact, if we knew that the generals would be there, in the first instance, I don't think that I would have attended.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
In that case, if you had found General Shibiri at the party the first time around, you do not say the second time around you did not attend because you thought General Shibiri would be there. You did not attend for whatever reason. Can you explain that?
That is correct, Chairperson. That will be a little confusing because now,
sorry, Witness A.
Yes.
Absent an explanation, it gives me, or rather this gives me the impression that but for your other commitment, you would have been there. And I would have thought that you would have expected that General Shibiri just might be there at the second party. Now, if you say had you known the first time around that General Shibiri would be there, you would not have attended. Can you explain now your acceptance that but for your other commitment, you would have attended?
I think now it changes the scenario because now we've got the situation where in the first instance we met with the general, he was there, even though I wouldn't have attended if I knew that he was going to be there. But now I was eager to know what would follow if there will be a follow-up invitation, because if, for instance, there is an invite, then I do not go there, then I might not know what actually these invites are for. So that I believe it will give me the chance to actually understand or even learn as to what exactly these invites are for. To the extent that I did report that to my superior, then I did tell them that I will go to a next follow-up meeting. Reported about the first invite, I got the instruction that I must stop communicating with this person who was inviting us to those parties. But then I asked for a permission to say, if I cut that communication, then the risk that I think I will be running, I would not know what is happening behind the scenes about the criminals or the cartels, which then will be revealed to this commission that keeping an open communication to this guy or to this Mr. Ndlala helped me to understand the connection of Mr. Katiso to the cartel. If it was not that, I don't think it was going to be easy for me to understand much earlier in our...
Thank you, Witness A. And you said earlier on that you did report your attendance at the first party as part of the TRA background. Why was it important to do that? Chair, I think we've lost the witness A. Are you there? Yeah. He's not muted, but he's just left now. We'll try and get him back.
Should we adjourn and
I think so, Chair.
and hear from you?
Thank
Let
you.
us adjourn.
Hello? It was just a network connection.
Oh,
Sorry, Commissioners.
is it sorted now?
It is sorted.
Okay, thank you. My question was related to why you felt it important to report your attendance at the first party on the 25th of May as part of the TRA background facts.
I felt to me it was important to report it because when I sat and thought back and discussed it with the investigating team, we understood it to be something else. It didn't actually come as a pure social gathering. If it was a social gathering, then it would have come at a wrong time because now we were having this case that was linking to these dangerous people. Then that information was sourced or it was given to us by the same general that is now at this social gathering, which then also added that this person who is inviting us there turned out to have knowledge about Katiso and the cartels. Even though I did not mean to discuss it to that extent, because I think for me it's a little sensitive. There is actually more to it.
Thank you, Witness A. Then if we can go on to your next topic, which is the ballistics investigation, and you say possible tampering. That is page 17, paragraph 54. Can you tell us what it is that you are referring to in this paragraph?
Yes, Commissioners. This one, I think it will be dealt in detail by witness B. Yeah, but then just to give a little background on it, we had, as we first requested that General Shibiri assist us to fast-track the finalization of the report. And then we did eventually get the report that was given to us. But when we went through the report, we found that there was some omissions or there was something missing that was very crucial in order to linking the two scenes, which would be the scene that happened in Bramley and the scene that happened in Vereeniging.
And why do you call that, as you title it, possible tampering? Why would it be tampering that there's something missing in the ballistics report that you had received?
When we read the report, it will be remembered that there was the 15 cartridges that I spoken about when we started that were found in the Viano. And then it was our hope that these cartridges were either going to connect or link the suspect or the firearms to the Vereeniging murder. But then when we read our report, we could find that the ballistics analyst that was doing the analysis did acknowledge receiving the 15 cartridges when the exhibit were brought to him. But when he was compiling his report, he didn't speak to the ballistic as to whether they link or not. So that was the omission that I'm talking to.
So why don't you categorize that omission as just an error? Why do you say that it's possible tampering?
Yes, it could have been an error, but now it depends as to how you categorized it at the time. I thought it could be an error, an omission from your side, or it could be like to say, I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to mention this to that report, which will then be an omission. So it just depended to the person who's reading it to say, but I'm taking this to be this, and I'm taking this to mean this.
Was your concern that it mentioned the cartridges, so he was aware that the cartridges, but it didn't link the cartridges? There's nowhere in the report where there's a linkage made to those cartridges and the scene, the murder scene.
Yes, it did. He actually did receive the cartridges brought to him to do the analysis on, like to do testing. Then it will be expected for him to give a report to that. Then the report will be either negative or positive. There was no such. So that could mean that it was an omission or maybe just an error from his side.
Sorry, Advocate Siegels. Witness A, I know the next witness will deal with this in more detail, but do you believe that there was possible tampering? What is your personal view? Do you believe that it was an innocent omission, or do you believe that there's a possibility of tampering?
I believe there was tampering when you take everything that happened with this case going forward, and then you understand and you listen to information that you get. I believe that this was a tampering that was aimed at not linking the suspect to this case.
And your opinion is not influenced by witness B, it is your personal opinion?
It is my personal opinion, but it is influenced by the investigations that was carried out after this omission was depicted.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Witness A, you didn't give the name of the ballistics officer. Who is it?
Ballistics officer was Officer Makotle at the time. He has since been promoted to a rank of a captain.
You say he's since been promoted to?
A rank of a captain.
Of a captain, okay.
Yes.
Do you want to spell his surname for purposes of the record, because there's later on other names that are similar to this? If you can just spell it for the record.
Yes, Makotle will be Makotleo.
You mixed up some of the letters. Please start again, Witness A.
It is Makotleo, as far as I understand it, Chairperson.
Oh, so it's not OE, because it appears as OE and you repeatedly say EO.
It is OE. My apology, Chairperson.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Witness A. So you say that you went to collect the ballistics report from the warrant officer. Now, did you have any discussions with him at that point about the report that he had prepared?
Yes, when we arrived there at his office, But before just we arrive there, witness B got a phone call to say the report is ready. She can go collect. And then we proceeded to ballistic office in Silverton, Pretoria. And then we met Warrant Officer Makhotre. And then he told us that the report that had been prepared is actually wrong. It needs to be redone. Not actually re-examination, but the writing of the report as we understood it. It was not written properly. Then he said the report that he was having, it was wrong. He cannot give it to us. He had to rewrite the report as we waited.
Continue.
And then he took us to his office where there was another warrant officer that I forgot his name, but he did introduce himself to us. And then they told us to wait as they were preparing the correct version of the report. And then we sat there about maybe 1 hour, 30 minutes, waiting for the final version of the report to be typed and given to us. But in the meantime, he didn't actually tell us what was wrong with the report that needed to be rectified, or maybe show us the wrong version, is to say, this is the wrong version, I'm either going to destroy it, but this is what was wrong. But we just trusted him as an expert to say, he saw whatever it is that he says it is wrong, now he needs to correct it and give us the right version. And then at that time we were just happy with that.
Now,
but while we were sitting there, we now discussed the case, where he told us that we need to be very careful on this case, because now the firearms that are involved in this case are also involved in a lot of shootings around Gauteng and even KZN, where they are also involved in the heist.
yes, continue.
And then he said, even communicating openly to other people about this case is very dangerous, because it seems like the people that are involved in this case are very dangerous, looking at the involvement of this case, of these firearms to other cases. And then our expectation at face value, it was that the report that he was compiling at that time was going to show us what he was speaking about, which was not the case.
When you say what you were speaking about, what are you referring to?
To say these firearms are linked in many cases.
So you were expecting the report that you were waiting for an hour and a half from him to fix the error would set out in that report the linkages that he was telling you about while you were waiting for the report?
That is correct.
And did the report have those linkages in there?
It did not have the records in there. Even worse, it did not have these 15 cartridges that we have recovered when we arrested the suspect at Bramley.
Thank you, Witness A. And we note that you say that Witness B will deal with this in more detail. If we can then go to page 19 of your statement, you refer to follow-ups that were made by Witness B and the ballistics expert. And then you say that there was something that occurred in September 2024. Can you tell us about that event in paragraph 59 and 60?
That will be now in relation to the ballistic investigation.
Correct, paragraph 59 and 60.
Yes. In paragraph 69, it says, I know that witness B had made follow-ups with Warrant Officer Makotla regarding the ballistics report and was not making such much of a progress. Then sometimes in September 2024, we decided to take the firearms to another lab, which is also a SAPS lab in KZN, for them to be re-examined, or maybe just to see if they could get any linkages.
And the linkages... Sorry, witness A, the linkages that you are referring to is what, the 15 cartridges, or the cases that he had told you about, the other cases that he had told you about?
It is the other cases that we are told about.
Okay, continue.
Because at this point, we were not even aware that these 15 cartridges are not mentioned in his report.
Okay, so you didn't expect or have any knowledge of the ballistics insofar as the 15 cartridges were concerned. It wasn't something you were looking out for. It was you were looking for the linkages that he had told you about while he was preparing the report.
Yes, we're linking for the linkages in as far as we were told when he was doing the report. And maybe I just need to also mention that as we were advancing with our investigation, we already knew that these suspects were involved in a lot of shootings. Some of the dockets were already with us. Then we're expecting to say, if these firearms were found in Vereeniging, and maybe, for instance, we know that this person is also involved in shooting and killing a person, there, on a docket that I'm also carrying here, then I was thinking, why am I not getting a linkage? Or we were expecting to get such linkages, but we did not. And then that was a little bit of frustration on our side, which is why we decided to take it for second analysis in KZN.
Okay.
Witness A, just so that we don't lose each other, please go to paragraph 55 of your statement.
Yes, Commissioner.
The firearms you refer to in line 4 of your statement, where you say you accompanied your colleagues to the forensic laboratory in Silverton to collect firearms. Are these the firearms that were collected or taken or confiscated when the arrests were made after the Swart murder? Are those the firearms?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So they were in Silverton, and when you left Silverton, did you leave with those firearms, you and your team?
Yes, Commissioner, we left with them, and then we booked them at the police station where the docket was open, which is Bramley.
And then now, if you go to page 19, paragraph 59 of your statement, you say sometime in September 2024, we decided to take the firearms to another lab in KZN to see whether there were any linkages. Are you referring to the same firearms?
I'm referring to the same firearms, Commissioner.
And then what happened to the 15 cartridges?
The 15 cartridges were left at the lab in Pretoria, because ordinarily you will get the firearms and then the cartridges, which is now the 15 cartridges, will be left with the lab for them to dispose of. So we didn't take them, we just took the firearms.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so we're now at paragraph 60. You're talking about the second opinion. You took the firearms to another lab. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, we then took the firearms to the second lab in KZN for them to be re-examined. And then when we got there, we were asked as to what the issue was, and then we had to explain to say, this is the information that we got when we got to the lab the first time in Pretoria, but now we trying to read the ballistic report. We cannot see what was said by Warrant Officer Mokhoto. Then we're struggling because now we understand as people are involved in other cases, and a lot of other cases that we're investigating, but we don't see it here. And then would we please be assisted?
You may continue with who was it that was assisting you at that lab in KZN?
We were assisted by Warrant Officer Kada.
And what did he tell you?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Commissioner.
I interrupted you, so you were saying Warrant Officer Kada?
Yes, he's a ballistic expert. He was the one who was going to assist us with this ballistics that we are asking about, that we are requesting to be assisted on.
Okay, you mentioned that you voiced your frustrations to him and then you also needed assistance from someone else. Can you just elaborate on that?
Yes, we informed him what has happened, and then we gave him a little bit of the case, and then we also gave him the report that we got from Pretoria, because we were carrying it with us, to say, can he read through it and interpret it to us, because it's quite a technical report. You need someone who understands it well to read it back to you and tell you what it actually says. And then at a first glance, he said, but there is 15 cartridges that was taken to ballistics. And then there is nothing mentioned about them in the results, because now the expert will receive the exhibit, then will do the examination, then will give the results thereof, which will then be negative or positive. And then it was actually him who alerted us that there is no mention of the 15 cartridges in the results, but they are being mentioned as coming in to the lab.
And then just for the sake of completeness, you mentioned the Major General Mbuso Kumalo. What was his role in this process? His role was to facilitate that we get assistance in a KZN, because now, ordinarily, when you are here in Gauteng, you take your ballistics to the nearest lab, which is in Pretoria. Now, we were struggling to get help there. Now, we said, can we maybe try and take it to KZN and see if maybe they will assist us before we get to trial, so that we can understand exactly what is happening here. Is it really that these firearms are also concerned in this case, or maybe they are also concerned in a lot of other cases, of which some are the cases that we were investigating? And then he really did so. He connected us with the ballistics in KZN for us to assist us. Thank you, Witness A. Can we now go on to the next topic, which is on page 20 of your statement, starting at paragraph 61. You've titled it Tau's Bail and the IO's Request for Assistance. Yes. On this one, it mainly deals about Tau that was now applying for his bail at Vereeniging on the murder case, because initially they did apply for bail, all three of them, and the bail was denied. And then they were not granted bail. And then Tau
made a bail on new facts, citing that he has got a condition, then this condition warrants him to be released out of prison so that he can get better medical services outside.
Well, what condition is it that he relied upon?
He told the court that he was diabetic, and then he told that his condition would need him to be at a facility outside of the hospital. And then he was granted bail based on that.
Okay, so can we just go a step back before he's granted bail? You speak about the 1st of August, 2024. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, the 1st of August, 2024, it was the eve of the day when that was granted bail. And then I got a phone call from Wusundlala again. And then he told me what was going to happen about bail. He actually expressly told me that was going to be granted bail. Then he told me, that cannot happen because we've got a strong case against him. And he has already failed his first attempt. Then he told me what was the plan, according to him. And then he said, Tau is going to pay his way out. If that fails, he will escape. If the second one fails of escaping, he will eliminate the investigating officers, meaning he will kill them. Then I said, he's just making stories. That's not going to happen, meaning getting bail, not talking about killing or escaping. I was talking about bail because I was so strong that the case that we had against him is actually very strong.
Witness A.
What happened on the second?
Witness A, you say the WhatsApp call was from open quote someone, close quote. Did you establish from whose phone this call was made?
Yes. It was from Mr.
I missed that. I'm looking at the statement, and because I sort of suspected that you did mention the name now, I whispered to my co-commissioner. He, like me, missed the name as well. I'm very sorry. I was looking at the someone in the statement. Thank you very much.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. And then now I reported this call only to the second witness because I didn't really make something big out of it. I said, I told her to say, hey, I got the call from this person because now she knows him because we've just attended the party there. This is what he is saying. But I didn't take it as something serious. Only to be surprised on the following day that Tau really was granted bail. Then it kind of changed the whole situation.
When you say it changed the whole situation, what are you referring to?
It confirmed what Lala had said to me on the first. And then it also confirmed what he used to be saying, like along to say this person is connected to the Molefe, who is connected to the cartels. And then it confirmed to say when he said they will pay their way out, or if that doesn't happen, they will kill the investigating team. Then I could see that one of what he said, one thing of the three things that he said will happen has just happened. So now it meant we needed to run fast to stop them doing maybe the second or the third step on the things that he said would happen.
Now,
And then
continue.
I called him again. I called him again on WhatsApp call. And then as I called him, he said, when he answered the call, he said, yes, I told you. The problem is when I tell you things you do not want to understand. And it was just early, before even our office knew that that was been granted bail. Then he said, I told you, the problem you do not want to listen to me when I tell you things. Then I asked him, how did you know? Then he told me that he was called by General Shibiri, who told him that, hey, Tau had just been released in Vereeniging on bail of 10,000. Now, my suspicions that I had that were not confirmed were coming to reality now to say, hey, what I was suspecting with the parties going to his office, could it be that he knows something that we don't know?
What?
And then,
Witness?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. What did you understand him, or what did he mean when he said, he also said that I did not want to listen to him when he tells me about such things? What does that mean? You discuss with him ordinarily and his place in your work?
He will tell me a lot of things about this case. Amongst the things that he will tell me is to say, hey, recuse yourself from this investigation because it is dangerous. The people that are behind this case are actually dangerous. You will get yourself killed. Then I will take it as if just someone who just want to intimidate you. Then I'll say, hey, it always happens. And then he will go on and say, the person that you're working with, who's now witness B, is not telling you that she has already received money in order for her to release Tau or not to oppose bail for Tau. Then I told him that is impossible. It's not going to happen. So in a nutshell, those are the things that he was telling me. But the 2nd of August, it means that we needed to work very fast to alert our commanders at the very highest level of what has happened and what was coming along, because most of the things, it was just between me and witness B and maybe a few other people, but not reported directly to the senior officers. But on that day, we thought that we actually need to report this and lay the foundation as we were coming from the first appearance to this day, so that the senior officers can take a decision from there. But other than that, we were feeling scared. We were feeling really, really scared. To such that I requested to be provided with security from that day to be taken to the place where the meeting was going to be. In order for us to pave the way forward. And then we held a meeting that took us through, not through the night, but it took us late into the night, trying to think what it is that we need to do, how are we going to approach this, who is going to be looking at our safety, because at the meantime we were also waiting for the TRA application that was in place, that was applied for.
You say that, I hope I won't be making you repeat something that you said. You say that at the time you had the telephonic interaction with Mr. Ndlala.
Yes.
Only two of you investigators were remaining. Originally, as I understand, there were 5 of you, not so?
That is correct.
What had since happened to the other 3 investigators?
The other 3 investigators had recused themselves.
Had what? You said had recused themselves. That's I'm used to that term being used in the context of judicial officers or people who preside even in tribunals or other adjudicative fora. So I'm not used to it in the context of investigators. Can you explain what you mean?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm using it in lack of a better term to use, but they have gone out of the investigation. They were no longer part of the investigation. I just do not have
they had withdrawn.
a suitable English term for that.
They had withdrawn as investigators.
That is correct. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, they had already withdrawn themselves from investigation.
The reasons being?
They didn't really give a reason because their withdrawal was not a kind of a formal withdrawal to sit down around the table to say, because of reason 1, 2, and 3, I'm deciding to withdraw myself.
May I ask this direct question? From the testimony of General Mkhwanazi, the distinct impression we were given is that investigators withdrew because of the threats that were brought to bear upon all the investigators. Would that be, which I believe was part of what led to 10 members of the PKTT being brought to Gauteng. Is that factually correct or not?
That will be correct, Commissioners. But what I was saying is that there was no formal withdrawal to sit around the table to say, for reason number 1 or 2, I'm withdrawing myself. But I think the pressure that the team was facing could have amounted to them to withdraw themselves.
Thank you, Chair. You were still on the issue of Tao's bail, and we are at paragraph 65 on page 21. Could you just read that into the record? And while you're doing that, we will display WA3, which is on page 56 and 57. It is redacted. The display will be redacted. But if I could ask you to look at your hard copy after you've read this into the record.
Yes, Commissioners, I've got my hard copy. It will be page 56 and 57. Am I correct, Commissioner?
Yes. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at without mentioning the name of the person who's sending this message?
Yes.
You may proceed.
I'm just preparing to read them out.
Okay, we're looking specifically at the one on the 15th of July 2024.
Yes.
It says chat 1. Do you have it
Chat
with you?
1. Yes, I have it with me. Can I just please switch on the light because it is quite dark where I am.
I'm asking you not to look at the one that's on the screen because it's redacted and you won't see some of the information.
I think he says it's dark.
Yes, I want to read
He
it
wants
from the
the
hard
light.
copy, but I just need to switch on the light of the place where I am.
Please
that
do
I
so.
can see clearly.
Okay?
Yes, Commissioners.
Witness A, if I can ask you to first read paragraph 65 of your statement into the record, and then we will go to the WhatsApp chat on page 56. So first read 65.
Yes, the paragraph 65 goes as follows. It says, our investigation also revealed that in a WhatsApp chat on the 14th of July 2024, someone sent a message to Molefe saying, appearance for bail application today. Next court appearance, bail will be granted for him. Dawo's next appearance was indeed on the 2nd of August 2024, and he was granted bail. On that day, Molefe sent a message to that person saying bail granted with emojis. The next extract from this chat is attached as the paper that I'm having here.
Okay, so then if we can then go to page 56, which is WA 3, do you know
Yes.
where this chat came from whose phone this chat came from?
Yes, it came from the downloads of Mr. Molefe's phone.
Sorry, you say the downloads from Mr. Molefe's phone.
Yes.
When was his phone obtained?
His phone was obtained during his arrest on the 6th of December 2024.
Thank you. Can we then go back to your statement at
Yes,
paragraph 66? Can you tell us what
Yes.
happened?
Before you go to 66, these exchanges between you and, you say, Mr. Ndlala, where in advance he tells you what the plan is, and you describe this in paragraph 63. You say there was a clear plan what would happen regarding the bail. First, he would be granted bail. Secondly, if he was not granted bail, he would escape from custody. Thirdly, if 1 and 2 failed, the investigating officers would be eliminated. And then you say it was at this point where I was advised to leave the investigation. And then again in the next paragraph say you called him back, where you say I called the person, in paragraph 64, in the third line, you say I called the person who informed me that that is Mr. Ndlala. You called Mr. Ndlala.
That's correct.
All right, and then that Dawu would be granted bail. Before I could tell him what happened, he laughed and said he told me this would happen. He also said that I didn't want to listen to him when he tells me about such things. He said this in a boastful way. Without disclosing anything that might be sensitive about Mr. Ndlala and your engagements with him, did you consider why would he know this kind of detail? That there was a plan, and he details it in the way that I have set it out, and that Mr. Dawu would be released, and in fact, Mr. Dawu does get released.
That's correct. That was one of my concerns, to the extent that I did ask him as to how did he came about to know that he had just been released, because it was a new information. So now I thought he knew more than I knew about the case that I was investigating, meaning that he had a connection somewhere with the people that were involved in the case. That was my understanding of the situation at the time.
Yes. He is not an employee. Mr. Ndlala, you say categorically he's not an employee of the SAPS.
He's not an employee of the SAPS, as far as I will understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sigurd.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, we were at page 21, paragraph 66 of your...
This was now on a Saturday, and my leave was starting. I was supposed to have gone somewhere for leave, but I thought I cannot leave until I see that we are getting help on this. And then now we started to be engaged in what I call as a runaround. We were driving around Gauteng trying to figure out what it is that we're going to do, because it was not safe to drive to our places. It was not safe to even go to the office, because now the police were also involved in this. We're trying to get hold of Brigadier Khopan on the phone, and then she was not around the province. She was attending at the funeral outside the province, and then the network was bad. The phone was not going through. Now we wanted to get a hold of General Kumal, who is the head of detectives. We didn't want to report to any other person junior to those two. But now the challenge that we had, we did not have direct communication with the general at the time. So we were thinking of who was going to connect us to the general and actually be able to lay the frustrations that we're having, and then why we needed to see him, because actually we needed to go to him, even though it was on the weekend, to say this is the problem that we're sitting with. We knew that he knew about the case, but we were not discussing the case openly with him at the time.
It's Witness A, can I just ask you, you say that you couldn't get hold of Brigadier Khopane to get assistance. Why didn't you contact your direct commander, Colonel Mokoena?
As I mentioned before, that the directive that we had received from Brigadier Khopane was that anything that has to do with this case should be reported to her or to the general only, no one else. So we were taking it to that level to say, we think the person who can be in a capacity to assist us now will be the brigadier or the general.
And when you speak of the general and you say General Kumalo, could we just ask you to be specific, because there are many General Kumalos, at least two. So if you could be specific to give the name. So in this instance, you say that it's General Mbuso Kumalo.
That is correct. This is General Mbuso Kumalo, who is the head of detectives in the province, in Gauteng.
Okay, you may continue.
And then we thought of one of our colleagues who thought he may have a direct communication with the general, and then we drove straight to his house, and then we told him what was happening, and then he tried to call the general there and then, but unfortunately the general could not pick up. Then he said, no, we should relax, the general is going to come back. In fact, he was going to send a detailed WhatsApp message to the general for the general to come either back to him or to us. And then I felt at ease that I could drive outside of the province as I was going on leave, knowing that the general is going to attend to us at any time.
Okay. You also say that you reported the matter to the prosecutor. Can you elaborate on that, please?
The matter was also reported to the prosecutor, but with the prosecutor we had an open communication with every development. So even this one, it was reported to the prosecutor to say this is the challenge that we're facing. But actually, she actually understood the problem that we're facing, and then she asked us about the TRA that we have applied earlier on. Then we told her that we haven't received any results, and then she took it up to herself to write it to our commanders and give them the background of the situation that we're facing, and requesting them to see to it that we are provided with security, not only for us, but also of the docket that we carry.
Why was it important to provide security for the docket as well?
It is because that now we thought that if they do not find us, they will want to find the docket. Once they find the docket, then you will have a problem, because now you won't be having the docket, like the physical docket, it will be gone. That was just our thought. It's not that we knew that this is what was going to happen. To the extent that this docket was not kept where we will keep our docket at the office in our still locked cabinets. We were driving around with it wherever we were going, which was posing another danger to us.
Did you or witness B ever get hold of General Mbuso Khumalo?
It is General Mbuso Khumalo who came back to us after, I believe, having received the communication from the member that assisted us to get through to him.
So you spoke to the general?
The general phoned me.
And what did he say?
I spoke to him. And then he told me that he has heard what has happened. And then he told me that he would want to see us very soon so that we can discuss a way forward. And then I told him that I was on leave, but I was willing to withdraw my leave and come to work. Then he said, no, there won't be a need. As long I am safe wherever I was, he will be communicating or making any arrangements that will be made with witness B until I come back from leave. And then as soon as I came back from leave, we went to General's office, and then he addressed us, he asked us some questions, and then he told us that he's going to assist wherever he can. And then he just gave us the layout, what his wish and what he thinks should happen to this investigation.
Okay, can I just take you a step back while you were still on leave at paragraph 69 on page 22? You speak about an event that occurred on the 8th of August. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. On the 8th of August, I would have been on leave, because I think I came back on leave on the 16th, if I'm correct. And then I was informed by witness B that the TRA has been conducted, the threat risk assessment had been conducted, and it was classified as high risk, which in other words meant that our lives were extremely in danger.
And who conducted that TRA?
Sorry, I didn't get that, Commissioners.
Who conducted that TRA?
It was Colonel Nduli from Crime Intelligence.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, then when I came back, we started doing our investigation. Then we will be meeting with the officers that were assessing our risk, getting information from us, asking us how we're feeling. That is what we were told. but I would believe that they were also checking the places that we were staying at, even though I didn't know that. But there were background checks that were done on us, I believe.
Okay. And then at paragraph 70, you speak about an incident.
May I, before you go to 70? Witness A, you say in paragraph 67 that you could not, the language you use is you say we could not speak to General Shibiri, and so we thought that we should try to get hold of Major General Mbuso Khumalo. Why could you not speak? Why did you decide that you could not speak to General Shibiri?
We had already been advised, commissioners, to say we must not discuss this case with him, if I may say that. And then also the confusion that happened with the parties and us called to his office, we at this time, up until today, we hadn't figured out if it was him assisting us or if it was him trying to get information from the docket and everything. So it was safe to deal with the people that we trusted at the time.
So the reason you decided not to speak to him, it was a trust issue. You didn't think you could trust him.
I will put it in that way, commissioners.
Yes. Ordinarily, if there were no trust issues and you were dealing with this problem that you find yourselves in, and you can't get hold of your immediate superior, I think Brigadier Hopane, ordinarily who would you speak to? Would it have been Shibiri, General Shibiri?
No, it would have been General Mbuso Khumalo because he's at the provisional level, and then General Shibiri is at the national level. So I will exhaust the means of trying to get hold of General Khumalo at the provincial level, and then going to national level will be extreme.
Yes. So in terms of hierarchy, the right person, if you couldn't find Brigadier Hopane, you're saying General Khumalo, Mbuso Khumalo would have been the next person that you speak to if you followed the hierarchy?
That's correct, Commissioner. That will be the next person that you will have to speak to.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sika.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Okay, so we are now at paragraph 70 on page 22, where you speak about an incident that occurred in the week of the 12th of August when you returned from leave. Can you just tell us about that?
Yes, now I had already resumed duties. Then we were doing normal investigation on this case. And maybe it should be mentioned that we were doing this case and other cases that we already had at the office. So it will be this case and other cases, depending what investigation you have on other cases. And then we were called to come to the office, and then the information was that there were two officers who were waiting for us or who needed to meet with us at the office. And then we drove to the office, and then we found these two police officers at our office now, at the organized crime office. And then they told us they are from the cold case unit, and then they requested that we give them over the docket of swart murder.
And
one of these warrant officers was identified to us as Dion Mulaudzi, who works at the cold cases office. And then we refused. We said we cannot, because that's procedurally that was wrong. You can't just give the docket to someone because they're requesting for the docket, let alone that this was the sensitive matter that we're investigating. Even if it was just a normal docket that had no threats and everything, you cannot just say, okay, here's the docket, you're looking for it, have it.
Witness A, the form of request, did they have a letter with them or was it a verbal request?
It was a verbal request.
And who is the head of the cold case unit? Or who was at the time?
I really do not have concrete information. I only heard that the head of the cold case unit will be Brigadier, I just forgot the name. He's Brigadier Keninda, yes, he's heading it, but I have not seen the structure of that unit. I don't know if that is true.
And just for our benefit, what is a cold case in the context of the South African police system?
The cold case is a term given to the cases that one would say they are lying dormant. They have been opened and then there is no breakthrough for a certain period of time. Then they would be referred to as a cold case, which will then mean that they need a certain or a different approach from a mainstream approach that maybe the station or any other unit will be giving. Then they are ordinarily transferred or given to the cold case unit. But this one of us, it was a fresh case and it was not called in a way that the people were already arrested and it was caught going. So it didn't really fit the category of it being investigated in that unit to start with.
So you, as one of the investigators, had not yet formed a view that you've hit a dead end with this case? No.
Actually, the progress on the case was wonderful. We were having leads. We were getting closer to even arresting a fourth suspect. And then we had good linkages to the suspect that we had already arrested. So there is no way that it could have been referred to as a cold case at that stage.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo.
Is it, Witness A, is it not possible that whoever approached you may have considered this to be a cold case because you were not discussing it with anyone? You've testified that a very small circle of people knew anything about this case as per instructions and there was good reason for it. Is it not possible that there may not have been anything sinister with these two gentlemen who come and ask for it, for the docket?
I wouldn't think so, Commissioner, because even if that would have been the case, the time frame did not allow for this case to be categorized as such. And then besides that, this case was all over the news. You will go around, you will know about this case to say there is 3 people that were arrested for the murder of Mr. Swart in Vereeniging. And for the fact that there was a police officer that was arrested for it, on it, it will be like all over in the media and more so all over in our own connections in the police, our groups and everything. So it was known that it was court going.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Witness A, we're still on page 23 of your statement. And at paragraph 71, you talk about a meeting that occurred on the 20th of August, 2024. Can you tell us what happened at that meeting?
Yes, this meeting happened just for us so that we can be able to give the progress of the case to the general, because now the general was taking this case under his wing to say we need to report to him the challenges that we are facing so that he can see where he can assist and give a guidance regarding investigation And also the challenges that now the personal challenges in terms of the threats that we're having. So this was one meeting of the regular meetings that we're having with the general. Some will be just over the phone if he has time. If he doesn't have time, then if he has time, he will call us to his office to say, brief me, what is happening here? More so because now Tao was out on bail, and then we needed now to be investigating the murder case, and then also putting an eye on him, on his movement.
And you speak about the responsibility for your safety and security of the docket. What transpired there?
Oh yes, that was solely taken over by General Kumalo, and then he told us that he will see to it that we will get the assistance that we need in terms of safety. And then he introduced to us to the people that were going to assist us in terms of protection.
And who was that who was now responsible for your safety and the security of the docket?
We were introduced to General Kekana, who is, I think, the head of the uniform units in Gauteng, to say he will provide you with the members that will be in charge of your safety or your protection while you are doing the docket and while you are off duty. And then at the same time, there was another wing of the police that was going to be working behind the scenes, which I'm not at liberty to talk about their operations because I don't know about them, but they are from counterintelligence. They were doing the TRA, they were doing the background checks, they were seeing the severity of the risk, and then maybe reporting to the generals, I don't know, but they were also part of the operation by then.
You refer in your statement at paragraph 71 to a counterintelligence investigation. Is that what you just mentioned now, or is that something else?
Initially, the counterintelligence came in as far as giving protection and assessing the situation, maybe which then led to the counterintelligence investigation to say the investigation itself, now the overall investigation need to be taken under the counterintelligence. I will talk to that extent. But initially, it was not the counterintelligence doing investigation. It was us doing investigation under their protection up until the time when now we were introduced to their wing of investigation, which included the PKTT, as it is called.
Okay. At paragraph 72, maybe that would be the concluding topic for today. You speak about events of the 5th of September 2024. Can you just tell us what happened on that day?
This one was one of the eventful days because we were not already provided with the units that were going to guard us. So we were visited at home late at night by the unit that needed to guide us and guard us or provide protection to us and our families as we were sleeping. And then it came as a surprise because we were not really noticed or given a notice to say people are going to visit you at night. From my side, I heard by the sirens outside, and then when I opened the window, I saw 5 marked police vehicles with the sirens and blue lights on. And then when I went to them, they told that they were being tasked to come give protection to me overnight. And then in the morning, the other team was going to take over. That one will be the TRT. and then we will be doing investigation, and then the other team that came at night will come change. They were changing shifts.
So was it 24-hour protection?
It was actually the start of a 24-hour protection.
Thank you, Chair. I think this may be a convenient time to adjourn for the day.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning to witness A. Does witness A hear me?
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Good morning. You are still under your oath.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before we start with where we left off yesterday, the witness wanted to clarify two aspects of his evidence from yesterday. The first is in relation to page 13, paragraph 40 of his statement, which...
Paragraph?
40. 40. Yes.
Yes.
The witness, this was the exchange that Chair had with the witness regarding Zungu, and whether the witness was aware of any investigations that were initiated by General Shibiri regarding this aspect, or whether the witness was aware of any investigations that linked Mr. Zungu to the syndicate. And the witness' his answer was that he was not aware of any investigations, but he wants to clarify what he understood by investigations and what he is aware of, Chair. Witness A, you may go ahead.
Yes, Commissioners, and good morning. Yes, one thing that I wanted to clarify is that I understood the Commissioners as to be asking whether there is any investigation that was undertaken either by us or any other investigative body that I am aware of. Then my answer was no to that. But then I thought that I will have to clarify that this character of Zungu from DPCI Tom section also seen he showed up on one of the members of the cartels that we later arrested this year in the name of Vusmatlala that I didn't deal with yesterday. So when we arrested this character, Vusimuzi, Kat Matlala, on the 14th of May, his phone was confiscated from him, and then when the downloads were done of the phone, the communication between him and this Zoom were found on his phone, which then proved what the General Shibiri had said when we met him the first time. And yet again, on the 6th of July, during the press briefing of General Kwanazi, we were notified by the prison personnel in where Vusmatlala is held that he was found with a phone in his prison cell. Then when we went and confiscated that phone, yet again on his contact we found this character, Zungu. So I just felt that I needed to clarify those two occasions with the commissioners.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Chair. And then there's a second aspect that the witness wants to clarify. It relates to Chair's engagement with the witness again regarding the reasons that the three other investigating members of the team had left the investigation. Chair will recall that the Chair had asked about threats and whether that was the reason, in line with what General Mkwanazi said. The witness just wants to clarify his answer on that aspect. You may go ahead, Witness A.
Thank you, Chair. My answer to that was, or rather the question was, why did they withdraw from the team? Then I said I did not know the reason. Then it was suggested to me whether it was because of the threats. Then I really ended saying maybe it was because of the threat, but it was not given to us formally as threats. But I thought when I was thinking back on it to say maybe it is one of the issues that cannot be publicly said to this commission. The reason as to why they left from the site, from my side, cannot really be given in this public platform.
Are you, without giving the reasons, able to say why not?
Yes, Chair. It is. I think it will amount to saying it's one of those rather sensitive issues that cannot be given to the public to know about. That will mean it can be given to the commissioners, but not on this platform.
Thank you.
Thank you, Witness A. Witness A, we'll now continue with where we left off with your evidence. We were about to start the topic of involvement of crime intelligence and the PKTT, and that is on page 23, and in particular we were at paragraph 73 of your statement. Will you just go there?
Yes, I'm on that paragraph, Commissioners.
Can you tell us how the PKTT got involved, how you got involved and got to know the PKTT?
The PKTT was involved when we got now taken into under the commando, under the wing of General Lekalakala, who was now going to provide us with protection and also take care of investigation. That is when now we were told that we're going to be giving support from the team that is now known as T. Then we had a meeting where we were told what to expect and what was going to happen, and and we were asked what support we needed in terms of doing our work, which is now investigation, and then the protection that had to go hand in hand with investigation.
Okay, can I just take you back then to, and let's deal with it systematically. So at paragraph 73, you talk about being placed under 24-hour protection, and at this stage the PKTT is not yet involved, am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It was not yet involved. It was not yet involved. But that was the times when we will briefly, like from day to day, getting briefing as to how they're going to be involved in order to assist us move on with our investigations.
Okay. Now, can you just tell the Commission how did being under 24-hour protection impact on your daily lives and your work as well as investigators?
When it comes to our lives, it brought a huge change. That was not expected because it was I think it was the first experience to both of us, witness B and myself. We've never imagined that we could be admitted to this program. And then this program came with its own challenges, as much as it was assisting us to be able to do our investigation in a protected way, but it means now your life as a person is impacted, and then also the families are somehow affected, even though they understand, but the kids really do not understand, because even if you can try and explain to them to say, hey, this is how I'm working, they don't really understand why it has to happen the way it happens. And then we had to make a huge adjustment. And not only adjustment, it also came with some sacrifices, because now we need to sacrifice this in order to be able to adapt in this program, if I can just put it briefly without giving a lot about it.
Thank you. On page 24 of your statement at paragraph 74, you speak about events of the 28th of October 2024. Can you just tell us what happened?
On this day, it was the day when we were, myself and witness B, we were taken into a meeting where we met with the commanders that were going to take over. They were going to be like taking different sections of our work, because it included investigation, which is one part, which meant that you needed to have the commander from the detective side. Then it also needed, it also meant that you needed to have a commander from protection and the commander from crime intelligence. And then we were taken through that to be told as what it is that we're going to expect. I would say it was sort of like an induction program. We were told you're going to be taken to a place, and then in that place you must expect this and that, in short. But I don't think that I can really go into the details of what was happening there, because now we were living under we were taken under a new section of the police, which is crime intelligence. And then normally they do not do their operations publicly. And then some of the things and their operations cannot really be articulated in the platform as public as this one.
Thank you. Witness A, then at paragraph 75, you speak about another meeting that occurred on the 4th of November 2024 with the same officials. Can you tell us what that meeting was about?
This meeting was now a follow-up meeting, where now we were meeting with the same commanders to take on from where we left the previous week. And then on that meeting, we were then told that we're not going back to our homes. We were now admitted to the program on full-time basis now, meaning the program is going to take over, which means the crime intelligence is taking over. whatever you are doing it under the crime intelligence wing, because from the day of the murder of Mr. Swart, it means it was the mainstream police under the detective wing that was overseeing the whole operation. But from that day on to this day, it was crime intelligence that was taking over, meaning that we were going to be doing our investigations as detectives, the way detectives work, but under the wing of the crime intelligence. Meaning it will be the crime intelligence who will be telling you, this is how we're going to move, and then this is how you're going to eat, if I may just say a few things, and this is how you're going to buy your clothes, because we are looking for the safety, which is now the personal safety of the detectives, and then the whole people that are involved. Because now it was not only the two detectives, it was also every other stakeholder who is there is now being taken care by crime intelligence, if I may say that. Meaning, even if you wanted to, for instance, attend to a wedding, which will be something that is private, you need to inform the commanders to say, on such and such day, I will have a wedding or a function at my family. Then it will be them to then say, this is how it's going to happen, if it will happen, if you are going to be allowed to attend to that.
Now in November 2024, did you remain investigating officers in the Swart murder case and a case, and did you remain responsible for the dockets, or are you saying that the dockets were taken over by crime intelligence? I just want to clarify that.
We remain investigators to this day, but it was the crime intelligence who was looking at the safety of the docket and the safety of the personnel that was working in the operation. As I mentioned yesterday, that the focus of safety was not only targeted to or given to the people, which means the investigators, but also the docket as well. It needed to be protected. So we are still the investigating officers in the docket as we were before the crime intelligence took over. But it is just them that are providing security, or I would say protection, and the guidance that is needed in the investigation in terms of assistance.
Thank you, Witness A. Can you just tell us how did you feel that day about the fact that you would now be taken away from your home?
I would say it was overwhelming in a way that, as much as I had been told the week prior that I will be taken under the wing of the crime intelligence, but on that day there was no notice in the morning that, hey, you won't sleep home, we're going to take you. We just taken to a place, and then we were told, this is the place, go get your bags, you're coming here now. And then it means now it was a life-changing experience to say you need to adapt, you need to learn to live here in this way. And I'm not saying that it is an unbearable conditions, but I'm saying if you have to change and adapt to a new way of living as an adult, and adapting a new way of doing things as an adult, and learn to depend to other people for everything that you need to do, it's not an easy thing. So it brought that change. Let's say now I from that day I've never been alone. I will be moving, wherever I move with a group. Whatever I do, I need to do with a group. Whatever decision that I take, I need to think of the group that this cannot be my decision. The group needs to agree to a decision. Sometimes not only agree, but approve of what I'm suggesting. So that was the adaptation that one needed to learn in order to adapt in this environment.
You describe it as follows in your statement. At that moment, the full weight of the situation came crashing on me like a ton of bricks. Life had changed. Is that how you felt?
That is how I felt at that particular moment. And even now, sometimes I do feel like that, because you will think of the things, what you used to do, maybe on special days in the year, on the holidays. Everyone knows on this holiday, this is what I do with the family. On this holiday, this is what I do with maybe my friends. On this day, this is what I used to do with the colleagues at the office. But now I'm here, meaning I will have to be doing all of those things with these people that now I'm being told to live with. Because at that time, it was just the people, because you haven't met them. But now you are told that there are people that are coming, you will have to live with them. So it was one of those things. At the same time, you just need to keep your family abreast to tell them, this is what is happening, this is how I'm living. And then maybe I should just mention to the commission to say, for 3 months, if I'm correct, we didn't go home. We were here. We celebrated Christmas here. The festive holidays, starting from the early December to New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, we were here, not going home, and then not even disclosing to the people that are close to you where you are, because this is a new program, and then it's a sensitive program. And then it's an environment that is controlled by a new unit that you've never worked so closely with. Now, you also have to learn new ways of communicating even with your cell phone, to say, I cannot disclose to my friends where I'm enjoying my New Year's until I figure out what is actually happening here, because now there is this aspect of safety. There is also an aspect of saying, now, if I expose myself much to my friends where I am, they might get excited of what is happening and tell the wrong people. So those are the things, or those are the changes that one had to deal with and adopt in very quickly.
Thank you, Witness A. At paragraph 76 of your statement, you deal with your arrival at the safe house and being joined by the PKTT. Can you just tell us what transpired there?
Yes, Commissioners. Just a short time after we arrived here at the new place, we were then told that we were not going to be working like, I would say, the mainstream detectives like we used to work. We were going to be introduced to a new team, which is now known as PKTT, that we're going to work hand in hand with. And then we were told what to expect, and then what it is that will be expected of us. But from us, there was nothing new really that was expected. We're still going to be putting the effort or doing the daily investigation that we're doing from the onset. It was just that now it was going to be done in a different environment, different style, different people, and then maybe let me not go to working hours, because that is an operational issue.
Okay.
But that's in short, that's what it was.
Thank you, Witness A. Then can you tell us what was the status of the Swart murder investigation at this stage on paragraph 76?
The status of Swart murder case was at a very advanced stage, such that we were ready to arrest a fourth suspect, who is now Katiso Molefe, and his niece, who is Lucky Molefe, that we could not be able to arrest to this day.
You mean his nephew?
A nephew. What did I say, Commissioner? They didn't hear
You
me.
said niece.
Yes, nephew. My apology.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioners.
And what was your involvement in that process? And can you start from the time from the 5th of December?
From the 5th of December, we were engaged with the team now. The PKTT team, the PKTT team was in full force, giving us assistance wherever it was needed. Then the 5th of December was the day when we were going to different courts, doing applications for warrants for these people that I've mentioned, who will be like Molefe and Katiso Molefe.
And did you obtain the warrants?
We did obtain the warrants for their arrest, and then there was going to be an operation to arrest them the following day, which was going to be the 6th of December.
Okay, that then takes us to the next topic. Maybe you can deal then with what happens on the 6th of December.
The 6th of December was the day when we had three operations that were running differently. But I will talk mainly to two, which was split amongst or between myself and Witness B. I was in charge of the operation that was going to be arresting Katiso Molefe on that day. And Witness B was going to be in charge of an operation that was supposed to arrest Lucky Molefe. So these operations were planned to be running at the same time but separately. But then unfortunately, the one of Lucky Molefe did not proceed. It did actually took off, but it was called off because he was not found where he was supposed to be found, where he was traced. meaning that witness B and her team needed to join us in the operation that was going to be arresting Katiso Molefe.
Okay.
Witness, if I may. Witness A, in that paragraph 76, you speak about a J50, the warrant of arrest for Molefe, but then you don't say anything similar about Lucky Molefe. Did you have a warrant for his arrest as well?
Yes, there was a warrant for Lucky Molefe as well, commissioners. Maybe the reason I didn't say much about it is just that it was an operation that witness B was in charge of, but there definitely was a warrant of arrest for him as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Witness A, can you tell us then how you went about the takedown of Mr. Molefe?
Sorry, Advocate Siggles and Witness A, because there are two Molefes here, I think let's just be clear for the record going forward. When he refers to Molefe, he's referring to Katiso Molefe and not Lucky Molefe. Otherwise, we will get confused. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Witness A, you may proceed.
Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I will be referring to Katiso Molefe on this operation that I was actually in charge of. It took place on the 6th of December, and then it was an operation where we needed to arrest him, as we will call it a takedown. And then it started in the morning of the day with our members doing the surveillance to see the movements of the suspect, the Katiso Molefe, up until there was the takedown midday of the same day, where he was then arrested at his place. Maybe I can just give details as to how he was then arrested. We then went to his place, and then we requested entry, and then he opened his gate. We found him with another person, and then that person was heavily armed. We believe him to be his bodyguard at the time, and then we had to disarm him and then restrain both of them before we could ask them to identify themselves to us.
Witness A? Witness A, can I just get some specifics regarding you saying that you had to disarm them? What arms did they have with them?
The person that was with Katiso Molefe at the time had a rifle. And then his rifle, I think he also had 3 extra fully loaded magazines with him, and a magazine that was in the firearm, meaning that he had 4 fully loaded magazines in his rifle, and then he also had a side pistol that he had on his waist, and then Katiso Molefe also had a side pistol that was on his waist, and then we disarmed them, and then we asked them to produce or to show us their firearm licenses, which they did, and then we took possession of the firearms and we restrained them.
Sorry, Advocate Siggles. There's an issue here that may become important at a later stage, so maybe we should deal with it now. Witness A, the operation to arrest Mr. Molefe and your team, what I need clarity on is, firstly, whether your team was in uniform, in police uniform, and how you identified yourselves when you got there. Because an issue that may arise in this commission later on is that there was suspicion that your team impersonated police people. That's why there was interference in relation to what led to Mr. Molefe's arrest. So if you can just clarify who was the team and how you were dressed and how you identified yourselves when you got to Molefe's house at Sandhurst, in Sandhurst.
Yes, Commissioners. Before we could enter the gate, we identified ourselves by the way of shouting at him because he was on the other side of the gate. So we audibly told him that we are police, and then we requested entry. And then he opened, and once he opened, because they were armed, we first needed to make the situation safe before we could just produce our appointment certificates for them to see that we are police. And then, more than that, we also produced the warrant of arrest that was signed by the court for him to read, to see that we are police. And then, for what I understood, is that he knew from then that we are police, because we even told him that we are here with a case that he knew about. All he said in the instant when I handcuffed him was that, how are we linking him to the murder of Mr. Swart, because we know that he was not there. Then I told him that this is not the case that you needed to be there. But any case, we're going to explain to you how you are linked at a later stage. Right now, I just need to explain your rights to you as an arrested person. And then he cooperated. He didn't give problems.
Yes. Witness A, in that paragraph 77, you say something about who made up the team that went to effect this arrest. Can you speak more to that? What are the units, if that's what they are called, the different units that were involved with this?
The units that were involved in this takedown, it was my unit, which is now organized crime detectives, because that is where I am from. And the unit that we were working with at the time, which is TRT, Tactical Response Team, that is the unit that was giving us support. That is the units that did the operation, commissioners.
Yes. You mentioned the PKTT in the statement. Do you want to speak to that?
Oh, yes. Yes, the PKTT came with the CI, the crime intelligence side of things. And then the PKTT also was now giving guidance and then giving support. As I said, now we were having different operations that we are running at the same time. It means now the PKTT as the support component was not on the ground with us as we arrested. It was us that were on the ground going to different operation to arrest. As I said, the operations were supposed to be two running at the same time, meaning now there were commanders from PKTT that were coordinating all those operations that were happening at the same time. So They were not like physically at Molefe's place, but they were overseeing the operations from a secluded place, if I may say that.
Okay, so just to be sure, where you say at approximately 12:30, the Molefe takedown team, which included members of the PKTT, traced his movements to his house in Sandhurst. That's what you're explaining there when you say they were assisting, coordinating, but not present at the scene when you effected the arrest.
That is correct. The commanders were not, that were overseeing, they were not there, they were just coordinating it from somewhere else, but we were reporting to them from time to time, and the CI was helping to locate him, to say this is where he is moving, and then this is where he is at this time. So you can effectively take down.
Yes. And then in that same paragraph, you also say we were met with resistance from Molefe and his person, who we thought was perhaps his driver or bodyguard as they approached the gate. You haven't described any conduct which amounts to resistance in your evidence, or that I could understand as resistance. Do you want to explain that bit in the statement?
Yes, the resistance may have came in two parts. The first part of the resistance, maybe I won't be able to talk to that much because I was not part of the team. There is the team that was confronted by this particular person that I'm saying was armed with the rifle when they were doing surveillance. They were approached by this person when they reported to us to say, we are here now, we're being pointed by firearms. And this time we were at a different location waiting for them to tell us that the suspect that you're looking for is here. But now they gave us a call that, hey, we're being surrounded by a person who is armed with a firearm and he is with the suspect. And then they were also told that at some point there is a person who is a police officer, a JMPD person that came. So I was not personally confronted with that situation. It was the situation that was reported to us, but it made us that we had to rush very quickly from where we were at the time, so that situation, that side could not escalate, because we didn't know what worse could happen if we didn't come as quick as we needed to. But then when we at the gate requesting entry, the resistance that we came across with was that they first didn't want to open the gate. For some time, as requesting, demanding entry and all that, they did come to the gate but did not want to open the gate up until they saw that it was a team of quite a lot of people. Maybe that is why they ended up opening, I'm thinking. So that is the resistance that I'm talking about, that I experienced.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, can you identify the person that was with Mr. Molefe that you say had a rifle and another firearm?
Is that person identified himself as Lihasa Moloi?
And
then,
continue.
Yes, Commissioner.
Were you able to establish if he is a driver or a bodyguard of Mr. Molefe?
It was difficult to establish that, because if I did ask him, if are you a bodyguard to Mr. Molefe, then he said no, he's not a bodyguard to Mr. Molefe, he's just a friend. Then I asked him, why are you so heavily armed? Then he told me that he was phoned by Mr. Molefe saying that there are people that are parked next to his house and he doesn't trust them. That is why he came armed.
Okay. So at what point then did you gain entry? You mentioned something about this person driving past you into the gate in a white BMW. When did that happen?
It happened, if I remember correctly, it was when, because we came down the road and we parked just next to the gate, waiting to enter at this place of Mr. Molefe. But before we could get out of the house, this BMW came rushing and it went in. And then at that time, we didn't know if Mr. Molefe was in that BMW or not. But now we were told that it was inside. So it was a confusion to us to say, is he inside or he just came in with this BMW? But now as we approach the gate, demanding to entry, when these two people came to us, we didn't know at that time that the two of the people, one was Mr. Molefe, because we didn't know him before then. It was when they were restrained that they gave them their identities to say, I am Lehasa Moloi. And then I asked him, who is this guy here? Then he said, this is Katiso Molefe. Then I said, this is the person that we're looking for.
Let me take you to the production of the licenses, Witness A. Was the license produced even in respect of the rifle?
Yes, the license of the rifle was produced, Chairperson, even though I wouldn't remember now at what stage it was produced. Was it at the gate? Because things were happening very fast. I can't remember correctly now if at first he produced only for the pistol or he produced both. But as the operation was progressing, we had both licenses.
You know this better than I do. Do ordinary individuals like me, I won't say you and I, you are a police officer, but definitely I, do they get issued licenses for rifles?
That is a question that I asked him. They actually do. I asked him, how did you get to be issued with the rifle, this caliber license? Then he told me that he actually has a security company under his name. Even I don't know if it was operating or not, but he told me that he has got a security company. And then further, he told me that that rifle, it was for his personal safety.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, can you then continue with once you make entry? How did Mr. Molefe identify himself to you? I'm not sure if you covered that already.
Yes, for starters, I asked to say, who is this man that is with you? Then he said, it was Katiso we are looking for. Then I went to him, then I say, sir, who are you? Then he said, he is Mr. Molefe. He is Katiso Molefe. And then I said, I told him who I was. And then the reason why we were there, which was now we are arresting him for the murder of Mr. Amar Swart.
And then
Yes, Commissioner.
No, sorry, proceed.
And then the first question was that he asked me was, how are we connecting him to that murder because he was not there? Then I said, but then you didn't need to be there for you to be connected to a murder. But for now, we will deal with that later. Here is a warrant for your arrest that is issued by the court. And then I read it out for him, and then I gave it to him to read. I also asked him if I can explain it to in a vernacular language as to what it was saying. Then he said, no, there is no need. He understands it. Then he has read it. It's fine. I can arrest him. And then I arrested him. I made him safe. I secured him. And then we made the environment or the house safe. And then we took him to the safe place. And then we told him what is going to happen in terms of searching his place. We are requested to search his place, which he consented to. He agreed. And then we wanted to search his house because he had a lot of cars. I mean, the vehicles that were parked in his yard. We asked if we can search the vehicles. Then he said yes. But and then I also requested him to declare if there is anything unlawful that he would like to declare before we could search. Then he said, no, there is nothing unlawful that he needed to declare. We can search the house. And then further than that, I asked him who else was at home that he wants to tell us about. Then he said it was his kids. And about, I think it was 3 guys that were working for him. The gardeners, I will call them that. They were helping him in the garden. And then they came, then we saw them. We made them safe. The kids came. We saw them, we made them safe, then they were at the one side as we started to search.
Witness A, you say the team included the TRT. Were they in uniform?
The TRT were not in full uniform, except of their bullet vests, the bullet proofs that are clearly marked SAPS.
Yes, and so when Mr. Lehasa came out and he had a rifle on him, would he have been aware that he is dealing with or he's going to be confronting or talking to the police? Were you properly identifiable?
Yes, he would have been aware because they were clearly visible. But other than that, I would think that the first confrontation with our teams that were in the BMW that was confronted by Molefe and with his JMPD friend. The JMPD friend, he did approach them and they introduced themselves to him as a police. So by then he exactly knew that this was the police operation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. You were then dealing with the searches that you had undertaken at the house. You said that you searched the vehicles. How many vehicles did you search?
We searched the number of the vehicles that were there, commissioners.
I think it's at paragraph 80.
Paragraph 80. It was quite a number of vehicles. I can't see the number now.
I think you've got 7 in your statement.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was the number of the vehicles, but what I remember is that we asked if all these vehicles are his, and then he said all of them are his. Then we requested him to give us all the vehicles that he told us that are in the kitchen. Then we went there, then we took all the vehicles for us to be able to have access to the vehicles. And then before we could start searching, we requested for him to consent to a search. And then he said yes. And then for things like cell phones and laptops, he had to sign a consent form for us so that we can be able to search those things or maybe to access those things in terms of downloading. And then we took that form, we read it out to him, and then still I also said, can I explain the contents of the form to you? Then he told me to say, I was a teacher, I understand English. So, but he didn't say it in a bad way. He just told me that you do not have to explain it to me in vernac. I understand the contents, so let me sign. And then he signed because I wanted him to understand it in English. If he doesn't understand, if there is a word that he doesn't understand, then I was going to explain to it the way I understood. But he said, no, there will be no need to explain it to him in vernac because he does understand English. He was a teacher. Then he signed that consent form. And then we started searching from outside in the vehicles going in the house.
Okay, can you tell us about the search in the house from paragraph 81?
Yes. The search started in his house with him telling us what room served what purpose. There was a kitchen, there was a room just behind the kitchen that he says that room is used as an office, then it's a family office. In that room, when we searched in it, we found a lot of documents that he said they belong to his son.
What were these documents relating to?
These documents were relating to different companies. It seemed like these documents had a lot to do with Transnet. Applying for tenders for Transnet, registration of companies, and then there is also a particular set of documents that belonged to a company that I mentioned yesterday, which is SK Group, which is now linked directly to the matter that we were dealing with at the time. This A Group, if I can just take the commission a little aback, is that it was the group, it was the company that was a buyer at a QTech company buying for Transnet. And then Molefe's nephew, Lucky Molefe, that we needed to arrest, was working for Transnet, holding a position of a buyer as well, meaning he will buy products for Transnet. Now we're finding these documents here, and then this SK Group was supposed to be an independent company, not linked to Molefe. But now here it was at Katiso's house. And then I asked him about this document to say, why are you having these documents at your house? Then he said, hey, these things have nothing to do with him because this office is mostly used by Lucky Molefe and his son, who is Tabela Molefe. So he didn't want to take ownership of the SK Group documents. But among the documents that we found there was about, I think, 2 pages that were full of signatures that you could see that this person is practicing signatures using different pens. I will say it is different pens because the fonts are not the same. The other signature will be written in a strong font, the other one will be the light font, the other one will be a red pen, but it's one signature repeated many times. Though you could see that this person is practicing this signature for whatever reason. Then we asked him about, why are you having these pages that is full of signatures? Who is practicing these signatures? Then he said, don't ask me about these things. I really visit this office. It is used by my nephew, who is like Molefe, and my son.
And what did you do with all the papers that you confiscated?
We took those papers, then they were booked into the SAP 13 when he was arrested.
What is SAP 13?
The SAP 13 number, I will look for it now, Commissioners. I think it is 2181. I'm just remembering it from my head. I think it was 2181, 2025.
Ms. Sigers Nube, are you not asking for a description of what the SAP 13 is?
Correct, Chair. I just want to know what document, what kind of document is it, the description of the SAP 13?
Oh, I thought you were asking the entry number.
No, what is an SAP 13?
The SAP 13 is an exhibit register book where the police will register any exhibit that are coming into the police station in relation of the cases. So for custody, it is called the 13 custody book in other terms.
Okay, and then at paragraph 82, you deal with the continuation of your search. Can you take us through that?
Yes, we continued searching, and then we found the DVR system that was controlling the CCTV cameras that were fitted in the house. But the first DVR system was found in the kitchen. And then we asked him if this DVR is the one that is controlling the whole system in this house. Then he said, according to his understanding, yes, this is the DVR that is controlling the activities here, the cameras. And then we told him that it will form the part of the things that we're going to take, because it will be subject to investigation to see the movements or what was happening here before the arrest. Because already we knew that the way things that were happening here, having seen from yesterday's testimony that Puleta was visiting him regularly, using that Mercedes-Benz Viano bus, and then we thought maybe there were also other people that we will need to pick up if maybe we're going to be allowed by him to confiscate the DVR system. He said he does not have a problem. We can have the DVR system, but he will not want to give us the PIN to the DVR because he doesn't know it. And then my question was, but this is your system and you are the owner of this house, you should know it. And he said, no, the TI people that work here, they know it. It's not him that know the PIN.
Now you say that there were two systems, one in the bedroom and one in the kitchen. Can you just tell us about that?
Yes. There were two systems, and then we needed now to be sure, because now this thing needed the person who understands IT, that wanted to assist us as to how are we going to take this thing, because if you disconnect it, you must disconnect it in a way that when you bring it back, it is not damaged. And then we requested a person from our TI support to say, hey, we've got a system here that we need to confiscate. But now the problem is, even if we can take it now, we do not have a PIN and we want to disconnect it. Can you come assist? And then that TI person really came, and then he started trying to disconnect it. And then as he arrived there checking the system, then he told us, no, this DVR system that he's seeing there is just a decoy. It is not connected to it is not controlling these cameras.
Which one, witness A, the one in the kitchen or the one in the bedroom?
The one in the kitchen. He says it is not working. It's there. It's made to be seen as working, but it's not controlling those cameras. And then we say, but now how can we find another DVR that is connected to this one? Then we had to go back and ask Katiso Molefe to say, but now this DVR system is not the one that is controlling the CCTV system outside. Then he said, no, he doesn't know that. All he knows is that this DVR that is in the kitchen is the one that is controlling everything here. And then this ITO person of ours, the police, said, let me see if I can assist to trace the real DVR. Then he did do his things. I don't know how he went about, but he eventually did find the DVR in the master bedroom, where Molefe sleeps now. He traced it there, then he said, oh, come, here is the DVR that controls the whole system. That one, you can leave it, because even if you take it, there's nothing on it. It's just a decoy DVR system. And then I asked Molefe to say, but now you are not being truthful with us. Why didn't you tell us that in the room that you sleep in, there is another DVR? Maybe if you didn't know which one was controlling your system, you could say maybe take them both, because I don't know which one it is that will help you. Then he said he didn't know about the one that was in his bedroom.
Okay, and then at paragraph 83, you talk about something that transpired while you were busy searching the premises. Can you elaborate?
Yes. During that, when we're doing our operation now, because it was a huge operation, we were mostly inside, because his house is huge. It's a big house. It took a long time to do a search there. And then we're getting information from the people from outside that there are people that have arrived, and then they demanding to enter. They call themselves that they're coming from DPCI, and then they want to know what was going on at Molefe's house.
Can you just tell us what is DPCI?
DPCI are known as Hawks.
Thank you.
It's an allied unit that is working with priority crimes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, and then I was called outside to come and explain to them and tell them to say, no, this was a legit operation that was taking place at Molefe's house, and then I found these members with the members of the TRT outside. And then with also one of the members that we were working with, who was trying to explain to them to say, no, this operation is a legit police operation. And then when I came there, I told them, no, we are executing a J50 here. We are doing an arrest. Then they said, where are you guys coming from? Then I told them my office to say, we are coming from organized crime. we're working with the PKTT team. We're doing this operation on a certain case. Then they said, now they need details of the case that we're working on. And they wanted us to brief them on that case, which now we said, no, we cannot do that, because now, what is your interest in the case? Why should we give you the details of the case that we're working on? Because for now, you just told us that you're from DPCI. We haven't verified that. We're just taking it from face value that you're from there. But for us to give you information on the case that we're working on, I don't think that will be proper. And then we didn't give that.
Witness A, I understand that DPCI is Directorate for Priority Crimes, the Hawks. Now, in your experience, was it usual that while you are effecting arrest or engaging in your operations, you would come across the Hawks and there would be that interaction between your team and the Hawks?
No, Commissioner, it was not a usual thing. It was not a usual thing because even with me, my experience would be that you will be driving, doing a certain operation, maybe you find other teams from different components, they doing their work. You don't interfere with them. If you can see that, oh, these are police doing their work, all right, that could be proper, that's fine. You leave them at that. So it was an unusual thing.
And once your team had identified themselves as police, was it usual for the Hawks to ask for the case number and the nature of the operation?
It was very unusual. It was an odd thing to happen because why would you want the case number or the details of the docket? What would you do with that? Let alone that this case, it was the case that was not even shared with the units that we were coming from. So for a different component to want to know the details of the case that you're working on was so unusual.
And you say that when you inquired what they were doing there, they told you that they were sent by their general to find out what was going on at the premises. Did they say who their general was?
They told us that they're being sent by their general national head, and then they didn't really say the name, but there will be only one national head of the Hawks at that time. Even if you are told that, you wouldn't then ask for the name. You would know who that person is.
When you were engaging with these people, witness A, someone must have been speaking on their behalf from the DPCI. Did you get a name, their title?
I think if I remember correctly, the name would have been Karuga. I think so, Commissioner, but their title, I don't know if it's a captain or it's a colonel, I cannot remember correctly, because it was a fast-paced operation. I will have to be here, I will have to move to the house and come back here and see what was happening. I cannot remember their names properly from the top of my head.
Yes. Ms. Seagulls, is there any way you can be of help? Not necessarily now.
Yes, Captain Kruger.
Kruger. Sorry, I didn't even pick that up. Thank you. Witness A, do you confirm, are you able to confirm what Ms. Seagulls is saying, that it was Captain Kruger?
That is correct. What I was not too certain about was the title. I just forgotten.
Yes. And were you said to the chairperson, the general, there was only one general. Was it General Libya? And I'm saying that because he's the only general I know.
That is correct. It was General Libya who was the head, the national head of DPCI at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Then if we go to page 27, still continuing with your evidence regarding what was transpiring between you and DPCI, you refused to give them any information. What was their attitude towards that?
Yes, when we didn't want to give them information, they didn't really want to let go or to back off, to the extent that one of their members spoke to me in Venek to say, arrest that person for interfering, meaning Captain Kruger. Why don't you arrest him for interfering? Because you guys have explained yourself to him, but still he's pestering. He's still asking questions. He wants to know more, but you told him that you're doing a formal or a non-police operation. You should just be arresting him. And then the person was saying that is one of the person that he came with.
Witness A, are you at liberty to tell us who that person is?
No, Commissioners. I think I will withhold his name at this moment, because even if I would, I know him by a nickname. Then I can give that to the evidence leader, not on this platform, if that is okay with the Commission.
Okay, you may proceed, Witness A. We are now at paragraph 84. When you were talking about the DPCI T-shirted officers, in your paragraph 83, you also mentioned the presence of a helicopter. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Then now, as I'm saying that, I was pacing around, coming to the gate, attending to these DPCI people. There was also a lawyer who also wanted to be let in there. And then there is also a person who was a friend, who introduced himself as a friend of Molefe, who really demanded entry. He said he wants to be let in. And then the people who were controlling the situation had to call us from inside to say, let's call the detectives, and then you tell them who you are and why you want to be let in here. So I was pacing up and down. Then as I left the gate now, having addressed the DPCI guys, going back to the operation that was happening inside, we had the noise of the hoovering helicopter that was hovering so low over the house. We thought maybe it was just passing, but then it just made turns, maybe for about 10 minutes to say what was happening now. Then I came out to see what was going on. Then I could see that was a police helicopter, not SAPS, but it was a traffic helicopter that was just hovering so low over this house. And then we thought there's something really happening. And we reported that because we were now having our commanders that were in somewhere that were reporting this situation to them. This is what is happening now. Can we get protection? Because on that one, I really asked for protection to say, I think we'll have a problem here. Can we maybe have a reinforcement. I understand that we had a TRT that were giving us protection and protecting the scene and all that. But now seeing a helicopter above, you can see now you are going to be outnumbered because these people now are airborne, you are down. You need to report this. What is happening? Are we even going to take this person out of this house? And then calls were made to our commanders to say, this is what is happening now. Then they said, no, just look at the situation, see how it unfolds, then you report back to us. And then, but anyway, if you need help, we will be there. So that was happening, that's what was happening, and I just should say that the hoovering of the helicopter and then the visit by the TPCI members told us or showed us that we were dealing with a person that was of a different caliber from the suspect that we usually used to arrest. Because this was not our first arrest, this was not our first operation. We were used to operate arresting people on major cases, but this one was a different one.
Do you know who was the person that was operating the helicopter?
Yes, the person that was operating the helicopter was later identified because now we wanted to know in the weeks that followed to say, why was that happening? Why was helicopter coming to our arrest? Were they coming there to maybe take the Molefe away from us? Is there something that we need to worry about going forward? What it is that we need to do? Then we did our investigation that we could then, we found that the helicopter was being operated by the gentleman that introduced himself as a Chief Provincial Inspector, George Raff. I cannot read this surname.
Raftopoulos.
Yes.
And did he say on whose instruction he was there?
Yes, he told us that he was coming from Gauteng traffic. Then he was requested by a certain colonel from TPCI to say he has received a complaint that there is bogus police in that address that we're in. Then he was sent to go check what was going on there.
Can I just clarify from what division is Raftopoulos?
He said he is based in Gauteng Traffic Police.
Gauteng Traffic Police. And in your statement, you refer to a DPCI captain, not a colonel. Which one is the correct one?
That will be captain. I just now do not have the details of who did he really say that he got the request to come assist there.
Do you know if it could be the same Captain Kruger?
Yes, that's correct.
Witness A, at the time of the operation, this helicopter, were you able to identify where it was from? As in, it's a police helicopter, it's a provincial, I think you say the Chief Provincial Inspector, that it came from province. Were you able to determine it's private or it's a state, one of the state agencies helicopter?
Yes, we could, because we're doing this with the assistance with the members that were outside. They could identify that it belonged to traffic police. But when you looked at it as it was flying above, you could mistaken it as a police helicopter. Because initially I thought it was a police helicopter, like SAPS helicopter by that. But then we were told, no, this is not a police helicopter. This is a traffic helicopter, which was then confirmed by its operator, Inspector George.
Yes. And the members of the DPCI that were there, how big a number was it?
It was quite a number. I wouldn't really have a definitive number as to say there were 15 or 14, but it was quite a number because actually there was a lot of people outside the gate that came in support of Molefe. And then some did not introduce themselves as who they were. And then you would not come out of the gate and ask around who is this person and who is that person. So, but I did see this group that was wearing these easily identifiable DPCI shirts, that it was quite a group.
And were they armed? The DPCI T-shirted people?
I could not establish that from where I was standing,
Yes.
Commissioners.
Yes. How would you describe it? I'm asking whether they were armed because I want to try and establish whether you're able to describe what the situation, the atmosphere was like now that you've got a helicopter hovering. You have these many people that you're describing from the DPCI, TRT, your team, and whoever else might have been. What was the atmosphere?
The atmosphere was quite tense. You could see that if this situation cannot be managed and controlled well now, anything can happen. Even not only on this point, even before we could come to this place, you could see that it was a matter of minutes that things could go out of hand, because you had a suspect who was armed and then approaching the police. Then the police are also armed. So it was just a matter of who is controlling the situation better now. So the situation was volatile from onset up until the operation was called off. There was no time where you will say, now it's safe, I can sit down, I can drink water, I can maybe have lunch. We didn't have lunch for the day, for the whole day, because you were kept on your feet, looking at the safety of this person that you are arresting, looking at the safety of yourself, looking at the safety of the family members that were there, his kids, because you didn't know who will come with what. More especially when you could see that they've got capabilities to come on air to say now you can, because when you're going to an operation, you look at the area, you say, okay, you will have your members at that corner, guarding that space, you got that small gate and all that. But now when they come airborne, how are you going to operate that? You're not even trained for that. So it changes the whole situation to say, hey, what are we faced with now?
Thank you.
And then I actually did go and ask the suspect to say, what is happening here? Then he said, I should ask you, I don't know. You see, I'm here with you. That's what he said. I'm here with you. I don't know what is happening outside.
Thank you, Witness A. Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Chair, I'm not sure if we should take the tea adjournment now because I'm moving on to still part of the same topic, but it's quite a lengthy explanation from the witness.
Let's adjourn and resume at 15:15.
Good morning, everyone. Again, we are just trying to establish a connection. We've lost the connection, so apologies for the delay. We've established the connection. We're ready to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, are you there?
Yes, I am here, Commissioners.
Thank you. We ended at paragraph 84 on page 27 of your statement. Can we now deal with paragraph 85, where you speak about something that happened earlier on the day of the operation?
Yes. This will be now the part where I said I was not present, but it was reported to the team that it had happened. That is when now we had our members that were monitoring the movements of the person that we were going to be arresting on that day, which is Katiso Molefe. And then they reported to us that they had a confrontation with a Johnny Mukhatle from JMPD K9 unit, which is a Johannesburg Metro Police Department K9 unit. And then he approached one of our members who was also stationed near Molefe's house. And then Mukhatle later deposed the affidavit to the team when he was approached to ask as to what his role was there. Why was he there? Was he there on his personal capacity or it was in official capacity? And then because on face value from us it was taken as interference. We were doing a police operation, and then there he was showing up and confronting the members. And then I also did ask the suspect after we have arrested him, days after when we're now taking him to court, to say, why was Johnny Mukhatle there? What was his role there? Then he told me that it was him who called him because he was feeling scared, thinking that he was going to be killed. So he wanted him to come assist him, or maybe by also checking on the vehicles that were surveying his house, because he says at that time he didn't know who those people were. And then I told him that, but did you see that your actions or his actions together with you nearly made the situation to go out of hand? And then he told me that he was actually ready to fight because now he thought that he was under attack, so he needed to protect himself.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioners.
Thank you, Witness A. And then you deal at paragraph 86 with these occurrences which you refer to as unusual. Could you read that into the record for the Commission, please?
Sorry, Commissioners, I didn't get that. There
Paragraph.
was a little bit of a glitch on my side.
Oh, apologies. Paragraph 86 on page 27. If you could read that into the record.
Oh, yes. Paragraph 86 on page 27 will read as follows. Once again, these occurrences were unusual. It is unheard of the sub-officials from different divisions and units would arrive at a private residence where a takedown of an operation is underway and attempt to interfere in that operation. If there were real concerns that the operation was illegal for whatever reason on their side now, I still would not expect an entire team from DPCI with a helicopter to descend on us and try to stop the operation and resist our attempts to protect the integrity of the operation. This further demonstrated the wide rich influence that Molefe had within the law enforcement. And just maybe to add on that, Commissioners, there was a call that I got from a certain individual shortly after we've arrested Molefe, which then said to us, to me, that were I aware that the person that we've just arrested is the person of the generals. He put it in that way. The person that you've just arrested is the person of the generals. Then I told that person to say, I did not know that. And he said, yeah, that is what happened. Now it means now you are confronting the generals. But that person didn't tell me which general, to be specific.
And did you establish who this person was?
Yes, I did, because he's the person that I knew. He was calling me on the phone. He's registered on my call book, on my phone book.
I did not get that.
I say he's a person that I know. He called me on my phone. He's registered on my phone book, on my phone, the names that I have on the phone. But
He's a contact, one of the contacts saved on your phone.
that is correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
Are you saying on something so significant, because I think this was quite significant, you don't remember who the person was, especially if that person is a contact on your phone?
I do remember. It's just that is the individual that called me. I have his name.
Are you saying you will not say it? Are you saying you will not say it?
Yes, Commissioner.
I did.
An open platform.
I missed that, which is why I asked you the second question. I missed that part.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Witness A, what did you understand this person to mean when they say the person you've just arrested is of the generals? What was your understanding of that?
I understood him to say, now you will have a lot of resistance from the generals. But moreover that, it was taking me aback to what was happening with all the generals trying to get hold of us, or trying to establish the connection with the investigating team, to say we were actually encroaching in the people that they're taking care of, not knowing that we will actually arrest the very same person that they had connection with. Because at the time when we were invited to the places that we were invited to, we were only dealing with the three suspects that were arrested in the Mr. Swart matter. I don't think they appreciated that our investigation will lead to Mr. Molefe. Now, when the time came that we arrested Molefe, now we were explicitly told that now you just have arrested the person of the generals. Are you aware of that?
Are you able to tell us or not whether that person who's a contact on your phone is a member of the SAPS or not?
He's not a member of the SAPS. He's just a general public.
All right. Thank you.
Person.
Thank you.
And why will you not mention the person's name publicly?
I think for their safety, mostly because maybe can be targeted because he is a known person. So if I will mention him here, maybe can be victimized by the same generals even, or by the public at large.
Thank you.
Witness A.
Thank you, Chair.
Witness A, in light of the standoff that had just taken place before the arrest of Katiso Molefe, were you not curious to ask this individual what he meant by the person you have just arrested is the person of the generals, and also who these generals are? Were you not curious at all? Did you not ask him?
I did ask what he meant by that, but he didn't want to give the names of the generals. But he told me that this person is connected to the names that I mentioned yesterday, which is the late Mswazi. He told me that this person is Mswazi's person, and then the generals were connected to him while he was still alive. And then he really did not want to give me which general in particular he was referring to. But he was making it known to me to say this person is connected to the generals. And I understood it to be like that.
Thank you, Witness A. We're now on page 28 of your statement, paragraph 87, where you speak about events that transpired after you completed your search of Mr. Molefe's premises.
Yes, we then had to take Molefe to where he was going to be detained in a period between his arrest and the first appearance at court. And then the team and I had agreed to take him to Pretoria Central for the reason that usually when we arrest the people in the cases such as this one, you wouldn't like to take them to the local station or any other station for interference, and then for safety of the arrested person. We usually used to take them to the bigger police stations. It will either be, depending where you are at the time, it will either be your Johannesburg Central Police Station, because it has caused the high-profile police cells where you will arrest the people that really need to be looked after in terms of their safety, or to the police stations like your Chimistis, those are big police stations around the province, and Pretoria Central Police Station. So the decision was made that it is better that we took him to Pretoria Police Station, Pretoria Central Police Station for his detention. And then we made means to let his family know that this is where he's going to be detained over weekend, because he was arrested on Friday, if I remember correctly. And then I also told sorry, Commissioner.
And what do you mean when you say for his safety? What was it exactly?
For his,
what was
for
it?
his safety.
Yes, go on, go on.
Yes, for his safety, there is something that we thought something could happen to him at the time, but knowing that the case that we're dealing with, it was a sensitive case, we were getting protection ourselves, working on the case. It means now, even with the people that you are arresting, you also need to think to say that these people could be facing, some of them, some kind of danger, even if they do not disclose to you. But with these ones, especially this one in particular, he did tell us that he fears for his life. So you will have to make sure that as much as you are looked after for your protection, he is also kept safe wherever he is. That's what I mean by the safety of the arrested person, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. And so you took him to Pretoria Central Police Station, and then what happened?
Yes, but I was just saying, just before we could take him there was a gentleman who was at the gate who always demanded entry, but we did not allow him. Then he reported himself to be his lawyer at the time, and then he gave his name to me as Tamihadebe. And then I told him that day, I will take your client to Pretoria Central. I also gave him my number to say, if you needed anything, maybe from my side, you can contact me. But if you need to consult with your lawyer, you will have to contact the people that will be working at the cell, which we refer to as a cell commander at the time, because they will have their regulations or their rules from station to station to say, you can visit this time, you can bring food, you can bring clothes. Other station will say, don't bring food, we provide food. Others say, don't bring clothes, something like that. It will not be up to me, but you will have to consult with the station at a particular time, or the relief commander of that station at the time you want to go there. But if it happens that you're experiencing problems, you can contact me on this number. Then I gave him my number and also the family, including the person who was arrested, not arrested, who was found with Molefe, the one that was, that I said his name was Lehasa, because we had to now uncuff him because we didn't want to arrest him. And then I gave him my number to say, if you need something for Molefe over the weekend, this is the number you're going to contact me on. And then we took him to Pretoria Central.
Okay, and what happened when you got there?
When we got to the Pretoria Central, then we detained him. We booked the exhibit in the exhibit office, which is the SA13 warehouse or store. And then I communicated with the cell commander at the time to say this is a high risk case. They need to look after this person. And I also made an OB entry so that when they change shift, they will know that there is this high-profile person that is arrested there. He is a high profile in a sense that the case is sensitive. And then I made it clear as to who needed to visit him without letting me know. But any other person that needed to visit, the team will have to be let know. They needed to be conducted. I think if I remember correctly, I told them that the immediate family can visit, the lawyer can visit, the spouse can visit, and then the priest, if he had a priest, can visit. Other than that, the friends and the the colleagues, if he works and all that, they might not visit without letting us know. If they want to visit, they will have to let us know. Then we left in the police station at that night.
And where did you go to when you left the police station?
It was the early hours of the night. Because when I left him, I remember there was an operation that was going on that went to locate or trace Lucky Molefe somewhere. I couldn't join them because I think it was around 3 in the morning. I went to sleep, but I kept receiving calls from lawyers who said they want to meet with me in those early hours of the morning. Then I said, that is not proper. If it happens that you need to meet, let's try and sit the following day. But even then, I told them, I don't understand why would you want to meet me, because you've got a liberty to consult with or to visit your client at any time. Why would I be meeting with you? Then they said the things that they needed to discuss with the team before he goes to court. And I said, but you've got my number. We can talk over the phone. And then if I can see that really we do need to meet, then we can arrange that. Other than that, I don't see as why we should meet. And then we didn't meet with the lawyers.
Okay, then can we move on to the next topic, which is on page 28 at paragraph 89. It starts at 89. You refer to it as possible further interference attempts. Now you refer to the 7th of December 2024. Can you tell us? Oh, sorry, there's a question.
Before you do that, witness A, you say in paragraph 88 that you then joined those that were actively looking for Lucky Molefe. Now, you have earlier on explained that he was a buyer for Transnet and involved, I think, he was a buyer for Transnet, and you said something about the SK group. Yes, you said that. Now, but earlier on in an earlier paragraph of your statement, you mentioned that there was a warrant for his arrest. So when you went to the premises of Mr. Katiso Molefe, you were also looking for him as well. Why were you looking for him? Why did you want to arrest him? You haven't explained that.
There was a warrant for him on this case matter. He was a wanted suspect, as Molefe was a wanted suspect, and he was not found on that day, and he has not been found to this day.
Okay. So a suspect in relation to the Mr. Swart's murder. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
All right.
That is correct, Commissioners. I think witness B is going to talk more as to why or how it's connected to the murder.
Yes.
Of Mr. Swart.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Seal.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Witness A, can we then deal with your next topic, which is the possible further interference attempts that starts at paragraph 89. You speak about events that transpired on the 7th of December 2024, the day after Mr. Molefe's arrest.
Yes, on the day that followed there, we were doing the continuation of operation of looking for Lucky, including doing investigation on the case, when now I received a call from Colonel Mkwena from my office, the one Colonel Mkwena that I referred to yesterday. He called me on my phone, then he asked if there was a person that arrested at the area where we arrested him from. He mentioned the area to say, did you arrest a person in that area yesterday? Then I said, yes. Then he said, then where is the person that you arrested now? We are referring to Katiso Molefe. Then I told him that, yeah, we arrested Katiso Molefe. Then he said, where is he? Then I say, we detained him in Pretoria Central Police. Then he told me that, why did you not detain him at a local police station? Before, but you didn't report that success in our group, because we had a group at the office when I was still based at the office, where you will always report the major events, say, I arrested so and so on this case, and then these are the
Witness A?
set for.
We lost
I
you.
didn't see that on the group.
Sorry, Witness
Why
A,
did
we
you not
lost you.
arrest yet as the success?
Please take witness A back.
Witness A? Can you hear us? It's gone.
Yes, I can hear you, commissioners, now.
Okay, please take us back to, you mentioned that Colonel Mokoena had asked you why you hadn't reported the matter in the group as a success in the group. We lost you after that, so can you just repeat what you said?
Yes, he wanted me to explain to him as to why he didn't see that success on the group as it would normally be. And then I said, I told him that he should be aware that on this case, even with the 3 that we arrested earlier on in the year, in April 17, they were not reported on the group. Now, I didn't understand why this one will then be reported. And then I also told him that he would be aware that Brigadier Khopane had given a directive that we should report either direct to her or to the general, who is now General Mbuso Khumalo, about this case, not to the open platform because of the sensitivity that it came with. And then he said, the problem now is General Sibia, who is now the Deputy National Commissioner, had just called him asking about where Molefe was arrested and why, detained rather, and why is he not detained in a local police station. And then I gave him the reason why he was not detained at a local station. Then he went on to say, but now, why did you not tell the family? And then I said, it is the family, and I gave them my number if they needed anything that had to do with the detention or any other challenge that they were faced with. Then he told me that what I did was not nice. General Sibia is not happy. And then he said I must be careful that I won't face a civil claim about what I did. And I didn't understand what he was saying, because we've been doing this for a long time since I've been a police. It is the team or a detective who decide where they arrest a person, where they detain a person rather.
Witness A, the General Sibia you are referring to in paragraph 91 of your statement. Can you just explain who that is?
General Sibia will be National Deputy Commissioner, who is also the head of detectives nationally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Witness A, did you say what General Sibia would not be or is not happy about? Did he say it, and what did you understand of it?
He said he's not happy about that. We took the person away from the local police station where he would have been arrested. And then I didn't understand what was the concern there. And then he went on to say he's not happy that you didn't tell the family where you taking their family member, because now they cannot visit him because they don't know where he is. And then I explained to Colonel to say I did tell the family, and then I also got the instruction there and there to say make a call to the family and tell them where you have detained the person. Now meaning Katiso Molefe. Then I said, but I had done that already before I took him out of his house. I told Lehasa, and I told his sons, and then I was also phoned by the lawyers, because I had also given the lawyer that was at the gate, and I was also phoned by the lawyers, who then means that they got my number, I will assume, from the family members. Them again, and I didn't call them.
Did the Colonel Mokoena indicate to you, or suggest, in fact, maybe let me use the word, did he in any way suggest, or did you understand him to have spoken to General Sibia and conveying what he was saying to you on the basis of his discussion with General Sibia?
Commissioner, will the question be, will I have understood him to have gone back to the general to tell him what I said to him?
No, sorry. No, let me apologize for not being clear. What I'm asking is, when he said to you, when Colonel Mokoena said to you, General Sibia will be unhappy, or is unhappy, that you have taken Mr. Molefe outside of the closest police station, the local police station, and that you did not tell his family, was it your understanding that that was his discussion, that is what he had discussed with General Sibia before he called you?
Yes, Commissioner, that was my understanding, but my understanding was further than that. I understood Colonel Mokoena to have been getting pressure from General Sibia to say, you talk to your members, they must not do this, they should have done this. He didn't express that to me, but that is what I understood him to say, because when I explained to him how things went, he then said, I got a call from General Sibia raising this concern, to say now, I think he was also getting pressure from somewhere himself.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I think you may have answered in your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi, but why do you refer to this as a possible interference?
I refer this to possible interference because here is a person who have just told me soon after we have arrested Molefe to say, you've just arrested the general's person. Now I'm getting this call soon after, because we've just arrested him the previous night. Now I'm getting the call the following day, which will mean then the call from this fellow was going to come on the days that followed. Now I'm connecting the dots now to say what this man is saying and what transpired on this day paints a picture to say really there is pressure from somewhere. It could be true that this person is somehow connected or has influence to the generals.
Thank you, Witness A. Can we then go on to your next topic, which is also on page 29 and starts at paragraph 93, which you call My Call with General Shabiri. Can you just set the scene for us, the date, time, and who you were with?
The date was on the 16th of December 2024. It would have been 10 days after we've arrested Katiso Molefe. And then I was at the office where we're operating from with witness B. And then we were still working. It was around 8 minutes past 6, somewhere around there. Then the calls comes in. And then the general is, it started as a casual call to say, hey, how are you guys doing? Because he understood our situation as we have had the first meeting with him. How are you keeping? How is work going? And then he's telling me about his health issues here and there. It was just a casual call. Up until now, it turned a little bit to involve work now about the person that we arrested. And then he wanted now to tell me who this person you arrested is, and then how he is connected to the cartel, and then how the hierarchy stands, because he told me the names to say there is this guy who is connected to that person, and then this one is this one. So these people are dangerous. Those are his words. These people are very dangerous. They don't have a heart. They will go out of their way to have what they want to have.
Okay, Witness A, can we take it step by step? Can you start out with paragraph 93? You say that it was a casual discussion. What is it that was, what was he discussing as part of the casual part of the discussion?
He was speaking about his health condition, which I don't think I can disclose here.
Okay.
But he was telling me about his health condition at the time, to say, this is what I'm suffering from, and then this is how I'm taking care of it. And then he was taking me step by step in how he is treating it.
Okay, and then in 93, you speak about him telling you about an invitation that he received. Tell us about that.
Yes, then he soon told me that, hey, I received an invitation to attend to a birthday party of General CP at his farm. And then he told him that I declined on excuse that I'm not well, because he told me that he has just attended a surgery. Then he said, I will tell him that I'm not going to attend because I'm not well. And then he told me that he knew that at the back of his mind, he knew that he wanted to be at the party so that he can give progress feedback on the Ahmad Swart case. Then he said he didn't want to do it because he knew that General Sibia didn't want it to brief the National Commissioner, but he wanted it to brief the other side. That is how he put it.
And what did you understand? What did you understand by him saying to brief the other side? Who's the other side?
I understood it to say the other side is either the suspect or the group that he was telling me to say this suspect belongs to this group. Now he need to give that feedback to say this is the progress on the case, this is what is happening on the case, because he said General Sibia kept asking him to say, give me the feedback on this case. I need to know what is happening. Then at some point, General Sibia says he told him to phone General Mbuso Kumalo, who is the head of detectives, for him to give him the briefing, because he would had the better space to know what was going on. Then, in the very same sentence, he tells me that he then could read that General Sibiya was not happy about that response. And then General Sibiya says he regretted having said that because he was where he is, he owed his rank to him because he had soon been promoted to his rank. He was new at the rank. Then he says, I've regretted because I could see that it angered him. I didn't want to make him angry because I owe my promotion to him. That was his exact words.
Okay. Can we just go back, because you've skipped a paragraph, can we go to paragraph 94?
Yes.
Can you deal with what General Shibiri told you in the conversation that is set out in 94?
Paragraph 94 will have me mentioning names of individuals. Can I do that?
Yes, you may.
In paragraph 94, I think I was just omitting it with the concern of mentioning these people. He was now outlining. Can I just read it to a record, please?
You may read it into the record.
Just hold on.
Yes.
Witness A, just hold on a bit.
We want to discuss this further, so can you please move on so long?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, witness A, if we can then deal with paragraph 95 of your statement.
Will that mean that I'm no longer required to read paragraph 94 into the record, Commissioners?
For now, yes.
Okay, that is correct.
You
Then
may
now, paragraph 95 deals of what the assessment of the call with General Shibiri was, what I understood it to be saying. And then it says, I think General Shibiri was telling me this to make me aware of the magnitude of the arrest that we had just made and the Swart matter case in its entirety, meaning the whole picture of things now. General Shibiri then went on to tell me about his own experience with cases that he was involved in. I felt that he was perhaps trying to distance himself from this case. In any event, General Shibiri then mentioned that he had received a call from General Sibia who wanted to be briefed. That is, I think now it will deal with what I've already mentioned that side.
You may proceed.
To be briefed. Sorry?
Sorry, you may proceed.
Yes, to be briefed on General Shibiri that if he wanted to report speedily that he should call General Mbuso Khumalo for such a briefing. General Shibiri said he could tell that General Shibiri was not happy with his response. And he, General Shibiri, now regretted that he responded in that manner because he owed his promotion to General Sibia. General Shibiri also said that he knew that General Shibiri did not want the information for the National Commissioner, meaning he did not want the information in order for him to brief the National Commissioner, but rather for the other side, to saying now he was going to be briefing the side of the suspect. I understood this to mean that General Sibia wanted information on swart murder investigation for the accused person, not for the National Commissioner as an official report.
Okay, you may continue with paragraph 96.
He then told us that we needed to be careful because the people that we are dealing with are heartless. They will never allow us to relax. He mentioned that there was a senior officer that he refers to as a homeboy that is not even based at the provincial level, but he is at the district level, but he wanted to know what was happening about this case and particularly the bail of Molefe. And then he said that things is making him angry. And then by the province, he was not mentioning Gauteng province, but he was mentioning the structure of the police, that you will have levels. You will have the station level, the district level, the provincial level, and then you will have the national level. Now, he says, as far as he understood, this case was investigated at the a provincial level, but here he's having a person, this senior police officer who is based at the district level, but wanted to be briefed on this matter, which he understood which he understood it not to be of his concern. Then he said he was not happy about that.
And who is the person that you think he was referring to?
I think he was referring to Brigadier Nkwashu, because it was him who was at the district level, and it was him who had shown interest in this case. And it was him that we were later to learn that he was directly connected to Katiso Molefe. And it was him that we will later learn that he made to sneak into the prison to visit Katiso Molefe and with his vehicle not fixed with registration number. And it was him that was part of the party that I didn't attend. And it was him that I was informed by an informer that he was fighting with General Shibiri and the provisional commissioner to say they are no longer friends because he wanted to go out of his way to mangle in the investigation without considering the safety of the investigators. That is now the information that I was getting from the informer to say these 3 senior officers, they are fighting. They are no longer in talking terms because Brigadier Nkwashu is going out of his way to work with the suspect, even where he sees that the safety of the investigating officer will be compromised. He does not consider that. Then these 2 senior officers, it seems like at some point they tried to call him on that, but he just could not back down, and then they fought. This is what I understood General Shibiri to be saying to me on this call.
Thank you, Witness A. Could I ask you then to read paragraph 98?
Paragraph 98 reads as follows. Although I had my reservation about General Shibiri and his motives, and I still do, he consistently expressed a concern for our safety. I think he did this because he knew, and he said, he knew the people we were going after are heartless and were very well connected. That is now the suspect. I still do not know to this day whether General Shibiri is compromised in the sense that he is working for the syndicate or whether he felt so indebted to General Sibiya for his promotion that he was acting on the instructions of General Sibiya to see whether I and Witness B could be corrupted as a sign of gratitude to General Sibiya for his role he played in his promotion. Now, this is the thoughts that were racing in my head to say, he felt concerned to say, guys, you actually need to look after yourself. You're doing a good job here, but there are people that are going out of their way to assist the criminals. And then I'm saying that Witness B can attest to this call because he was there when I was on the call with the general.
Thank you, Witness A. Then there's another topic which is at page 31, it starts at paragraph 99, which deals with an inmate, which you don't want to mention the name for safety reasons, but can you tell us what transpired?
Yes,
sorry, Witness A.
Witness A, yesterday you testify when you were testifying about your request for protection when the investigating team got concerned about your safety, and there was a discussion about why you did not ask General Shibiri to provide you with support, and I think this is after you couldn't find your immediate superior, Hopane. You remember that discussion, that conversation of your evidence?
Yes, I remember it correctly, Commissioner.
All right. Now, what you've just testified to, this telephone call from General Shibiri. In fact, rather, let me step back first and say your explanation why you didn't call General Shibiri to get protection. You said, well, because he's in national and you are in province, so you had to go to your immediate superior and ended up seeking assistance elsewhere. You remember, is that a correct reflection of your testimony, summary rather, of your evidence yesterday? Yes. Now, in this telephone call with this telephone call from General Shibiri and the kind of discussion that happens there, is it regular that a general at national would call you to discuss in this way, that there was a discussion where he speaks about another general, in this case General Sibia, and the kind of discussion, the case discussion, and to tell you about people being connected to other people, as you say. Is this regular, considering that this is a general at national, is not your direct superior?
It is really not regular. But now the call came in two forms. It started as a casual call. We'll say, now I'm coming out to you in this fashion. I'm telling you the problems that I'm facing in my health. Sympathize with me. And then this will be just a normal call to say, this is how I'm feeling. And then he is now a person who understands the situation that I'm facing. Then he's also asking, how are you guys doing that side? And then the calls now turns. It involves the case now to say, we're talking about the case now, but when it started as just a friendly, casual call to say, how are you doing today? This is how I am doing today. Let's talk about that. And then it changes. So I would say I didn't see it wrong when he was telling me that he is sickly, he's not feeling well. There was nothing wrong about that. And then he's asking me how I'm feeling because he knew the situation that we are in, that we've reported to him when we started with the project. I also didn't feel anything odd about that. But now when he came to say, this is what is happening now, I'm getting this call, it was, to me, it sounded as a cry for help, to say, I'm tangled into this thing now, and then I am forced to do these things, and I don't want to do it because I know it is wrong. There's also this person that I refer to as a homeboy, and then here is he's now doing this, because he went on to say, other people, you cannot even trust them. They are your homeboys, but yet they do this to you. So to me, it felt to say, this is where I am now. How do I go about this? But at the same time, I was not at a position to be able to assist. It was just for me to hear him out, understand the situation he was in at that time, if really was that situation, and then analyze the situation that he's giving me, because now he's painting the whole picture to say, these people are connected to those people, and he was mentioning real big names as per paragraph 94.
Did you understand him? Did you not understand him as requiring you to assist him by providing him with the information that is being sought from him? Did you understand that to be the purpose of his call to you?
I thought that I understood the purpose of his call to me to be saying, I am in this situation, I do not want to be in this situation anymore. because now I'm required to be constantly giving this information, and I know this information that I'm going to be giving is not for a good cause. That is one hand of the way I understood him. At the same time, I couldn't understand if maybe he wanted me to provide him with information still. I was just caught in between.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Witness A. We were going to start with the topic of Lucky. Let me just see. No, sorry. We were on page 31, and you were going to speak about an inmate.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Or before that, you are referring to the inmate Lucky Buthelezi. I'm sorry.
We're referring to an inmate, yes, to an inmate.
Before you get to that, let me take you back to paragraph 94. That's the one where you asked whether you should mention the names. Just read the paragraph into the record, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, this paragraph emanated from the call with the General. In this paragraph 94, it will go like this. During the call with General Shibiri, he told me that Molefe was part of a group of 5 individuals with interest in mining in the Northwest province, and that one of those guys belongs to a group of Abom Swazi, Nabom Tagati. That is him saying the names now. He also said another guy is a Zulu guy. He's a tall guy, now describing him to me. He's known as Z, who stays in Sandton, who I understood to him to be Z Numano. He said Z is a close friend of Julius Malema, who is a politician, who then tends to be close to General Sibia. So he was connecting the person that we arrested to Z, and then Z to Julius Malema, and then Julius Malema, who is friend to General Sibia, the Deputy National Commissioner. Now he's painting a picture to me that I do not know, to now be aware that this is how the chain goes.
Thank you, Witness A. Can we go to page 32?
Perhaps before you do that, the Witness A, in that you referred, in quotes you have Abom Swazi, from what you've read, Nabom Takat. The Abom Swazi, is it the same that the Mswazi that was you mentioned yesterday in your evidence?
Yes, there will be now the cartel.
And then Bom Tagati?
It's also the member of the cartel.
Is it the same cartel or a different? They're all in the same cartel?
The same cartel, yes.
Okay. And then this Ngumalo, is there any significance to him that that General Shibiri would have mentioned him to you? Who is he? Is he in any way significant?
I don't really know a lot about him, but as we investigate, we find him. His name pops up here and there, but there is nothing that really I have about him as such. Other than that, General Shibiri was telling me now to say how the chain is connected. to say this puzzle also has him in.
Thank you. I won't ask you who is Julius Malema, I think. Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you,
Advocate
Commissioner.
Siegels, I think you were on paragraph 99 at page 31. If you can pick it up from
Yes.
there
Can
with
you,
the caution that you
Yes.
mentioned earlier.
can you just deal with paragraph 99?
Paragraph 99 will be the paragraph when we were doing our investigation, having arrested Katiso. Now we're getting calls from all different directions. And the one significant call that we received, it came to witness B. I think she will expand more on it, to say there is an inmate where Tau had been incarcerated before he was moved to a different prison, and where Molefe was incarcerated as well, that said he needed to desperately meet with the investigating team. He had information to give to the team.
Can you, I know you say that witness B is going to deal with that, but can you say briefly what it is that he discussed during the consultations?
Yes, when we visited him for the first time, he told us that he had access to Michael Puleta when he was in prison. And then as soon as Katiso Molefe was arrested, he also had access to him. Actually, he said, on the day when we arrested him, on that, because he was detained the early hours of the Saturday, the following day from the day when we were doing operation, he said he got a call from Michael Pule, who called from a different prison, calling him to say Katiso is arrested, possibly will be brought there. And then he said, when Katiso came to this prison now, he welcomed him in. And then that is when now he got information. But he said he actually wanted to meet us even before Katiso was admitted in that prison, because he had information that was very sensitive that was given to him, or that was made available to him by Katiso Molefe, to say that there was a plan to kill the investigating team, which will be witness B and myself. Then he gave the fine details as to how that operation was going to be conducted and who was going to fund it. It was actually Molefe, Katiso Molefe, who was going to fund it, and he also gave the figures as how much was going to be paid for who. And then I think that will be dealt in detail by witness B.
Thank you, witness A. I want to rather deal with it chronologically, because your statement is not chronological. You end in December when you met with the inmate, and then you go on to another topic. But there was another operation ongoing, and maybe we can deal with that first, which is on page 39, which relates to Vusimusi Matlala. Can you just tell us what your involvement, who's Vusimusi Matlala, and what was your involvement in his arrest on the 14th of May, 2025?
Vusimusi Matlala was an individual that was now arrested on a different case. It will be noted that on all this evidence that I had given, we were dealing mainly with the case or cases that had to do with the murder of Mr. Arman Swart in Vereeniging. But now Vusimuzi Kat Matlala was on a different case which will be sent in case 436 of 10/2023. The case is an attempted murder case, and then it involves two of the people of the suspect that were arrested previously in Vereeniging matter.
Who are they?
It will be Musa Kekane and Floyd Diego Deni Mabusela. That is actually how we had to be able to arrest Kat, as he is called, Vusi Matlala. This docket was investigated at the station by the station, but now for a fact that it was including our suspect, which is these two that I've just mentioned, Musa Kekan and Floyd Denima Busela, we thought that we need to take the docket and look into it. And actually, when we took it, it was struck off roll, it was withdrawn. They were no longer going to court with it. Then we needed to take the docket, look at it, and see if we can be able to bring it back to life by way of taking it back to court. And then that is what we did. We discussed with the prosecutor, having read the docket and asking what was the problem here, why was the docket struck out of the court roll? And then we were told to say, oh, this is what happened. And then we communicated with the investigating officer, who I would say was very cooperative in his investigation, to say, okay, this is how I went with the docket, this is where I struggled. And then we took the docket, we started investigating, and then we brought these two people back into the courtroom by means of summons, or J175 as we will call them. And then when we read through the docket, we will see that now there is a person, or maybe I will just mention that the charge on this docket is an attempted murder of the people that were driving in a BMW that were attacked at night when they came from a certain place, a restaurant. So the charge will be attempted murder. But now we could see when we read through the docket and did our further investigation to say the hit organizer or the hit orderer was this Vus Ket Matlala, that now we needed to see if we can be able to link him properly to the case. And then this takedown of the 14 May came about what I've just mentioned. We applied for his arrest, for his warrant of arrest in the form of a J50, and it was authorized. And then on the 14th of May, we arrested him.
And were you part of the team?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Were you part of the team that arrested him?
I was part of the team that arrested him, correct, Commissioner.
What was your role?
My role there was an arresting officer. Yes, and then I did that in assistance with the colleagues that I was working with him in terms of interviewing him and charging him later on.
And was anything seized from him?
Yes, when we arrested him, we found him with his personal firearm, the licensed firearm, and 2 cell phones that were seized from him. And then they were confiscated and put into the SCP-13 as well as exhibits.
Okay. Continue.
At the scene of where he was arrested, we also requested him to consent to the seizure of the phones first, and to us to be able to access the phones. And then he did the verbal consent, and then he also signed the consent form to that regard.
And then, Witness A, you earlier in your testimony said that you would also deal with links related to the murders of Opa John Sefoka and Walter Mokwena and Sandile Mjeza, insofar as it relates to Mr. Molefe. You don't deal with it in your statement. Are you able to deal with it at this stage?
I think maybe most part of that will be dealt with mostly by witness B. But what I can say about that is that we also effected an arrest in terms of the case whereby Katiso Molefe, Michael Puletau, Museke Kane,
Your signal is very bad, Witness A. Are you? We've lost you.
And they were arrested.
Witness A, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Can you just repeat what you said about the suspects? You said Katiso Molefe. Continue. No, we can't hear you, Witness.
Should we adjourn and see if the connection
I would be indebted to you,
cannot get
Commissioner.
better? Let us adjourn. Ms. Sigels-Ncube, I trust that connectivity has improved now.
We trust so too, Chair. Witness A, are you there?
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I am here.
Thank you. Witness A, the next topic in the chronological timeline that we were dealing with, the Swart investigation, is Mr. Molefe's appeal, bail. Can you just go to page 32, and it starts at paragraph 101, and let me know when you're there.
I am the Commissioner.
So we know that Mr. Molefe was arrested on the 6th of December, and then his first appearance was on the 9th of December. Do you recall when he had applied for bail?
I see here that on the 9th of December, he was at court. Then the legal team indicated that they would apply for bail to the prosecutor. I think then the case was remanded to the 13th of December for such.
Okay, and do you know? Please go ahead.
And then on the 13th of December, if I can just read that into the record. However, on the 13th of December 2024, the matter was postponed at Molefe's request. The magistrate noted that the matter will be postponed to the 21st of January 2025, which was then now the year that was to follow, because Molefe's legal representative had to validate and verify information because Molefe must show exceptional circumstances that exist for him to be granted bail as he was charged on a Schedule 6 offense.
And can I just understand what is the Schedule 6 offense that he was charged with? I know there is murder, but is there an aggravating circumstance attached to that murder for it to be Schedule 6?
He was charged with murder that was of aggravating circumstances and what will be also termed as premeditated, in a sense that it was a pre-planned murder where extreme force was also used in terms of going back to the crime scene, what it was described of Mr. Ahmad Swart.
Okay, you can continue to complete that sentence. Oh, please continue.
So, in as such, we were advised by the prosecutor that was doing the case. It would be up to him to satisfy the court that he prohibited or he exhibited the circumstances that will allow him, or that will be exceptional to the court, for him to be granted bail.
Okay. Do you want to continue with 103, the last sentence? The matter was?
The matter was then accordingly postponed to the 21st of January 2025, but the bail application was not heard on that day. It was set down for 20th of February 2025. Then on the... Yes, Commissioners.
Please proceed.
Then on the 20th of February 2025, yet again, Molefe's representatives, the legal team, sought further postponement. The date was then arranged for the 24th of February 2025. The postponement was occasioned by Molefe having sight of the investigators' affidavit that was opposing the bail for Molefe.
When you say the Molefe had sight of the investigator's affidavit, are you referring to witness B's affidavit opposing bail?
That is correct.
Yes. Okay.
They had seen the affidavit, and then in that affidavit, if I will remember correctly, they were surprised by the investigating team or the information that was seen in the affidavit that the investigating officer, which is witness B, was actually aware of his arrest that had occurred in the UK. And then I should also just mention that when they came to court, initially they did not disclose to the court that he had a previous conviction outside the boundaries of the country. And then we believed that maybe they thought we won't be able to trace it because the SAPS is not connected directly to the systems of other countries. They thought it will be difficult for us to trace his previous conviction unless it was them who disclosed it to us, which is what they did not. Because sometimes it is the questions that you ask from the witness to say, do you have this? What is your condition in terms of him applying bail? And then there will be where the onus will be upon him to disclose, either to the court directly or through the investigating officer, to say, I also need to disclose this to you, that I was arrested for this, or I have a pending case that is going on at a certain court that you are not aware of. I just need you to know that there is this. In this instance, he did not do that. But we had our ways to investigate that using the agencies that are able to communicate with other law agencies that are outside the country, that provided with information that was very accurate, which we then brought it to the attention of the court.
And what was that conviction in relation to?
This conviction was in relation with the fact that he was found in possession of a dacha, which is cannabis, and then he was arrested in the UK laws that prohibited the dealing in cannabis. And then I think it extended to him being found to be in possession of a certain caliber of a firearm that it was also prohibited in the United Kingdom at that time. So the legal team struggled with that information to say it was not disclosed to the court. Actually, it was the prosecutor that brought it up with the magistrate, but the applicant did not disclose this to the court. And then they worked up a plan to say he had just changed the legal representative, and then they said the first legal representative that he was using or he was utilizing knew that. So they thought, they were of the belief that he had already disclosed it to the court, which was not the case. And then they went as far as obtaining an affidavit from that particular representative to support the claim of the new legal defender of his.
You also mentioned in your affidavit at 104 in dealing with that conviction that there was a passport involved. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we also could detect that there was a passport that he used in order to travel to United Kingdoms, and then it was also seen that that passport was fake. It was fake in a sense that it depicted the wrong names. It mentioned him as a Libita David Tebucho. Libita will be the same name, so it will be David Tebucho Libita, with a different date of birth from that he is having. And then we asked him that, is he a Lesotho national? Then he told us no, he was born in South Africa. He had never been, he's not a Lesotho national. So it means that he used this document, a travel document, fraudulently to travel to United States at that time. And then it was an issue for him to say, if you can be able to fake the travel between nations or between countries, these two countries, it will mean that now you don't qualify to be granted bail. That is now an argument that is made by the prosecutor to the magistrate.
And were you present during the bail proceedings, the first bail proceedings?
Yes, I was present.
And in paragraph 105, can you perhaps just read that into the record?
Yes, Commissioners. Paragraph 105 will read as follows. On the 24th of February 2025. 2025, my apology. I'm seeing there it says 5 and 24 March 2025. The bail application was finally heard before Magistrate Morton in Vereeniging. On the 2nd of April 2025, the magistrate dismissed Molefe's bail application. The bail proceedings before Magistrate Martin in the Vereeniging Court and Magistrate's bail verdict are contained in the exhibit bundle that is accompanying my statement.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioners, just for the record, the transcript of the first bail proceedings is in Exhibit CJC. It's 4.1 from page 1 to 235. And then the bail verdict that the witness referred to is CJC 4.2, which is from page 236 to 254. Witness A, your next topic deals with the Molefe bail appeal. Can you just tell us in terms of paragraph 106, we're starting at paragraph 106. Firstly, were you involved at all in the bail appeal, and what was your involvement?
Yes, maybe with the permission of the commissioner, could I just mention the attitude of the arrested person now, the applicant on the 105 in the paragraph.
Yes.
On the day when his bail was denied by the court, he seems to be very angry because. I was part of the team that was transporting him, or that was booking him in to the facility where he was held. He told me personally that he is not happy with the system because when he slept the previous night, he was assured that he's going to get bail. And then he went on to say he also knows that there were people who went and met with the magistrate that was going to conduct his bail judgment at 3 a.m. of the day, which is why the bail judgment was then tainted against him. And then I said, but now how do you know all that? Then he said, all this will be dealt with during his trial. But he was very aggrieved about that. And then he went on to make other claims to say he knows that we've been funded from outside the police by people who are funding this operation against him. But those were the claims that he will occasionally make to say, I know that you guys are being funded by people to work on me because of that they are my enemies in whatever business that they are doing. This cannot be the police operation. So on that day, he was actually a very angry person. And then I assured him to say, as far as I will understand things on the side that I was standing, is that we are working on a normal police operation. And then it kind of extended to say even his arrest, the murder, the investigation into the murder of Swart is a planned thing to take him down. Then I told him to say, on our side, if it was not for him, or if it was not for the Tao and the other two guys having gone to execute that murder, or having gone to shoot and kill that murder, we wouldn't have met. I wouldn't have known that he existed. So there is no way that I could be personal with him, or there is no way that the team could be personal with him. So the only thing that made us to know him or to be connected to him is that now there was a case that we went and took over and worked, and then that case led us to him. Then he said even that it was a plan by the certain generals that are working against him. Then I told him that what he needs to understand is that when we started on this investigation of arresting the Taus and them, there wasn't even a case that was existing on the system. The case was not even registered. It was a new case that just randomly happened, then we found ourselves to be dealing with. It's not like it was a case to say, please come work on this case, this will be your suspect, you will have to arrest him and work on him like this. So everything happened naturally and randomly. But he didn't understand all that, but that was his conspiracies. Thank you, Chess.
Thank you, Witness A. Can you then proceed with the bail appeal? I had asked you what was your involvement in the bail appeal process, if any?
Actually, there was nothing that I had in the bail appeal process as my involvement, because we had already done our investigation previously in his bail that was not granted. And then the case was then transferred to Pretoria, or I would say his bail was going to be held in Pretoria, which will then mean that it was going to be done by a different prosecutor other than the prosecutor that was doing it at the regional court, at the lower court in Vereeniging. It means now Witness B and myself, we had a duty to go and meet with the prosecutor that was going to conduct bail on this accused person. Then the only role that I played was to go and have a meeting with him. I think it was on 2 occasions, just to make him familiar with what is happening in this case. What is Katiso charged for? Who is he charged with, even though they were not applying for bail, and the nature of the cases that are falling under the Vereeniging case, as I mentioned when I started yesterday, and to also give a little background to him that there is a case where Molefe is not arrested, but that we believe that it is actually the case that led to have Ahmad Swart killed, which is now the case of fraud and corruption at Transnet in Johannesburg. And then we also gave him a little background of that case, and also gave him an actual docket, as to say, maybe for him to understand how this matter of Ahmad Swart, he will have to read this docket against each other. But now he said he doesn't actually have time to read through these thick dockets, because the one that we were bringing then, it was also a thick docket on its own. And then this one of Mr. Amar Swatmeda, it was also a very thick docket. Then he said he will concentrate on this, and then if he need any other information, then he would liaise more, especially with witness B, who had more information on the murder case docket.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioners, the notice of appeal that's referenced in paragraph 106 is CJC 4.3 of the exhibit bundle, which can be found at page 255 to 263. Witness A, you are now on page 34 of your statement at 108, where you deal with the bail appeal hearing. Can you take us through that, please?
Yes, this day now was the day which was given to us by the prosecutor that was dealing with the appeal. Then he told us that the appeal will be held in Pretoria High Court. Then he gave us the courtroom number, and then he asked if we would like to attend the court. Then we did. But maybe I just should mention that prior to this bail, we had already received information from informers and sources to say Katiso Molefe will get bail. They went as far as giving the figures as to how much he's going to pay for his way. But now that information will be dealt with more by witness B. What I just wanted to highlight here is that at the back of our mind, when we went to the courtroom, we already knew that this is what has been said to us. And then we didn't know if it was going to transpire the way they said it, or not. We also raised it with our commanders to say, this is the information that we received as a team, to say, this man is going to get bail. And then this is how much he paid for his bail. I'm not paying now bail money. I'm saying paying the process of him to be giving bail against all odds, which then was talking to corruption from the system. We didn't understand exactly if this system was going to be in the judiciary, like the justice system, or the NPA, because we're now dealing with the NPA. We just started trying to establish a relationship with the new NPA personnel, the prosecutor. We didn't understand him that much. Is it him who is going to receive this, or is it going to be the judge? We didn't even know the judge. But now we were told that this is what is going to happen, and then this is the figure that is going to be paid for him to get bail. Not the figure to say this is how much that you need to pay for you to get bail, but this is what you will have to pay for you to get to be admitted to bail, if I'm making it clear to the Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I know you're still going to come to it, but was the figure eventually, or at which bail was eventually fixed, the figure that you had been told by this person?
Yes, the figure that this is what I'm trying to elaborate on, Chair. The figure that I'm talking about here, it's not the figure that is going to be fixed to say he's going to be granted bail at an amount of maybe 1,000 rand. No, but it is the figure to say you pay me this much so that I can give you bail at a region of 100,000 rand, for an example. So this is the figure that was given to us to say he is going to pay 2.5 million for him to be granted bail.
Witness A, can I ask you about the bail appeal hearing that you deal with? So you've dealt with other issues, but can you deal with the bail appeal?
Yes, the bail appeal, as I say, we attended to it with witness B. As much as I would not be an expert in law, but with the experience as a detective, I have attended a lot of bail applications. And then you could hear halfway through the bail hearing to hear that, is it going to be in favor of the accused person, or it is going to be in favor of the police. Then on this one, it was like it was pre-concluded before it started that he's going to get bail on that particular day. And then this was now the conduct of the presiding officer that was conducting bail, or was presiding on the proceedings of the day.
Witness A.
Now,
please proceed.
Yes. Now on this, maybe it will be just my feeling or my understanding of the things as they were turning out, that, or they were playing themselves out, or maybe it was because of the information that we already had received on the days leading up to this bail appeal. But when we sat there, we also even called the office, our commanders, and said and asked to be excused, because we couldn't bear listening to what was going on in the bail hearing. It was traumatizing. It was a bad experience. But now we were told to say, if you leave that room, who is going to give feedback to us to say this was the mood on the room? The commanders said, we know that we will get the bail judgment as in the form of a written bail judgment, but we wouldn't be able to know what was the mood and what was the attitude of the court officers, if I might call them that, during the proceedings. And then we were requested to sit through the bail hearing, which we did.
Witness A, what were your observations that made you upset?
My observation, in one of my few observations that I took note of, was that the judge was not really willing to listen to the submissions of the prosecutor, but he was interested to listen more to the submissions of the defense, in as far as even assisting the defense where they were making the submissions, to make an extension of the submissions.
What are you referring to, Witness A? We do have the transcript of the proceedings for the benefit of the commissioners. That is CJC 4.5, and it is from 290 to 353.
Yes, there is somewhere where the judge, without having maybe informed by the defense, to say the applicant has already handed over the passport or his travel document to the investigating officer. But he just took it upon himself to say Molefe had already done that, hasn't he?
Witness A, when you say he had handed his passport over to the investigating officer, what are you referring to? When did this occur?
I think the travel document, the passport, was handed to witness B when he was applying for his bail at the lower court in Vereeniging, if I am correct.
And what is it that you were saying about the passport?
The judge asked the applicant's lawyer to say why did he give the travel document to the investigating officers.
But what do you make of that? Isn't that something that would form part of bail proceedings or a bail appeal to be asked if the passport has been handed in?
Yes, but it was now, to me, I understood that maybe can I just, please, with the permission of the Commission, read paragraph 108 into the record.
Yes, you may.
Yes, it goes as follows. The judge asked Molefe's counsel why Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer upon his arrest. In response, Molefe's counsel said that by giving the passport, Molefe was indicating that he cannot leave the country. The judge, in response, asked Molefe's counsel if she is saying by this that Molefe is playing open cards. Now, that was now the extension of the judge, as far as I could understand, to say your submission to court need to extend to say my client is playing open cards to the police. But this is not what the defense was saying. It was the assistance from the judge to say, do you mean or are you telling this court that your client was exhibiting that he's playing open cards to the investigating officer that I am not going to leave?
Okay, you may continue, witness A. Oh,
and
yes.
However, this was an exchange initiated by the judge, not the counsel, as I have just mentioned. What the judge did not take into account is that Molefe is known to travel with a false travel document. It should not matter that this was done 20 years ago, especially since he is now facing a very serious charge of murder. He actually, if I remember correctly, turned his attention to the prosecutor and said, the fact that this applicant used a fake or wrong travel document to travel to a foreign country, what value can I make of it in this application? Now, to me, that was I understood it not to be proper.
Why do you say that?
Towards,
Oh, sorry, continue, witness A.
then I'm reading now 108.2 to the record. Towards the end of the submissions, the judge asked
Sorry, witness
Molefe's
A.
counsel.
Witness
A, before you do that, I think Ms. Sigal-Snube, for completeness, it might be that you have to refer the witness, or the witness should refer us to where this exchange happens in the transcript, because for someone who doesn't see that transcript, what is written in 108.1 can easily be understood as this is information the appeal judge had from an unknown source, and then he raises it. So I think we do need the context. Was this in the papers, in the bail application, this issue about the passport having been handed in, and maybe try and do that as much as possible with the rest of the complaints with reference to the transcript.
I will do that, Commissioner Baloyi. Insofar as, should I start with what was on 10?
Yes, I think so.
That exchange happens at page 329.
This is Annexure
It's
CJC 4.5.
CJC 4.5.
You say page?
329.
Yes.
I just want to confirm with the witness that he's referring to the incident about the 20-year lapse in Mr. Molefe having used false documents. Is that the one you're referring to, witness A?
Will you please repeat the question for me? I didn't get it correctly.
You were saying that the judge asked how much weight should he attach, or what value, you used the word value, he should attach to the fact that Mr. Molefe had been found with a false passport 20 years ago.
Yes, and then I'm asking now, what is the question?
No, I was asking if that is what you were referring to earlier, that exchange.
Oh, yes.
Just so that we can find it in the transcript.
Oh, yes, correct. Sorry that I was not understanding the question.
No, that's fine.
Correct.
Then that exchange is at page 329. And it starts with the court at line 18. Witness A, can you go to page 329 of the CJC4 bundle?
Yes, Commissioners, I'm on it.
Let me ask my question of the witness. Witness A, in that 108.1, where you say the judge asked Molefe's counsel why Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer upon arrest. My question is, was there evidence in the record, in the appeal court, that Mr. Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer? Was there such evidence?
I think as far as I would know how this case was going, I would say yes, we were in possession of the travel document. But as for that being evidence to say this is when it was given and things like that, I don't think we had it. I don't know if I follow correctly, Commissioner.
Yes. What I'm asking is, when the judge asks, as you say in that paragraph, when the judge asks Mr. Molefe's counsel why Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer upon his arrest, what I'm asking is, was there, before the judge, was there facts or a statement in an affidavit that says, that records that Mr. Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer upon arrest? Was that information before the judge?
I wouldn't know if the judge had that as information in his disposal.
All right.
Or maybe he just had, as the argument were made between the prosecutor and the the defense lawyer of Molefe. I really cannot pronounce much on that, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Baloyi, we'll check the first bail proceedings to see if it was, but witness B would be in a better position because she deposed to the affidavits in there, but we'll check that and get back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Sibyl.
Witness A, you then, I think you've dealt with 108.1 and you were then getting to 108.2. Do you want to read that as well, or do you want to explain what you meant by 108.2?
I would request maybe to read it out to the Commission. Then it goes as follows. It says, towards the end of the submission, the judge asked Molefe's counsel what she wanted the judge to do in light of her submissions. Molefe's counsel indicated that she would like the bail to be set at 50,000 rands, 200,000 rand. She then proposed that the judge may make an additional order, since the state already has Molefe's passport, that he may not go out, he may not go within 3 kilometers of an airport, or a point of entry will be an airport, or exit the country. She even goes as far as to say or to propose that Molefe may even be ordered to stay in Gauteng or at his house, or be put in the on house arrest. Then on 108.2.1, the judge said, but Molefe stays in Gauteng and has a project in the Free State and also a child in KZN. Then Molefe's counsel indicated to the judge that the child should not be an issue because the child can travel to Molefe. Then the judge also made a follow-up point to say says that Molefe has a girlfriend in KZN and they have been together for 20 years, to which Molefe's counsel responded that the girlfriend stays permanent in KZN with the child. The judge continues to say that he hears Molefe's counsel's point, but the point that he is making is that granting bail should not be a punishment.
Commissioners, that exchange appears from page 321 of CJC 4, from line 15, where the court says, yes, what do you want me to do? Sorry, 321. 320. My apologies.
Ms. Sikasnode, perhaps you also want us to note or to refer us to page 320 right at the bottom, where Ms. van der Heer first, where she proposes the bail amount, which is what the witness has already just spoken to.
Yes, correct, Commissioner Baloyi. The exchange starts on page 320 from line 15, and then it continues over the next 3 pages. In fact, 5 pages, I think.
Just witness A, as I understand, the child being referred to here is a 17-year-old. It's not a small child. Is that correct?
That would be correct, Your Worship.
You may proceed, Witness A.
And then
You were at 108.2.3, starting there.
yes, and then the judge then asked whether freedom of movement should be interfered with. And then I must admit I was quite taken aback by this statement. Molefe's counsel capitalized on this opportunity to submit that no conditions should be imposed to Molefe's movement. And on 108.3, the judge then asked about a condition of reporting at the police station. Molefe's counsel stated that it was an additional burden on the police station, but that is a condition that her client Molefe would be willing to adhere to.
For the benefit of the commissioners, that exchange is at page 323. From the line that starts, "Court, should freedom of movement be interfered with?"
I guess for completeness, so should freedom of movement be interfered with, you find at line 5?
Yes,
Three
at
to
line 5.
3. And maybe for completeness, the witness should read Ms. van der Heever's response.
Witness A, did you hear that? Do you have page
Yes,
323?
Yes, I did. I did hear it, Commissioner, but I was just looking at the lawyer's response where I needed to read from.
It starts, Ms. van der Heever, so it's line 6.
But I mean, in which bundle?
Oh,
Is it
in
on the
page-
bundle on my statement?
No, in the bail bundle, page 323.
323, yes. I'm on page 323.
Yes, do you see where the court says, should freedom of movement be interfered with?
Yes, I see that, Commissioners.
Yes. Commissioner Baloy's asked for you for completeness to read Ms. van der Heever's response.
And then the defense for the applicant said, so, my lord, I would submit no. I think so let me start there. I would submit that there is no reason to interfere with his movement because it is shown during the 8 months between the commission of the crime and the actual arrest that even when he traveled, he returned to his house. So there should not be. But in the event, for instance, that your lordship does have potentially think I should consider imposing certain conditions, I submit that your lord can.
Thank you, Witness A. Do you want to now deal with 108.3? Oh.
Yes. Then on 108.3, the judge
Sorry.
then
Oh,
asked
sorry, I
about
think
the
I'm
conditions.
sorry, Witness A, I think I'm misdirecting you.
And I think maybe just for the record, Witness A, the exchange you refer to in 108.2, 108.1 2.3, we find that on page 322
It will be in page
of the transcript.
322.
Can you just go there and confirm for us on page 322? Maybe starting from line 10 to 25. You don't have to read it out, you can just confirm it.
Yes, I'm on the page.
Can you just confirm it for us that where in your statement from 108.2.1 2.3 you refer to what the judge said that is set out in 322 of the bail bundle?
Oh, yes, Commissioners. I think now I'm getting lost between these two documents because I need to refer to this one and go to that one, and actually I'm not really used to it. I get lost in between. But I hear what the Commissioner is asking me to do. But I cannot really relate the lines from this document to the lines on this other document.
I think if I may try to be of assistance, Witness A, you in your statement in paragraphs in paragraph 108, all of it, 108, 108.1.2, 0.2.1, 0.2.2, 0.2.3, you're recording issues that happened or exchanges in court that happened that have caused you concern, right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. So I think what we are seeking to do for purposes of the record at least, it's to ensure that in the transcript, in the bail transcript itself, these concerns that you have recorded in your statements, we can relate them to what is in the transcript. So if you look at that page 322 in the transcript, do you have that in front of you?
I do, Commissioner.
Yes. So in fact, go back to 321, sorry, in that transcript.
I'm on it, Commissioner.
Okay. Now you will see there's a long paragraph right at the top, and then there's the next paragraph which starts with court in capital letters. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And then you go down, and then there's, in fact, the first is court, then there's Ms. van der Heefer, who was Mr. Molefe's representative, as we can see from this transcript. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
And then you have second court, and then you have second Ms. van der Heefer. You see that?
Yes, I do see that, just under 20.
Yes, and then, yes, just under 20. In fact, the second line after 20 is court, where the court says he has got a child in KZN. You see that?
Yes, I do see that, Commissioner.
And then Ms. van der Heefer says yes. And you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
And then the court says, so are you saying, and then there's a full stop. That's all it says in that line. You see that?
I do see that.
And then the last van der Heefer, Ms. van der Heefer says, no, the child, my lord, the child is not an issue. You see that?
That is correct. I do see that it will be the last sentence of...
The very last sentence. So what we are seeking to relate is in that last line. When you go back to your statement, paragraph 108.2.1, you speak about the child there in your statement now.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And in that statement, and this is where you're saying the judge raised issues that the representative was not concerned about, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So in 108.2.1 of your statement, you say, the judge said that, but Molefe stays in Gauteng and has a project in the Free State and also a child in KZN. Then you say Molefe's counsel indicated to the judge that the child should not be an issue because the child can travel to Molefe. It's that last line that you are referring to in the transcript, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, and then the next, go to page 322.
On page 322.
The very top says court, and then this is the judge asking, must he get permission? You see where I'm reading?
I do see it will be the first sentence.
And then the next one is Ms. van der Heefer says, I respectfully submit the child should not be an issue. The child can travel up. The only, and then it ends there. You see that sentence?
Yes.
So it is that exchange that you are complaining about, that even though, at least that's how I understand your statement, even though Ms. van der Heefer, in that very same page, if you go to, and maybe let's go to your statement, 108.2.2, you say the judge then says that Molefe has a girlfriend in KZN and they've been together for 20 years. You see that?
I do see that,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Now go to page 322 of the transcript.
I'm on it, Commissioner.
Okay. If you go from 1 to, so there's court, I just want you, don't count the line numbers. I just want you to look at where it says court and then Mrs. van der Heefer, right? We start with court right at the top, and then there's a second court as you go down. There's a third court.
Yes.
There's a fourth court just above the number 10.
Yes.
And then there's a third court. There's another court after Mrs. van der Heefer, just after 10. You see that?
Yes.
And then there's another court which starts, I am saying that I've read somewhere. You see that?
Yes, I do see that, Commissioner.
In the transcript. So it says, I'm saying I've read somewhere that the girlfriend stays at KZN. You see that?
I do see that, Commissioner.
Okay. So go back to your statement, 108.2.2. You say the judge then says that Molefe has a girlfriend in KZN and they have been together for 20 years, right? You see that in your statement?
I do see it, Commissioner.
Okay. You confirm that that which is in your statement refers to what I've just read now in page 322 in the transcript.
That is correct.
Okay. It's that exchange that you are referencing.
That is the exchange that I am referring to, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Witness A. Ms. Eagles, you can take it from there.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Do we then...
And thank you, Commissioner, for assistance in that regard.
Okay. Commissioner Baloyi, do we then do from 108.2.3 or...
I think that's what Commissioner Khumalo was asking of you,
Okay.
so that the record reflects.
Okay, so perhaps you can then complete 108.2.2, the exchange in the transcript, not in your statement, which Commissioner Baloyi had just referred to you, where the court says, I am saying that I have read somewhere that the girlfriend stays at KZN. Which part do you want him to read into the record?
Maybe just for completeness, he can start in line 19 on page 322 and end in line 5 on 323, because that would complete his paragraph 108.2.3 in the statement.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Did you hear that, Witness A?
Yes, I did hear that from Commissioner. So that will then mean that I'm studying from where the court says they have been staying together for 20 years.
Yes.
And then the legal representatives representative says yes. So they have been together for 20 years, my lord. But she permanently stays in KZN with the child. Then the court says, yes, I hear the point. The point I am making is this. Granting bail should not be a punishment.
Continue.
And then the lawyer will say, no, my lord, and it should definitely not be. The case law is quite clear on that, and you still have a right to be presumed innocent until such time as you prove it guilty. Case law also says you cannot be incarcerated in anticipation.
Thank you, witness.
And then,
thank you.
thank you.
So then if we then you go to your statement at page 35, paragraph 108.2.3.
Yes.
Are you in your statement now?
I'm on my statement now.
Okay. Perhaps you can then just read that again into the record, and then we'll do the exercise in the transcript.
The judge asked whether freedom of movement should be interfered with. I must admit I was quite taken aback by this statement. Molefe's counsel capitalized on this opportunity and submit that no condition should be imposed on Molefe's movement.
Okay. Now if you can go to the transcript at 323. Do you have it?
I do have it.
Where you see the first quote. Can you read from there?
Yes. Then now it is the court who is addressing the court or the proceedings. Should the freedom of movement be interfered with? Then the lawyer said, so my lord, I would submit no. I think so let me start there. I would submit that there is no reason often to interfere with his movement because it is shown during the 8 months between the submission of the commission of the crime and the actual arrest that even when he traveled, he returned to his abode home. So there should not be. But in the event, for instance, that your lordship does have potentially think I should consider imposing certain conditions, I submit that your lordship can and have just given your lordship, and as have just given you your lordship. And that is the point I was trying to make. The kind of conditions that your lordship should impose, however, I think based on the conduct before, there is no reason to impose any condition in this particular matter. May it please the court. And then the court.
No, thank you, witness A. We'll then move to the next one on your statement now at page 35 of your statement still, paragraph 108.3. And could you just move closer to your speaker because the sound quality has gone down a bit?
Yes, Commissioners.
Much better, thank you. So can you read 108.3 on page 35 of your statement?
There's 108.3 will read as follows. The judge then asked about a condition of reporting at the police station. Molefe's counsel stated that it was an additional burden on the police station, but that it is a condition that her client, that will be now Katiso Molefe, will be willing to adhere to. The judge also asked that it was in fact another burden, because you may find that the investigating officer, which will now be witness B, is not there at the police station, but at least it could keep the investigating officer happy.
Then if you can go to the transcript, still on page 323, line 20, you see there's court, there's a number 20 and court next to it.
Yes, Commissioner.
Can you read that into the record?
It starts where the court says, and the reporting at the police station, which is the question.
Correct.
And then the lawyer will say, my lord, I always think it is just an additional burden that is placed on the police station for somebody to hold the book there and do it. But again, it is a condition that can be placed by the court, and my client I have consulted is quite willing to adhere to such a condition. Then the court said, in fact, it is another burden because you find the investigating officer is not there. And then the lawyer responded by saying, indeed, my lord. But at least, that is the court now, but at least that could keep the investigating officer happy.
Just read it as it appears, witness A, not as you have it in your statement. So the court says, but at least that would keep the investigating officer, full stop, and then read Ms. van den Heever.
Ms. van der Heever now says it could keep the investigating officer happy. That is indeed so, my lord. And then the court asked, okay, anything further for now? Then the lawyer says, yes, I have got no further submissions for now. And then the court, thank you very much, Mr. Mashile.
Thank you, witness A. That's enough. Thank you. We can go.
Sorry, before you do that,
thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Siggles, perhaps for completeness again, but also context, you could get the witness to look at page 321 of the transcript from line 1, but in particular line 1, 2, 3, 4, sentence starting at line 4, but in context of this last discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, if you can go to, first let's do it in your statement, page 34 of your statement.
Page 34 of my statement, let me just page through. Yes, I'm on page 34, Commissioners.
The last paragraph there, 108.2, can you read that into the record first?
Yes, towards the end of the submissions, the judge asked Molefe's counsel what she wanted the judge to do in light of her submissions. Molefe's counsel indicated that bail should be set at 50,000 rand to 100,000 rand. She then proposed that the judge may make an additional order, since the state already has Molefe's passport, that he may not go within 3 kilometers of a point of entry or exit the country. She even goes as far as to propose that Mr. Molefe may even be ordered to stay in Gauteng or at his house or be put under house arrest. That is the submissions by his legal counsel.
Thank you, Witness A. Then if you can go to the transcript from page 320.
From page 320.
Yes. And if you're on 320, if you can go to the court after line 20, after the number 20, there's court, the word court. If you can read from there.
Yes, I see it. Then it goes like this. In the light of your submissions, what do you want me to do? And then the legal counsel responds, my lord, I respectfully submit that your lordship can find that the appellant should be granted bail. I think it is placed on record that at that stage that he can pay a substantial amount of bail. The court can, of course, look at his assets and determine for itself. I think the offer at this stage, is made of 50,000 rand or 100,000 rand. And of course, your lordship is entitled. If your lordship is so inclined, they already have his passport to make an additional order. For instance, that he does not go within 3 kilometers of a point of entry or exit in the country. He stays in Gauteng, or he stays at his house, your lordship. Can even go as far as to put him under house arrest.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Now, if we can then go back to your statement at page 36 at 109.
Yes, I'm on page 36 at 109.
Can you read that into the record?
Then it reads as follows. In contrast, the exchange between the judge and Mr. Mashile was completely different. From the outset of this argument, Mr. Mashile made it clear that Molefe had to prove that there are exceptional circumstances that justify his arrest in the interest of justice. The judge simply did not deal with this requirement. He persistently asked Mr. Mashile about what the judge considered to be areas of Magistrate Morton's bail verdict where he had misdirected himself, such as the magistrate stating that Molefe is a man of straw.
Thank you, Witness A. Then if we can go to the transcript at page 325. In fact, if we could start at page 324.
324, I am on page 324, Commissioners.
Yes. Could you read from just above line 20, where it's got the number 20, where Mr. Mashile starts?
Yes, Mr. Mashile is addressing the court, and then it goes as follows. And we stand by saying, and just want to elaborate and in the main respond to what was argued by my learned colleague, because at the time of drafting the heads as respondents, we do not have the benefit of what is in the heads of argument of the appellants. We only received some day or so ago. But that being said, in deciding the matter, the court in our submission should be alive of the fact that in bail applications, and of course this nature, as it was common, or as it was common cause that falls within section 60, bracket 11, bracket A, the onus is on the appellant. Then the court responds on the balance of probabilities. And then Mr. Mashile also addresses the court on the balance of probabilities. to prove that there are exceptional circumstances that justify his release in the interest of justice, Your Lordship will see and that we deal with all of those aspects in our heads of argument with regard to the personal circumstances of the accused, of the appellant. It may be so that they appear as they are on the affidavit. Then the court says, is he a man of straw, as the magistrate stated in his argument?
Thank you, witness.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mashile addresses the court.
Thank you, witness
to
A.
such extent.
No, thank you, witness A. That was
Yes.
insofar as what you say in your statement is reflected in the transcript, or what you say is reflected in the transcript at 109. And that's
Yes,
what we
yes,
just...
Commissioners.
And then at 110 of your statement, page 36, can we go back there?
Yes, I'm on my statement 110 of page 36.
Yes.
And then it reads as follows. When Mr. Mashile submitted to the judge that Molefe's previous conduct of traveling with false document was relevant because it showed that he was capable of such conduct, especially now that he is facing a serious charge. The judge said that Molefe cannot create false documents alone and asked Mr. Mashile whether he was saying that the Department of Home Affairs is not competent.
Thank you, witness A.
Thank you. Witness A, I want to take you back to paragraph 109 of your statement in line 4. So starting from line 2, you say from the outset of his argument, Mr. Mashile made it clear that Molefe had to prove that there are exceptional circumstances that justify his release in the interest of justice. And then the next sentence that follows is, the judge simply did not deal with this requirement. Are you saying there that the judge in his judgment did not deal with the requirement of exceptional circumstances? Or did not say what the exceptional circumstances were? What is the point you are making there?
I'm saying that the judge did not really exhibit the circumstances, the exceptional circumstances that need to be exhibited by the applicant to say he has given the exceptional circumstances to the satisfaction of the court, and these are the circumstances that the court is considering that will qualify him to be a candidate of bail in this regard.
Now, I need you to go to the judgment itself on page 363 of the
363
of the annexures bundle. Yes.
Yes.
Are you on page 363?
I'm getting to it, Commissioners. Yes, I am on page 363, Commissioners.
Yes. So in line 20, if you start from line 19, do you want to comment on that paragraph in its entirety? And then go to the next page, starting from line 8 to line 11. Just comment on those two paragraphs in their entirety, in light of the statement you make in paragraph 109.
Yes, this paragraph will start at, in my view, there are exceptional circumstances viewed in conjunction with his personal profile, on the basis of which the court should find that the applicant should be released on bail pending his trial in order to avoid excessive prejudice to the applicant. The learned magistrate, in my view, misdirected himself in determining whether exceptional circumstances exist or not, in that he disregarded that the applicant has assets and can therefore not afford to pay bail.
Yes, continue. Up to line
I am
11.
Yes, Commissioner, I didn't get that.
Sorry, I'm saying you can continue reading until line 11 on that page.
Oh, yes. I am further of the view that to find that because the applicant has previous convictions of about 20 years ago and that the applicant used a fraudulent passport, he should therefore be regarded as a flight risk. That, in my view, is a material misdirection. I find that there are exceptional circumstances justifying that the applicant should be released on bail, as some will be in the interest of justice for reasons that I have said above. Because of that, I make the following order.
Sorry, Witness A, I think you can pause there because the judge then deals with the orders that are made. But
Yes.
Going back to your statement, I just wanted to understand your criticism of the judge. Are you saying the judge did not mention exceptional circumstances, or is your point that the judge did not say what those exceptional circumstances are?
I am saying he didn't really exhibit what those exceptional circumstances are in his addressing of the court.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. So, Witness A, are you saying that the judge mentioned exceptional circumstances, but you don't know what those exceptional circumstances are when you read his judgment?
Yes, I'm saying, as far as I understood, he did mention that there are exceptional circumstances, but he didn't mention them expressly to say 1, 2, 3, 4, to whatever number. These are circumstances, the exceptional circumstances that are exhibited by the applicant that will.
Sorry, Witness A, we're losing you again. Witness A?
For him to be the candidate.
Witness A, we're losing you again. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, Commissioners, am I?
Please repeat everything you just said, Witness A.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I was saying that the judge does mention that there are circumstantial exceptional circumstances that will now qualify the applicant to be released on bail, but he didn't mention them to the court for all parties to hear what they are.
But is it not so? Let us look, Witness A. Let me just count the lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think around line 15, the indented paragraph starting, I think. Do you see that?
Can you see the screen, Witness A?
I do see the screen.
So there the judge says, I think the applicant has succeeded in demonstrating that factors listed in section 64A to E of the Criminal Procedure Act are not present, combined with the fact that he would suffer substantial prejudice should he be incarcerated pending his trial. In my view, there are exceptional circumstances viewed in conjunction with his personal profile on the basis of which the court should find that the applicant should be released on bail pending his trial in order to avoid excessive prejudice to the applicant. Am I mistaken if I say in context, this is a conclusion based on what the judge has said before?
I think if I understand this, as I will also like to declare to the commission that I'm not a legal expert, but when I'm reading that, layman as I am, the judge is making a ruling there. He doesn't expressly tell the court to say the applicant has exhibited these exceptional circumstances and here they are, but he just says he did exhibit them, but what are they? To this day, I do not know what they are or what they were at that time.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, you then were dealing with at page 36 of your statement, paragraph 110, you had read into the record about the reference to Home Affairs not being competent. Do you recall that? At 110?
I do recall that, Chase.
What is the point that you had wanted?
110 years.
What is the point that you had wanted to make?
I wanted to make a point that at that time I understood this to say the applicant is not going to be able to do, is not going to be able to have or to make means of having a false passport again on his own, unless if Mr. Mashile was telling the court that he does not trust the competency of other institutions of state, like in this instance, the Department of Home Affairs. And then I understood that to be something that I really could not understand properly, to say, as much as we understand Home Affairs, and maybe like trust and believe in them, but we're sitting with a person who has done this before. And then when he did that, Home Affairs was already there. And it was trusted that it is. Why would it be, in a sense of Mr. Mashile, to say, I don't trust that department? I'm thinking maybe it will collude with the applicant to do this. I think that was a misdirection, or it was the judge was misdirected there. We were dealing with the capabilities of the applicant, not other institutions. And then he had exhibited before that he can't do that. He had done it, and the proof is before the court that here is a person who goes around crossing boundaries of countries using false documents and using false identities, even though these departments were there, and then they were said to be competent as we believe they are.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioner Baloy, do you want us to go to that reference in the... Okay.
I think for completeness we should.
It's at page, starts on page 329 of the bail bundle.
Yes, Commissioners.
Do you have it?
Yes, I'm on page 29.
329.
329.
329 of the
Apologies.
bail bundle,
Yes.
where the court says, you can start from Mr. Mashile next to line 10.
Yes. Mr. Mashila then said, no, my lord, but it is information that was at the disposal of the investigating team, and which information they took serious and acted upon. Furthermore, your lordship, on this aspect of the flight risk, my colleagues emphasizes that the applicant played open cards by making his passport available. Yes, we do agree that is the position, but this aspect, your lordship, must also be taken in conjunction with the past conduct.
Continue.
Then the court went on and said, of about 20 years ago, how much weight should I put to that? He had a false passport. He used a false name in the UK. How much weight should I put to that? Then Mr. Mashila says, your lordship, that is being confirmed by yourself. To say you are giving it to the court, yourself, your lordship. Then the court says, yes, it is not an issue. That is why I'm asking how much weight should I put to that? Then Mr. Mashile says, my submission, your lordship, is that it is weight enough to say this appellant is a kind of a person who is able and can be able to have and obtain false documents and use alias names, travel out of the country without detection, and therefore the lapse of time of minus 20 years, your lordship, in our submission does not play any role. What matters is the conduct, the character, what he has done in the past. He is capable. Then the court said, yes.
Continue.
Then Mr. Mashila went on and said, yes. So on the affidavit that he had lost contact with those people, I will submit that does not avail him in this regard. In other words, he knows how to go about because then the court says he cannot do it alone. So are you saying that our Department of Home Affairs is not competent enough because he cannot do it alone? Then Mr. Mashile responds and say, indeed so, your lordship. Your lordship, he cannot do that alone. But the fact of the matter is that it is possible and it was possible and he did it. Then the court says, and it happened. That is the question. Then Mr. Mashile says, he says, and it happened. Then the court said, yes. And your submission? Then Mr. Mashile, how sure are we that it cannot happen? Mostly especially now that he is facing some very serious charges which by their very nature, your lordship, in our event of conviction, carries the sentences of a very long term of imprisonment. Now that in itself, the situation or the position that he finds himself in this present moment might not have been a situation where he found himself in between when he last used the false passport and the alias link, and when he was arrested. In our submission, your lordship, the situation now changes, and my intrigue is to go back to his past conduct because of the factors that I have raised, the serious nature of the offense, the possible sentence in the event of conviction that can make it a petition for him,
An
an
appetite.
appetite for him.
Thank-
My apology for that mispronunciation.
Thank you, witness A. Then if we go back to your statement at page 36, at paragraph 111, can you read that?
Yes, I'm at page 36 of my statement, paragraph 111. The judge also pointed out that Molefe's disclosed his past conduct and previous conviction. Mr. Mashile told the judge that this was only after the state had already disclosed it, and only then did Molefe disclose. The judge did not seem to appreciate the significance of this. The judge referred Mr. Mashile to a statement by Molefe's legal representative when the legal representative stated that Molefe had disclosed the previous convictions to him during consultation. In other words, Molefe had voluntarily disclosed the information which, in contrary to what actually happened.
Okay, thank you, witness A. If you then can go to the transcript, page 331, you should still be on that page. And just
That's correct.
the line where you see court after line 10, after the number 10.
Yes, then the court said that he did disclose his past conduct. You know, there should be a distinction in instances where a person does not disclose previous convictions and it is not disclosed by the state. But in this, do you agree that the applicant did disclose his previous convictions? Then Mr. Mashile says, yes, Your Lordship, ultimately he did disclose his previous conviction, although if one follows the record, it was only after. Fortunately for him, for the defense, they had the benefit of seeing the affidavits of the investigating officer that will be now the witness B, even before. And there was, if you look at the record, there was a lot of postponement for the bail application, even to an extent that a legal practitioner had to depose to an affidavit, but the fact of the matter is that ultimately he did. And then the court, what is the legal practitioner saying in this affidavit about this aspect? He says that the applicant did disclose this to him as they were busy preparing, because I think in my memory, if my memory serves me well, another practitioner was instructed in the matter, but it is clear from that affidavit that he says that he did disclose this aspect. And Mr. Mashile goes on and says, yes, Your Lordship, emphasis, Your Lordship, is not placed on the fact that the accused or the applicant is a dishonored person. There is no submission in that regard, because ultimately that was, I am trying to answer the issue of the disclosure of the previous conviction. Then the court, so you submit that he is not a dishonored person. Is that your submission? Then Mr. Mashile said, look, Your Lordship, it will be difficult to make my submission in that regard. And then the court, what is your submission in this regard? Then Mr. Mashile says, does this relate only to the previous convictions or to the whole case as is against him? Then the court, on the previous convictions. Then Mr. Mashile says, on the previous convictions, Your Lordship, because we actually do not know what happened.
Thank
Then
you.
the court says, okay, continue with your submissions.
Thank you, witness A.
And then, Thank you, Commissioners.
Witness A, may I just ask this? At page 331, where you started reading, I think just 3 lines, where it says Mashile at about line 15. Remember you have that number 10 and then you have court. You started reading from there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that court, there is Mr. Mashile. And he says, yes, Your Lordship, ultimately he did disclose his previous conviction, although if one follows the record, it was